away we go down the back straightaway. Now, for the first time, Telitz with nice little advantage, working his way to turn number 5, the downhill braking left-hander that leads up the hill to turn number 6. Potential an issue in turn number 3. We'll give you an update on that when we can. Driver looped it around but was able to continue. Here's a shot coming up under the bridge in turn number 6. All over the rumbles on the exit. Telitz, your leader. Good start for Pato O'Ward. He goes to 3rd. As I said in the intro, Pato has won 6 of 7 races this year. Aaron Telitz won the very first race of the season at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, but it's been Pato ever since. The contact I talked about in turn number 3 between Bob Kaminsky in the 57 and Kevin Davis in the 44. They're able to continue. But Telitz looking to try to stretch away here now from Parsons in that 0-0. Potential, we had an issue for Nico Jamin dropping a wheel and coming back on the racetrack, and that's how he's lost some spots. Jamin actually has fallen well down. He's out of the top 5. So Nico had a great race car, but look at, as they work their way through Canada Corner, nowhere to be found. So Nico Jamin off the racetrack, but back on. And Dean, you just can't make a mistake like that. You know, you've got to stay on the racetrack. You can't make that mistake. You got to be clean and green through the opening one. Sorry, Dean. Dean's having lunch. Pardon me. Eric, I've been up for like 8 hours. It feels like it's lunch already. You know, we talk about the opening lap, Eric. You got to be smart. You got to be clean. And in fact, Nico Jamin coming into pit lane.
Yeah, it sounds like they may have a little bit of, somebody's got some wing damage. So that's what the report is from out in the corner workers. So might just be Nico. In fact, it may be necessary to hit pit lane.
Yeah, he pulled off there last time by. We'll have a look as he comes up here. Try to get a look whether or not Nico Jamin has issues. Waiting for him to come up pit lane right now. Indeed. Doesn't look like the rear wings.
Car looks okay, but somebody had gone around as well in turn 14.
Front wing damage potentially for Nico Jamin. Well, that'll happen if you go off the racetrack. That
Absolutely.
car will dig in on you.
Sounds like Davis had gone around maybe in turn 14 and an issue back underway.
Nico Jamin was feeling very confident coming into this event, having put together a really good test at Mid-Ohio just about a week and a half ago. They had a fantastic test. He was the quickest driver there. And I think came in here with a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence. But, of course, anytime you push hard against this level of competition. Here's a pass for second place, folks. Down the inside comes Pato O'Ward to the inside of Parsons. No. Parsons slams the door in the hurry downs, turn 7. Or turn 8. I love it. Parsons says no way to O'Ward. As I said, Pato's been the dominant driver all year long, and you know how these guys will understand. They need to keep him at bay right now. Telitz out to about a 7/10 of a second lead on the opening circuit. It's a 40-minute race for these drivers. And I like Jake Parsons and the confidence he's kind of got rolling here right now, Eric. He's been getting better and better throughout the year. He's the perfect example of a driver who comes in as a rookie and just keeps getting better. Mid-season starts really coming into form.
I think that's something of the progression that you'd like to see with a driver. You know, you pick 1 or 2 things every weekend. Here we want to improve on corner entry. We want to get corner exit. And I think you build his confidence in the car, in the team, and I think you're starting to see the fruition of that for Parsons.
You know, it's one of those things where you could talk to these young drivers as much as you can in the offseason coming into that first race. They just can't calm down for that first race, that Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. They all come in believing that they're going to win that race, and I guess that's what any driver does do. They always believe that they can win, but they always want to roll in, and invariably we see some issues at St. Petersburg. A driver pushes too hard, gets into the wall, whatever it may be. As soon as we get into the mid-season, they kind of start calming down a little bit, but I can tell you, watching the All-Aussie top 3 in USF 2000, the Australian Parsons, I think, would like to continue that streak. And even being on the podium would be great for Jake right now. He's had a pretty good middle run through the season here, was able to get on the podium at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis. If he could do it here at Road America as well, I think he would be very pleased with that. Telitz out to a very important lead now, 1.3 seconds over Parsons, O'Ward, DePero, and Owen. Fisher in 6th, Eberle 7th, Kaminsky 8th, Davis and Jamin 9th and 10th in the order. Jamin into pit lane. I'm not sure if he's been able to come back out of yet. They're way down the pit lane on us. We'll let you know if Nico's been able to get back out onto the racetrack. Trouble there for the 00 of Jake Parsons. If you look at that, he's got some damage on the rear wing. It's kind of tilted off to the right a little bit, counterclockwise on the back of that car as we look at it. So rear wing damage for the 00 of Parsons. He's trying to hold back Pato O'Ward now.
So that's what the Corner Network was reporting earlier. Someone had rear wing damage. We weren't sure who it was, but that's certainly not going to help Parsons try to chase Telitz down at all, is it?
I'm not worried about him chasing Telitz, and I'm worried about him holding back Pato O'Ward. Even Nicholas DePero's trying to hold up there with him as well. Look at DePero right on the rear wing of Pato. This is a racetrack, especially when you talk about the long straightaways, you talk about the carousel, important to have the aerodynamic package in 100% working order. You have an issue like that, it's really going to start to step up. And as they come up the front straightaway here, DePero trying to go around Pato O'Ward. The winner of 6 of 7 races this year getting attacked by the rookie. DePero going around the outside, turn number 1, book it. He's through. Nicholas DePero around Pato O'Ward for 3rd. Down into turn number 3 right now. I like what DePero's doing here. You know, on the podium at the Lucas Oil Raceway, again, we always talk about these kids, momentum, confidence, you name it. I think Nicholas is starting to get confident in his abilities as well.
Well, you know, certainly with the package that these cars have, both on the road courses and ovals, you want to have the confidence in the team first and foremost. But he has really developed his driving skill. His racecraft has gotten a lot better over the course of the first couple of rounds of the season.
No doubt about it. And I think the confidence that comes with that, his abilities on the racetrack, his confidence in the team. You got to have confidence in Juncos Racing. They've won countless championships in this series. Of course, one with Spencer Pigot 2 years ago. But I like Nicholas DePero, what he's showing here right now. Very impressive, the young driver in that number 31 out of Argentina. DePero, again, as I said, on the oval, finishing 3rd, a really solid run behind his teammate Garrett Grist on the oval at Lucas Oil Raceway. And for him to be able to take a run at Pato O'Ward like that, that shows a little swing in the power that we have here at Pro Mazda. Telitz pulling out to a 2-second lead right now. A victory here in Wisconsin would be huge for him. Lots of friends and family here. Of course, his sponsor, Rice Lake Weighing Systems, has been behind him from the very beginning. Be nice for them to win here at the home track at Road America. And as I said, be cool for a guy to come out here and win in the second rung of the Mazda Road to Indy, knowing that he's been here in a 125cc liquid-cooled tag cart, running the big track against 100 other racers at 100 miles an hour. And then he jumps up at the same racetrack and runs Skip Barber. And now to be able to do it here in Pro Mazda, be a fantastic story all around.
Going back to Parsons' rear wing, though, that is certainly a skew. Looks like it's pretty stable, though. It's not bouncing around or moving around. So maybe able to stay out on pace. So far, so good for Parsons. Able to hold on to that second spot right now. But that wing is certainly a skew.
You look at that as well. Coming down to turn number 1, I think even more. Here comes DePero to the inside. He'll take the spot. DePero goes by Parsons for 2nd. So Nicholas DePero into 2nd. Parsons goes back to 3rd. I think an equally interesting point is the fact that Will Owen in the 23 is going after O'Ward. So Juncos Racing stepping up in a big way here. They run 2nd, 3rd, and 5th and look to go by Pato O'Ward, pushing him back to the 5th position. Pato with a very solid lead in the points, but his teammate Aaron Telitz trying to chase him down. Pato still runs in the 4th position, but Will Owen took a really big look at him going down into turn number 1 last time by. Working lap number 5. Pato now going to the inside. He's going to try to get by Parsons. Parsons doesn't want to give it to him.
Good passing opportunity, though. Good passing opportunity. A little bit of brake lock up there on entry to the apex.
So Pato O'Ward able to get by the injured Jake Parsons. Again, we talk about that rear wing, and that can't be helping him as he's trying to roll corner speed through the carousel, that downhill off-camber corner. You got to use all the downforce you have to keep the rear wheels underneath you, and with the rear wing askew, we'll be keeping an eye on Jake Parsons. Really kind of tough luck for Jake as well. He qualified really well and now finds himself falling back potentially into the 5th position because his teammate Will Owen now getting set to go at him over in Canada Corner.
At some point, you think maybe with that wing askew, the rear tires are going to go away a little bit, lose a little bit more grip than everyone else with a full aero package.
Most definitely. That's for sure that he's going to start losing rear grip. You have to overwork those tires trying to keep the car underneath him. And he's getting challenged pretty aggressively here by his teammate, again, Will Owen. Up the hill comes, great shot there on the big screen as they come up the hill. Telitz leading by 3.4 seconds. He resets fast lap of the race, a 207.5486. 207.5486. Telitz was able to reset the qualifying lap speed, but no one here in the draft to help him go any quicker in terms of the race record of 203.8. He's off that by a ton. Nico Jamin, actually, as we said, folks, back on the racetrack after his issue. He resets fast lap, the 207.05, and they're not getting anywhere down to where they would beat qualifying times in terms of being able to potentially go quicker.
I think the racetrack quite a bit cooler this morning to start for the session comparative to the qualifying session.
Grid for race number 2 set by either your second fastest lap in qualifying or your fastest lap in the race. So oftentimes, depending on the racing surface, the temperatures, the conditions, as Eric mentioned, drivers will maybe put a new set of tires on. Drivers who have issues on track and are out of that race, essentially could DNF if they want, will go back out with fresh tires to try to set a flying lap. Lap time winding down here in this one, a 40-minute race rather for Pro Mazda. 3.9 seconds the advantage for Aaron Telitz. Nicholas DePero in the 31 coming off that third place finish at Lucas Oil Raceway to run second here now. DePero in the 31. Award in the 80, running in third spot, kind of settled into third, has about an 0.8 of advantage now on the battle between Parsons and Will Owen. I think Owen would be able to catch up to him, but Will just having trouble getting by his teammate again. If it wasn't his teammate, I think you'd see a more aggressive move, but Will, of course, doesn't want to get into it with Nicholas. I'm really surprised, rather with Jake. I'm kind of surprised the team hasn't told him to move over because you know that Owen's quicker.
Yeah, you certainly maybe want Owen to try to go after
there's the
Pato.
pass there. There's the pass there.
Yeah, you definitely want to maybe get Owen out in front there and get him to chase down Pato. I mean, you really want to go for the bottom step of the podium there.
Well, the bottom step of the podium, and they're going to go side by side coming across start finish. In fact, Parsons able to get back by him. The issue too, when you come to think about overall points, they're trying to take as many points away from Pato as they possibly can. They need to get him as far down the order as possible. And I think Owen may be able to chase him down and get by him and move Pato down to fourth position. But again, that was one of those deals there. Will Owen took the inside move into turn 14. He got the pass done, but Parsons had the better run out of 14 because he let it go and got him going back up the hill.
And that's a good example of the momentum and the fluidity of the racetrack we talked about yesterday. This is a rhythm track, and if you get yourself slightly offline and out of rhythm a little bit, you can help yourself in the corner on exit, but you may hurt yourself on the top end, and that's exactly what happened there.
Looks like I think Owen going to make a move down into turn number 5. He popped out as they worked their way out there. And I think Owen may have been able to get the job done there. We'll have a look again as they work their way through. I think Owen is now was able to get the pass done in turn number 5. Indeed he has. So Owen goes into the 4th spot. That's allowed TJ Fisher, the number 81, to close right up as well. Fisher in that 81, he'll try to go by Jake Parsons as well. Parsons has done a good job with the car as damaged as it is. That rear wing, of course, making that car very unpredictable, a little sketchy coming through the carousel. And I'm pretty sure that TJ Fisher will eventually find his way by. Still a long way to go in this one, over 25 minutes remaining in this 40-minute event. Working lap number 7. Aaron Telitz, your leader in the 82. Nicholas DePero in the 30 runs in second. Pato Award in the 80 and third, but look out because Will Owen in the 23 now into 4th with a full head of steam. We'll be watching their lap times as Owen already stretching away from Parsons. TJ Fisher runs in 6th behind Parsons. 7th is Bobby Eberle leading the way in the national class. He has about an 8-second advantage over Bob Comiskey. Both drivers turning 2:10.8s last time by. Kevin Davis runs in 9th and Nico Jamin, again, a couple laps down in the 10th position, but turning very good lap times. Good test opportunity for Jamin to make some changes. They may even bring him in to make another adjustment, use the remainder of this race as another test session.
Parsons with that wounded machine falling into the clutches of Fisher now as well here on the main straightaway. Into turn one, gaps him by about maybe 3 or 4 car lengths, but Parsons, that car definitely beginning to show signs it's wounded.
Again, like you said, when you start losing the rear downforce, you really start abusing those rear tires, and they're going to go away for him at the end of the race. It's only going to get worse for Jake Parsons unless they come in and make a change. And at this point here, he just wants to stay out and get as many points as he possibly can. He's had a pretty solid year this year. As I said, Jake Parsons really kind of starting to step things up through the Grand Prix of Indianapolis. He looked good as well at Lucas Oil Raceway. Currently sitting 6th place in points, 109 points, just 11 markers behind Nico Jamin. So he'll try to close up a little bit on the driver in the 5th place in points. Nico, of course, going to finish 10th position here unless we have another driver who goes out before the end of the race. I'm interested to see what happens next time by, because we'll get a full lap time on both Pato O'Ward and Will Owen. Owen, of course, his lap compromised trying to get by Parsons, so he lost a bit of speed there. In fact, watching Parsons come through the carousel, that's a handful of race car, Eric. I'm telling you, the thing was stepping out on him, and it's going to continue to do that. I'm hoping that Jake will realize what he's got and just kind of limp that car home at this point here. You don't want to bring it in because you'll end up with 10th place points. He'll be able to come home in 6th position if he holds on, and that's still a good brace of points. I think 15 points for that position.
Yeah, and Fisher's certainly trying to get underneath here, coming through Billy Mitchell Bend, tries to tuck right in line at 14. You see a little bit different entry for Fisher to try to cut underneath and still can't get it done. Parsons is still quick, even with that damaged rear wing. But here up the straightaway, that wing kind of lays down a little bit, so it gives him a little bit of an aero advantage down the straightaway. But Fisher reels him right back in on the twisty bits on the backside of the racetrack.
Fisher, of course, just starting the program, his debut here in the Pro Mazda category, so he doesn't really have to worry about turning any kind of a magic lap or anything like that, or getting a huge result. He's just here trying to get experience, so there's no sense for him making any big heroic move to try to find a way by here now. He's just going to wait for the opportunity to come and then see if he can't chase down Will Owen. Another fast lap, of course, for Nico Jamin as he's out there showing what he's worth, 206.9, half a second quicker than the leader. But of course, Thielett's now in that preservation mode. You can guarantee he'll be on the radio with his crew, telling him exactly what the split is between himself and DePero. 3.5 seconds now, the gap between first and second. Lap times last time by for O'Ward and Owen. O'Ward actually quicker by 1/10 of a second, so I don't think we're going to see any gap. 2.7 seconds between O'Ward and Will Owen. Of course, Will got really caught up trying to find a way by his teammate. Couldn't be quite as aggressive as Pato was going for that pass down in turn number 8 when he really threw the car down to the bottom in the hurry down. So looking pretty static here right now. We may see Fisher get by Parsons. I think that's probably a foregone conclusion with 20 minutes remaining, because Parsons' car is just going to get worse and worse throughout this race. Yeah,
we're approaching that halfway mark of the session. Obviously, with that rear wing damage, Parsons just going to continue to abuse the tires, and as the session continues to continue to click away, Fisher will try to really chop the bit a little bit. And you may see, though, but Fisher has to be patient. You know, with that damaged wing at the same time, you know that Parsons' car is likely going to go away here. Fisher should be patient here. You don't want to necessarily make a pass that's a little bit too risky.
Well, don't be there when he spins. Let's put it that way, because there's an easy possibility that Parsons, pushing as hard as he is, could see that car loop around him. As you said, he's going to burn those rear tires off, and he just needs to be smart right now. Thielett's, DePero, O'Ward, 1, 2, 3. Let's kick it over to Dean. How was breakfast? Was it good?
Breakfast was excellent. Thanks, Fred. I had oatmeal from the wind tunnel.
Great, from the wind tunnel.
From the wind tunnel.
New here. I like that.
Fresh fruit on my oatmeal. That
sounds really good.
It's healthy eating Saturday. We had Fast Friday yesterday. It's healthy eating Saturday.
That's going to be the hashtag for our food today. You're saying I can't have a brat?
Is that you can have a brat.
You can have a brat. There's no such thing as too many brats.
That is health food in Wisconsin, right?
That is, yeah, absolutely.
Everything in moderation, Rob.
This is true, including moderation.
Yes. Hey, and what a win as we approach our now past the halfway mark. What a win this would be if Aaron Thielett's could pull it off in his home state.
You know, his victory at the opening round, you know, as a rookie, comes in. He had 1 win last year. He battled for the championship, but kind of ended up being the third guy in that battle. He was only able to get one victory. His teammate Nico Jubin kind of went on a streak at the end for Cape Motorsports and won the championship. He came out of the box as a rookie in Pro Mazda. I don't think he had any expectations to win, but he was fast out of the box in the opening practice sessions and won the first race of the year. And then he sees his teammate, just like last year, when Nico Jubin kind of was able to pull away, Pato starts winning races. And Pato's a second-year driver in the series, so Aaron can say, yeah, I get it. I'm learning the program, and Pato's a second year. But to be able to come back and do it here at Road America, there's no other place that he would rather win than maybe the Indianapolis 500. But to be able to win here at Road America for a guy that grew up here in Wisconsin, raced karts here, raced Skip Barber here, this will be an emotional victory if he's able to bring it home. And I just love what he's doing right now. He's putting down great lap times. 207.3 last time by, lost a tenth of a second.
Fisher looks to the inside there of Parsons and still can't get it done into Canada. But back to Tilitz, that lead of 3.4, 3.5 seconds is kind of stabilized. He's just running laps now at this point. And that's really what you do in the middle of these races. They are a little bit longer extension, and just kind of run and complete the laps and make sure you don't hurt the equipment.
Obviously the big screen keying on TJ Fisher and Jake Parsons. That great battle right now for the 5th position as Parsons continues to hold off Fisher. TJ really wanted to try to find a way by here. Now he's going to eventually, I would bet, start getting a little bit frustrated. And again, they're going to be on the radio with him. You know they are, trying to tell him to be smart, to be patient, to be just relax. Don't overcook it. I know you want to get by him, but just wait. The tires are eventually going to go off. Still 17 minutes left. Although I think Fisher thought he may have had something for Will Owen as well. I think he would like to find a way by.
Certainly, you look at Fisher chomping at the bit really to get around Parsons a little bit. He's starting to make some aggressive braking zone entries, and like we talked, patience is probably going to be a little bit of a virtue here today.
Well, and again, I talked to guys in Indy Lights program, in Pro Mazda, USF 2000. At a track like this, you just want to keep the pressure on. If the pressure's always on, a driver can make that little mistake. And at this racetrack, when you make that mistake, you're going to pay. You talked about the fact you make a mistake at 14, you're going to be in trouble in one, right?
Because it's such a momentum track.
Exactly. So all these guys are doing is trying to push. And again, same thing with TJ Fisher. He's just trying to push to get Parsons to make that mistake. He already knows the car's damaged. He's waiting for those tires to go off and that car to just kind of slip out from him a little bit, and then he'll be able to pounce. Past the halfway point, well past, about 17 minutes remaining. The clock continuing to wind down, working lap 11 here in this Pro Mazda main event. The first of 2 for this series here today. We talked about the fact we have 5 Mazda Road to Indy events for you here. 2 at USF 2000, 2 Pro Mazda, and an Indy Lights race. A lot of great competition. And those of you who are now up and running around the racetrack and maybe working your way through the paddock or getting comfortable at one of the fences around the racetrack watching this competition, so exciting to see what's going on here.
And don't forget autograph sessions throughout the day today. USF 2000 at the IndyCar Fan Village in the Lower North Paddock from 10:10 to 10:45 this morning, as well as this Pro Mazda on the Cooper Tire stage. We'll have a driver's Q&A and an autograph session coming up at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock respectfully. So meet the cars and stars of IndyCar's future. That's the best part about Mazda Road to Indy, is hopefully, you know, one of these or 2 of these, maybe three of these kids can get there someday.
Well,
so
you think about the guys. Think about the guys in Verizon IndyCar Series who have run Pro Mazda: Connor Daly, Marco Andretti, James Hinchcliffe, Joseph Newgarden. Keep going back in the order of guys that run. Actually, Newgarden didn't run Pro Mazda. He actually was running in GP3, but he did run Indy Lights. So many of these guys, though, ran in the Pro Mazda category. These are the guys you'll get a chance to talk to, the future stars of the Verizon IndyCar Series, whether it's USF 2000, Pro Mazda, or Indy Lights. Come on out, get an autograph. And, of course, that's something you'll be able to hold on to for when they work their way to the top. TJ Fisher was able to get by Jake Parsons finally. And in fact, Nico Jubin, who continues to circulate around the track here, Jubin able to slip by Parsons as well. So Jake Parsons has fallen to 6th position, but we'll give him props holding on to that car. It cannot be easy to drive right now.
No, it's definitely got to be a handful. I mean, as good as these tires are each and every round, you know that without a lot of downforce, that's all the mechanical grip now is working those tires, and eventually they will fall off a little bit, even though they are such a good rubber compound for this series. It's really a good weight to power ratio for these tires, but without that rear wing providing good downforce, instead of using the aero downforce, you have to go to the mechanical downforce, the mechanical grip, and it's just going to start to chew those tires off right off the middle of the tire.
Oh, this is a full package. The entire car is designed around the aero package and around the mechanical grip package. So once you take something out of the equation, there's no more balance. And again, I'm actually pretty impressed that Jake Parsons has been able to do what he has thus far. Leader gap down to 2.7 seconds. I'm not sure if that's something we need to look at quite yet. 14 minutes remaining, but Nicholas DePero was 0.4 of a second quicker than Aaron Telitz last time by.
Trying to reel in Telitz.
You know, is Telitz cooling the tires off a little bit here now? We'll see. 2:07.7. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to let DePero see me. He's a very hungry young driver who would love to score his first victory. Telitz in the number 82 leading the way. DePero second, O'Ward third, Will Owen fourth, and TJ Fisher now in the fifth spot. So we're just bookending them. It's Team Pelfrey, Juncos, Team Pelfrey, Juncos, Team Pelfrey, Juncos. That's your top six. Oh, there's a shot of a driver going off. That's DePero. Nicholas DePero off in turn number 8. No, that's turn 6. Turn 6, top of the hill. DePero all the way off the racetrack into the grass. Remember, he was trying to close on the leader, and Nicholas DePero, a minor issue, goes off in turn 6.
One thing I want to keep an eye on is Owen and Pato. That gap is starting to close a little bit. It's down to 1.6 seconds. So Owen starting to chase down Pato just a little bit.
Last time by, Owen was actually a little bit slower, but
right.
You're right. The time is definitely starting to shrink between the drivers in the third and fourth positions. That's a podium for a podium, for sure. Nicholas DePero, just 17 years of age, turns 18 in December of this year. Currently running in second, and again, we talk all the time. It's something we discuss every race weekend when it comes to the Mazda Road to Indy, because these kids are constantly developing. You just start getting that confidence from your first podium, and you really believe you can continue to do it. And I like what Nicholas is doing now. 3 drivers in this Juncos Racing squad here: Parsons, Owen, and DePero. Of course, Garrett Grist was with them until this weekend. He's moved to Team Pelfrey, coming up to the Indy Lights Series. So their team leader Grist, who had 2 years in the Pro Mazda Series before coming into 2016, now gone. So it kind of lets these guys kind of go at it themselves.
And Rob, when they came across the timing strike, look at that miscue by DePero up in turn number 6, cost him about 4 seconds. The gap now is 6+ seconds between first and second.
Yeah, that was DePero, as we said, off the racetrack. And he was pushing. And again, 2:07.6 for Aaron. He was kind of knocking those laps down. Nicholas has got down to 2:07.2s. There was actually a possibility he could reel him in. And as we look at these lap times, Eric pointed out very nicely that Owen continues to close 1.3 seconds now. He was 0.3 of a second quicker last time by. So Will Owen looking like he wants to challenge for a podium finish.
And a tough break for Nico Jamin. Earlier in the opening laps, had that mechanical problem, had to spend some time on pit lane. And we look at our scoring monitor now, he's running times right as fast as the leader.
Yeah, I think he has actually the fastest lap of the race still in the books overall. Nico just working on that car. Again, they're back on the racetrack later on today again. Pro Mazda will run their second race at 2:05 this afternoon. So he's not going to have much time to wait to come back out and make retribution for the issue he had on track. He'll be able to go at it once again. Continuing to watch this fight for the final podium position, though. This could be interesting. Will Owen definitely closing up on Pato O'Ward. And I tell you, they've been beaten by him all year. They've beaten down. He's won everything. He's qualified pole. He's run away. And sooner or later, you don't want that to happen anymore. And I think that if he gets a chance to get there, Will make the call and say, you know what, I'm going to go by with some aggression. I know I would. You want to make a statement here. It's an opportunity to say, hey, you know what, you're not going to win every race this year.
Well,
we're coming up.
And as we talked about the first race, they have another one. If they can make a statement in this race,
I agree.
That's going to set the tone for race number 2.
Even more, you're right, because you've dropped the gauntlet. You've made that statement, and you don't have to wait till the next race. It's like later on today. Hey, you know what? We beat you. Like both by the Juncos racing cars were able to get by him.
The gap was down to 2.4 seconds just a lap ago with DePiro getting off, and we talked about how you can make one mistake around this racetrack in one corner and it sets you back. That gap is now to 5.6 seconds for Thielen.
Look at he turns around and lays down at 2:07.6. DePiro just laid down at 2:07.6.
Even going off the racetrack.
Wow, unbelievable. Did a great job there. And again, Will Owen closes it down to just 0.6 of a second. There's your shot right there on the big screen, folks. That's the battle for the final position on the podium. Will Owen has a bit in his teeth, and he is up on the wheel, trying to work his way up the Pato O'Ward. Closing up into 5.
That gap is now 0.6 of a second for that final step on the podium, Rob. We said that Owen was turning a little bit slower lap last time by. This time, though, almost a second quicker.
Yeah, he's up on the wheel big time. A 2:07.6. Fastest driver on the racetrack last lap was Will Owen. Great run here for Owen as he's trying to see if he can't work his way onto the podium again here. Will was a winner in USF 2000 at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis 2 years ago. Looking to grab a big one here. A third place finish would be awesome for Will and would set up for a great race number 2. Will living in Castle Rock, Colorado these days, hometown Plano, Texas. 21 years of age. I've watched Will come through the karting ranks, running in the Rotax and tag karts. Look at this battle here through the Canada corner. Owen on the outside.
He looked to the outside in the Kettle Bottoms area and then crossed right back over, filling the mirrors of Pato.
He's quicker. Flat out,
Definitely
he's faster.
quicker.
He knows it. He's trying to put as much pressure on as he possibly can. Can he get the job done coming out of turn 14? We said there's a little bit of a bump at turn 14 where you got to really get the car to settle, and he's able to get out of that corner. Pato going to have to try to hold him off here. He'll be up against the wall, I bet, coming up across start finish. Indeed, right against the wall. Big, though, draft.
To the outside.
Yes.
Owen looks to the outside, down the front straightaway towards pit out.
Coming into turn number 1. Owen on the outside. Can he make it move to the outside?
Oh, wow.
Book it.
Big pass there.
Book it. He goes by him on the outside. Will Owen goes to P3, and he holds the position down to turn number 3. Great run on the outside as Pato was in full defense mode up against the wall coming up the straightaway. That's a great pass.
And while that was while that was going on, the margin between first and second continues to shrink. It's down to a 4.8 second lead.
Yeah, looking at it right now, DePiro was quicker by about 0.8 of a second last time by. We've only got probably 3 or 4 laps, maybe to finish this one off. Eric, you're the veteran here. How many laps do you think we're going to get?
Well, we got laps in the 2:07 range with 7 minutes left, so 3 maybe, depending on where Thielen is on the racetrack, and depending on how hard he pushes, maybe 4.
So right now, DePiro, after that mistake, dropped them well off, 4.8 seconds back.
He's reeled 0.8 back.
He'd need to be a second quicker every lap. 0.8 is pretty close to a second. He's really trying to make this thing work. Props to Will Owen, though. A fantastic move around the outside in turn number 3 as he goes to third. So Juncos Racing with 2 drivers potentially on the podium if they're able to bring it home. Exactly what they did at Lucas Oil Raceway as well. Pato O'Ward got the win. Garrett Grist was second, and Nicholas DePiro third. This time it could potentially be Nick DePiro and Will Owen. So just kind of seems like the Juncos drivers have started to dial things in here this particular weekend. I like to see what they're doing. I like how they're developing that race car, working with their young drivers. Local yellow in turn number 5, trouble for Bob Kaminsky. Kaminsky, your leader in the national class, potentially an issue in turn number 5. So again, Thielen's leading by 4.8 seconds. DePiro only quicker by 1/10 last time by. That's the number 81 of Fisher coming up the hill. He currently runs in the 5th position, got passed by Nico Jamin. Well, as you watch the big screen, we're going to get another look here at the pass, I believe, of Owen over O'Ward. They're going to try to give us that replay to give you another look at that. Here they are, folks, as they work their way up the straightaway. And, of course, O'Ward blocking to the bottom all the way down to the racetrack. And, Will Owen did a great job by holding him down on the track. Didn't allow him to kind of swerve back out and was able to get that run. And it's that little bit of exit, I think, on turn number 1 that gives these guys confidence, because you can really run wide on the exit in 1.
And you got to hand it to Pato as well. A there was no blocking maneuver. It was a straight. He was up against the wall and gave the racing line to the outside. He said, if you're going to take it, you got to go to the outside, and he did.
Very true. You're allowed one move. Come up the hill. He moved all the way to the inside against the wall to block. Will went to the outside, got the run, and you're right. So we'll give props to both drivers. A great pass and great racing as well by Pato O'Ward. And that's a wise move by Pato as well. Last year, I think when he was younger, he may have fought that a little more, but he got such a massive lead right now. Bring the car home in 4th position. You're still going to gain the points. You've got a fantastic gap in the championships. Don't worry about trying to stress it, because the last thing he would want is to finish 10th.
Yeah, being able to bring the car home across the checkered flag, most important.
In one piece.
Absolutely.
Again, we have that race today at 2 o'clock this afternoon. 2:05, I believe, scheduled time to go green with our second race in Pro Mazda. The USF 2000 drivers on track at 1:10. So right after the noon hour, we'll have a couple more Road to Indy events for you. Indy Lights coming up here still as well. Looking forward to that one.
Rob, how difficult is that on these teams to run 2 races in the matter of a couple of hours?
To be honest, I think that if the car comes home in one piece, it's fine. They bring it back. It's just do a nut and bolt over the car, make sure everything's fine. A very, very serious visual inspection. You talk to your drivers, you're going to have to make some adjustments. They're going to have that debrief. Okay, here's what we're going to do. You can't do wholesale adjustments. So obviously, just a couple of minor things, and then to get the car back dialed in again. Being told white flag next time by 3.7 seconds. Now the lead for Tielitz as DePero goes quicker again by over a second. Tielitz backs it down to a 2:09.013. Tielitz, of course, taking care of the race car now. He will see the white flag next time by the stripe as he tries to score a very important race win. Again, as we said, Aaron Tielitz currently sitting in the second place in points behind his teammate Pato O'Ward. He's back significantly. 55 points, I believe, is the gap between first and second. He'll be able to pull back at least 6 or 7, 7 or 8 here, which is important. You got to take what you can get, maybe even a little more. I think 5th place or 4th place pays around 19 points. So he'll, with the pole position and likely fast lap of this race, unless it's still Nico Germain, he's going to get 31 points. He may be able to claw back somewhere around 10 to 12 points here, which would be huge for him. Tielitz, DePero, Owen, O'Ward, and Fisher, your top 5. Bobby Eberly leading the way in the national category. As we said, Bob Kaminsky had an issue in turn number 5. So Eberly goes back to P1 in the national class at the number 13. So 3.7 seconds, the gap, as we said. Tielitz kind of backing things down, just taking care of the race car. But whenever you do that, I'm always worried that when you make that call of backing it down, that's where you can kind of make a mistake, because these cars like to go fast. The drivers like to be in the rhythm. When you start pulling yourself out of that groove you have, you can find potential issues. Now, white flag flying here at start-finish. Aaron Tielitz having to find a way by the 57 of Bob Kaminsky, so actually some lap traffic here for Tielitz on the final lap. He does a 2:08.1, DePero 2:08.8, so the gap 4.2 seconds. No issue whatsoever here for Tielitz. He does not have to aggressively get by Bob Kaminsky to come home as the victor here on home soil. The driver out of Rice Lake, Wisconsin, looking to win here at Road America. How special would this victory be for this young driver? Dean mentioned it early, how it would just be unbelievable for this team, the family, the sponsorship from Rice Lake Weighing Systems. They have been behind this young kid since he got rolling in cars, and kudos to them, because they've picked a good horse.
To win is special, but when you can win with your family and your friends and everybody who has supported you over the years, when you can win in front of them, that is so cool.
And that little carrot, the icing on the cake, is that the fact that his teammate back in 4th position. You never want to wish ill will on your teammate, but the fact that he's able to close that much up, claw that much back at this particular race. If it happens again in race number 2, this could be a 20-point swing or more in the championship chase. Tielitz, DePero, and Owen, potentially your podium. Final lap on the racetrack here for Aaron Tielitz in that number 82. He works it nicely through Canada corner. DePero continues to try to push, 4.2 seconds backwards. They work their way up and over to turn 14. What a fantastic run here. It's going to be a green to checker performance by the driver out of Wisconsin. It's a hometown victory as he rolls his way up the hill. The double checker from Paul Blevins for your victor in Pro Mazda. The winner today, Aaron Telitz. Telitz wins by, I want to say, over 3 seconds, 3.3 seconds, as again Telitz slows to a 2:09, but Aaron Telitz, a monumental victory here over DePero and Owen, O'Ward and Fisher, cap off your top 5. Eric, I'm going to head to victory lane. I'll let you handle this final lap. What a great one for Aaron Telitz.
Absolutely. Aaron Telitz from Rice Lake, Wisconsin. The hometown kid started at Road America Motorplex and gets one here on the big track. Telitz, DePero, Owen, Award, Fisher, Parsons, Eberly, Kaminsky, Davis, and Yamin. The top 10 here at Pro Mazda Championship, presented by Cooper Tires. And what a dandy of a finish. So what we'll do is we're sending Rob Howden down for victory lane. We'll take a moment to pause here, take care of some business, and come right back with a recap of today's round 1 of Pro Mazda. Road America is America's national park of speed, and welcome to the Kohler Grand Prix of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And Kohler, presenting sponsor of the 2016 Kohler Grand Prix, is proud to serve as that title role. They're a longtime motorsport supporter. Kohler shares in the passion and excitement of Road America racing. Kohler is a global leader in kitchen and bath products, engines and power systems, and premier furniture and tile. Kohler invites you to discover its world-class, award-winning hospitality and resort destinations in Kohler, Wisconsin, and St. Andrews, Scotland.
Beautiful day here at Elkhart Lakes Road America. Glad to have you aboard. Check out the new paddock shop on the paddock right across from the start-finish line. The new paddock shop has all the latest and greatest styles and fashion and clothing and merchandising, all emblazoned with the iconic Road America logo. Check it out at the new paddock shop. Get your new t-shirts and event shirts, as well as souvenir programs. And Joseph Newgarden is there right now signing his new book. He has a children's book out, Joseph, the IndyCar driver, and it is available at the paddock shop, and Joseph is there.
Which the book actually features Road America as a central character in the book.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
He and Chris done a fantastic job with the children's book. It's a great read if you've got little ones.
Written and illustrated by Chris Workman, and they are at the paddock shop right now until 10:15, signing autographs on that book, or signing that book, I should say. So go down there and check it out.
Just about set for podium, and we'll hold it here for Rob Howden.
Up next on our on-track schedule at 10 o'clock, we go with qualifying for GT, GTA, and GT Cup. That'll set the grid for that event, which comes on at 4:30 this afternoon. Race number 1 for GT, GTA, and GT Cup. Again, 4:30 this afternoon, race number 1. We will set the grid for that race coming up here in a little more than 10 minutes from now. Qualifying for GT, GTA, and GT Cup.
There's some images from the brand new winner's circle, Victory Lane here at Road America. And there's Rob, and we'll throw it down to Rob Howden, who is standing by for our podium celebrations in just a moment. Again, your unofficial results from race 1 here in Pro Mazda, presented by Cooper Tires. Aaron Telitz, Nicholas DePiro, Will Owen finishing third, your third spot on the podium. Pato Award, TJ Fisher, Jake Parsons, Bobby Everly, Bob Kaminsky, Kevin Davis, and Nico Yamin with some issues with a front wing damage that sent him back to pit road and back out 1 lap down. So Telitz from Rice Lake, Wisconsin, your winner. We'll see Aaron on the top step of the podium momentarily with Rob in Victory Lane.
Well, guys, we are ready to go down here in Victory Lane with our top 3 drivers in Pro Mazda. What a huge race it is here today for this hometown driver scoring the victory. But let's get started, folks, with the driver coming home in 3rd place today in Pro Mazda. Great run for this Juncos Racing driver, Will Owen, 3rd place today. Very pleased to have John Doonan, the Director of Motorsports for Mazda North America, with us here today. He's going to give the trophies out to the drivers here in Pro Mazda. John Doonan presenting the 3rd place trophy to Will Owen, who had a fantastic late race pass around the outside of Pato Award in turn 1. What a pass it was. Big weekend, folks, for Juncos Racing as they put 2 drivers on the podium. This young pilot here, folks, was 3rd at Lucas Oil Raceway, his 2nd consecutive podium here in Pro Mazda. Put your hands together for Nicholas DePiro. 2nd place for Nicholas DePiro today. John Doonan will bring over that 2nd place trophy. Hop up on top there, Nicholas. Let's bring that beautiful trophy in here. And again, remember, folks, these Pro Mazda drivers have to go right back at it again. I believe 2 o'clock the scheduled start time for their 2nd race of the doubleheader today. But, folks, this driver here, I have one more spot on the podium. He started the season with the race win, but you knew that he wanted to win here at Road America, folks. He's from Wisconsin, from Rice Lake. This is a hometown victory for this driver. So let's give him a hometown round of applause. The winner in Pro Mazda, Aaron Telitz. Aaron, you stay down here with me? You stay down here with me right now, Aaron. We'll let you get up on the podium. First off, let's talk about the race win and what it means to win here at home.
Oh, it's just incredible to win here at home in front of all my friends and family, and 90% of the sponsors on my car are Wisconsin companies, so it just feels incredible to win here.
You know, we talked right after you got out of the car. You said it wasn't perfect. It was a bit of a handful. You kind of had to really steer it around this track.
Yeah, I did. We were just a little bit loose. It was free early, so that's how I got out to a nice lead. And then I was just managing it from there. Big thanks to the Cooper Tires for holding up. Mazda engine ran awesome all race, but also Team Pelfrey for just giving me an incredible car this weekend.
You're back at it in a couple hours. Can you go 2 for 2?
I think I'm good. It feels a little less stressful now that I got one out of the way.
Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
One more time, folks. Aaron Telitz from Rice Lake, Wisconsin. John Doonan will bring that 1st place trophy in, and as I said, the championship definitely closing up in this Pro Mazda category. Pato Award finishing in that 4th position. So Aaron Telitz is going to claw back a number of points here. Qualified on the pole, got that bonus point as well. And again, he's going to try to do it again this afternoon. 2 o'clock scheduled start time for Pro Mazda again. And if he can go 2 for 2 here, he will significantly work his way into the championship lead that Pato Award has been able to develop over the start of the season, winning 6 of 7 races to begin the season. The mark of 7 wins in 8 races set by Matthew Brabham back in 2013. Pato Award will not be able to eclipse that mark. But you guarantee the Pato will be back in pit lane and back with the mechanics working on that car, trying to see if they can't make it quicker. But for the 2nd straight race, Juncos Racing putting 2 drivers on the podium, 2nd and 3rd at the Carbonite Classic at Lucas Oil Raceway, 2nd and 3rd here today as well. So an impressive run, no doubt about it, for Juncos Racing. but they were all chasing Aaron Telitz, the driver out of Wisconsin, scoring a huge victory here today. Aaron Telitz, folks, your winner in Pro Mazda. And of course, we will have the podium champagne up here pretty soon. Trophies up in the air. We got another race getting set to go. Folks, the podium champagne's going to fly here soon, but I'm going to send it back up to the tower to Eric and Dean, and we got more racing still to come.
Lake Forest Hearing Professionals, the official hearing protection partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors, TNT Rescue Tools, C-Tech, Race America, Wheelan Engineering, Safety Clean, and Collins Classic Auto Speed Zone in Turn 5. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America.
We can see on the big screens there that Joseph Newgarden getting a little extra, getting the glove on the right hand first of all, and then getting a little extra tape and support on that right hand. He's going to give it a go. We see it again there. Of course, he was involved in an incident a couple weeks back.
And I'm just going to point out that this is duct tape, which we know in home improvement that duct tape is the best thing ever.
It fixes just about anything.
Everything. And that is on, I'm sure his hand was quite a bit sore from yesterday.
Yes.
I know that there's really not a lot of concern for his clavicle. It's plated and screwed together. And he said it felt very stable. Obviously, there's nothing else that's going to happen to it, but it's very stable. And really didn't have any discomfort with the belts cinching them tight. Maybe a little extra padding on the harness, but his hand after the first practice session was a little tender.
Yep.
Obviously, after the second session, pushing his paces a little bit. He did go through IndyCar Medical. They did, approve him to go through the practice yesterday morning. They looked at him right after the first practice, cleared him for the second practice. So if, provided, knock on wood, everything goes according to that team's plans, I certainly would anticipate that Newgarden will start tomorrow's event.
My hat's off to him because I've had a broken bone in my hand, in my right hand, and I'm right-handed, and just writing was a chore, and just flipping off, just turning the light switch off and on was a chore with that right hand for a couple of weeks. So my hat's off to Joseph Newgarden. I know firsthand that is a tough, sore injury, and to muscle one of these Indy cars around this 4-mile course, boy, oh boy, that is, my hat's off to him.
I understand we're on a 10-minute hold for the moment, so we've got a little bit more time here before this session starts. But some of the teams yesterday very fast yesterday in that second practice was Graham Rahal.
Yep. Graham Rahal went to the top of the board at 1:43.022 seconds, average speed at 140.265 miles an hour. Graham Rahal, we heard from him just a moment ago, went to the top of the board in that second session. Eric, what do we have up there?
Yeah, Dean, this is the spectator carts. They've got lap prizes every day. So
wait a minute, this is what we can do?
This is what we can do. So this is what we were talking about. We're gonna put you and Jeff Lepper in the two-seater,
All right.
and then we'll have a little bit of fun. Ooh, a little bit of contact there in the Motorplex right there. But there is a prize for the fast lap time of the day.
They went 3 wide
so
there.
3 wide there in the
Oh, my
Motorplex.
goodness.
Now, this is on top of the hill, and they're actually running reverse from what most of the teams will run on Tuesday nights for the Road America Kart Club. You can find out more at roadamerica.com about the kart club, but they're running opposite direction with the spectator carts this weekend. It is $20 per ride. Must be 14 years of age or older, and a $250 unlimited weekend pass.
So that is up in the carousel area, back half of the course. You go in off at turn 7, is it?
Correct. You can get there a couple of different ways. You can go up on top of the hill in turn 6 and come down through the inside of turn 7 into the outside of turn 8 inside the carousel. You can get there from the camping area from turn 3 by crossing the Sargento Bridge and then again the Johnsonville Speedville Bridge. Or if you'd like to take the scenic tour, you can head on down to the new trail between the Road America Center in turn 13 and turn 12. And by the way, that path is a walking path only, no motorized vehicles. And then that path then goes from Canada Corner up to behind the inside of turn 10, which is behind the Road America Motorplex trailer and the barn back there that holds all the spectator carts. But that's up there on the inside of the racetrack in between turns 8 and 10 and the Kettle Bottoms area. Up on top the hill is a great vantage point near the signs on the top of turn 6 and 7. There's a new landscape bench seating with some stonework, very similar stonework to what you have over at the Gearbox on the hill in 14. Good look at Ryan Hunter-Ray getting set to get into that Andretti Autosports 28 Honda.
2012 Verizon IndyCar Series champion. We look at the speed charts, the combined practice results from yesterday. Ryan Hunter-Ray 11th quick. He established that in the second practice session. We look through the top 5 combined practice sessions. Graham Rahal yesterday was the quickest, as we mentioned. Then Will Power, Simon Pagenaud, Carlos Munoz, and Jack Hawksworth. So 4 teams represented in that top 5. And again, it was led by Graham Rahal. He did so in the second practice session. We get a good look there at Hinch.
The mayor of Hinchtown, and
Mayor of Hinchtown, yes, James Hinchcliffe.
Made his return to the car here in September at the test at the conclusion of the regular season. And it was great to see Hinch get back in the car. There was a big smile that Tuesday afternoon as well. But it was great to see Hinch get back in the car, and he's been having a little bit of hard luck earlier on the season. You know, Detroit did not go well for that team.
Indianapolis went very well for that team, though, and James Hinchcliffe, as he sat on the pole for the 100th running of the Indianapolis 500, just shown 18th quick here in our combined practice session sheet. 18th quick. He did that in the second practice session again yesterday. This is the final practice session coming up. Drivers are preparing for it, have their helmets on. James Hinchcliffe putting the gloves on, gonna hop into that machine. One final test and tune, a 45-minute session scheduled for 45 minutes before the qualifying session begins at 3 o'clock this afternoon for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Glad to have you aboard here at Elkhart Lakes Road America, the Kohler Grand Prix. An absolutely gorgeous Saturday. We are about to ratchet up the intensity. Day number 3 of our Kohler Grand Prix.
And the Verizon IndyCar Series cars are fired up here on pit lane. They'll warm them up a little bit. Still in a little bit of a hold today. Just to get this practice session underway, we'll join IndyCar Radio as soon as they are ready to go for this practice session. One of the things that you'll notice, race fans, on these cars is they do have the leader light system. In this situation, they've got placement numbers on the car itself, and cars are now releasing from pit lane, so we'll now rejoin IndyCar Radio.
recovered was here in 2007 for the last Champ Car race, and there's half the field from that race that's back now. Most of the field has actually competed here in some form of another, whether it's been in Champ Car and kart, in some of the junior formulas and sports cars. But just going on the track walk the other day on Thursday and seeing the number of campers around the track was unlike anything I've seen here, and I've been coming to this place for 10 years, so absolutely loving being back. There's just a soul about this place that it feels right, and when you factor in the turbos, when you factor in the horsepower, it just feels great, man.
That's a very good point. We talked to the drivers yesterday about how challenging this course is. Of course, our driver analyst, Zach Veach, pole sitter for today's first Indy Lights race. We'll talk more about Zach's thoughts and impressions of Road America, get the thoughts and impressions of some IndyCar drivers as well. But first, let's welcome in from WZAM, Marquette, Michigan, ESPN UP, in fact, Ryan Marine with us this weekend. Ryan, you've caught up with Larry Foyt.
That I have, Mark. Thank you very much. Down here in the ABC Supply pits, it's the number 14 Honda for Takuma Sato. Larry Foyt on the pit box, just exchanging a message with his driver who was just out on track. But Larry, we're back here at Road America. I know that's brought a smile to a lot of people's faces. What has it been like to return to such a historic venue for the IndyCar Series?
Well, what an awesome place. This is actually my first time. I was at home watching on TV when Dad got hurt so bad here, so I do have a lot of memories of it from being at home watching on TV, but great to be back here. Love all the fans, super turnout. It's great for us because we're in ABC Supply's home state, so it's just fantastic all around for us.
ABC Supply has such a great presence at all the different racetracks you go, but like you said, this is the home venue for them. How important is it to have a nice result in their backyard?
Yeah, the pressure's on us. We need to perform this weekend for sure. So anyway, sorry, car just blew up there. Just a second.
All right, Larry's got to deal with some work. We'll let him get back to it. Back to you guys.
Tony, you took a two-seater ride around this place the other day. What was that like?
Oh,
make every roller coaster you've ever been on feel like a merry-go-round in front of a Kmart or something?
Roller coasters are good. Unfortunately, they're not as good. Well, we have some difficult situations on track
Carlos
here. So
Munoz
speaking of roller coasters,
lost,
Carlos Munoz there going into turn one. That's a problem. He's at pit out for race week, and he's got the first pit box, and now his team's going to have quite a bit of work to do before the start of the next session in qualifying. To get to the two-seater ride, it was just an incredible experience. You have two-seater rides, and you go with Mario Andretti around this place. It's like you died and gone to heaven. It was my birthday on Thursday, so we weren't going to get a better present than that. The elevation change is insane, and the other thing that's crazy is the braking, which is, it's really intense here. You're going at 300-400, and even at 60-75%. So we see a stream there of Munoz's car blowing up just from Hinch standing right there in the pits. It's an incredible situation for them, and it's unfortunate for that team.
The thing that seems most interesting about this course is that it's almost two distinct courses. It's a very technical portion of it, also some very long, very fast straightaways.
The difference is huge. I mean, you don't have a track, unlike maybe Indy GP is a track that a lot of drivers are comparing this place to, in terms of the high straights, the high G-loading in the corners. That's the biggest difference between now and when guys were here last time. They're running 12-15 miles an hour faster in the corners than they were 9-10 years ago, and that's all down to the downforce changes, so much higher downforce. Even though teams are trimming out to try to get as much straight line speed as possible, it's a fascinating dynamic to try to find that balance over the course of a weekend.
We'll have Rob Houghton, Ryan Marine both on pit road checking on the status of Carlos Munoz. The Hamato safety crew is there day first. It looks like they're going to try to get him on the toe strap. They may have to go out and pick the car up. It looks like they're going to quick jack it anyway, but we have seen a couple of times throughout the course of the season an engine change happen very late in the day, and one thing's for sure, you can do it in an hour and a half. We saw Mike Hull and the guys do that at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but that's not an ideal scenario.
No, it's not an ideal scenario at all. Certainly not for Andretti Autosport, as they're also dealing with several cars here this weekend. But, Munoz had a nice day yesterday, was fourth quick. They were expecting some good things here this weekend. This is going to throw a wrench into that, at least temporarily. We'll see what happens here. Well,
honestly, though, Tony, the one benefit that they do have is the same benefit that Scott Dixon had. They had every team pouring over that car. Andretti, a multi-car team. But let's find out more from Rob Edwards. You've caught up with him, Brian.
That I have. Rob Edwards here on the pit stand in Carlos Munoz pit. The car slowed on track. What was the communication that you got from your driver?
There was no warning. It was pretty instantaneous that we had a problem. So we'll go back and take a look and get it sorted out.
Is this an engine problem?
Looks that way at the moment, but we need to investigate to find out.
Absolutely. Thanks very much.
Yeah, you can't answer the question when you don't have the answers, and right now I'm sure, Dave, they're scratching their heads a little bit.
Yeah, it's still stuck out in turn one, although it is hooked up to the Homatro safety truck, so they'll get a good chance to look over that machine here in the next couple of minutes, and the scrambling will certainly begin because qualifying got set for later this afternoon. They'll worry about the race. They should be good to go for that, but the last thing you want to do on a road course, especially like Road America, is start towards the rear of the field.
Well, we got started a little late, then the session gets halted. We have time to visit with a few folks up and down pit lane. Let's welcome in the other member of our broadcast crew, Rob Howden. Rob?
Mark Jenks, thank you very much. Being told 3 minutes before we go down here right now, standing with Ricardo Nault, the strategist for Graham Rahal. Ricardo, a good day for you guys yesterday. It started off on the wrong foot, but it's always nice to have the punctuation point at the end of the sentence that is a positive. Talk about how you guys approached today after being on the top of the charts yesterday.
Well, we approach it just like we would if we were on the bottom. You know, we're going to go out there and try to get our car sorted for qualifying. We run 2 sets of tires today and, you know, try to get the top charts again. The Gell Honda is running really well. Graham's loves this place, and it shows. We're so happy to be back here at Road America. We're looking for a great race.
Overall, what was Graham's input on the race car? I know we talked after to him, and it wasn't like it was absolutely perfect. He knew there was work to do. Does he have some good input for you coming into today?
Well, yeah, we tested here last week, and we, you know, learned a lot when we were doing that. Did a lot of testing for the IRL and the brakes for next year. And Graham's input's always very important. He's the biggest sensor in the car and the best. You know, we've got a lot of good people working on this car, but Graham is the one that really drives it all.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Ricardo Nault, folks, they're ready to go back to green here right now. Of course, Graham Rahal hadn't gotten onto the racetrack yet, so he is ready to go with sticker Firestones in that Gell number 15.
Good stuff from our guys on pit road early on in this session, and as we always do, as we see Carlos Munoz starting to climb out of the cockpit of the race car, it's been returned back to the team. They'll get it back to the paddock area and effect changes. Time for our visit with David Storvik, IndyCar Ministries. And first of all, welcome to Road America at Elkhart Lake. What a beautiful facility, huh?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. And this is exciting to have all 4 series here running multiple races. So got 5 races here today. And yeah, we're excited to be here for sure.
Busy weekend for IndyCar Ministries, as every weekend always is. Tell us what's on the agenda, especially for tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we have 7 o'clock Mass and a 7:30 chapel service at Anderson Promotion Hospitality, which is right in the middle of the paddock area. Everyone is invited, public included. And so we'll be there doing those services. And then we also have a fan outreach booth here on the vendor alley or vendor row coming up the hill there on the right, where we're handing out free Bibles and devotionals, things like that.
Green flag is displayed, and teams head back out onto the course as fans continue to roll into this facility. So David, in addition to the fan outreach program, describe typically what a weekend is like for IndyCar Ministries.
Yeah, so we offer prayer to every driver before every race in all 4 of the series. So we'll be praying multiple times out there on the grid. We offer prayers to the IndyCar teams prior as well. We'll be doing the invocation this weekend for the IndyCar race. We pray at the drivers' meetings, but then also if we do have a situation medically, then we'll be in the medical center to assist them as well.
I think it's important to note for those who are listening at home or wherever they might be that might have plans down the road, folks should know that you're accessible, available, and receptive to fans at every race venue all throughout the course of the year.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We are in the paddock, but we do reach out to the fans, and we do talk to quite a few fans too. A lot of times that they'll come up and have prayer requests, and we'll pray with them right there on the spot. And so we're glad to do that for sure.
Do you affiliate yourself with local churches, local ministries in each and every town? Do you have a program in which you meet with ministers from churches, say here in this area?
We do have some at some of the race venues. This weekend we have a priest that's come up from Milwaukee to help us with the Catholic Mass tomorrow morning. So we got affiliation with them coming up tomorrow.
Okay, now you're on Twitter, of course. You also have a website. Let folks know how they can learn more about IndyCar Ministries through social media.
Yeah, absolutely. Follow us at IndyCar Ministry on Twitter. We're on Facebook, where we do a devotional almost every day on our Facebook page. And then you can check out our website at IndyCarMinistry.com.
You proud of me now? This is like 3 in a row I've got. Okay, you're impressed by that? Thanks, David. We appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Keep up the good work. David Storvik from IndyCar Ministries. We'll be visiting with him down the road for sure. At Iowa Speedway, I believe, will be the next time that we'll get. So Dave, we're back underway. Green flag racing. This session, I think, perhaps the most important of the weekend because it's the one where you hope to get everything dialed in before you go qualify.
Well, yesterday a lot of teams spent time just on the race setup and then trying to get around here. And a lot of guys were facing grip issues and not, searching for grip, not getting enough grip, not getting enough bite from those tires. And then later this afternoon in qualifying, we'll throw in the alternate red tires as well. So that's going to present a whole nother batch of issues that these guys are hoping that they're going to have figured out before they get the reds on, and they'll react the way they think it will. But oftentimes that's just not the case at all. So tire wear, I think, is going to be a big issue. And unlike some of the road courses, street courses we go to, where they might go 20 or 30 laps before we'll see teams start stopping, I'm hearing as early as 12 laps into this, primarily because this is a 4-mile road course, but they're also dealing with some tire degradation as well.
Tony, we had conversations with Alec Rossi coming into this weekend, and he had raced here before, and it was interesting. It was almost like he gave two separate answers as part of his complete answer. He started out by saying there's a world of difference between what I drove here before and what I'm driving now, but by the same token, he did later in that answer admit that the familiarity of the course is a huge key here.
It's one of the rare tracks where Alexander actually has track experience, and he not only has on-track but off-track experience. As we see, he's another one of the guys that's run wide at turn 3. It looks like a little bit of dirt's been kicked up there. For him to have that past background, even though it's a completely different type of car, running a lot more horsepower, a lot more downforce, the Skip Barber and Formula BMW stuff he would have run in the past, 8 years ago, it's unlike anything that he would have done. But he's kind of in that group with him and Connor Daly and Gabby Chavez. Those are all guys that have been here in much smaller cars in the past, and it'll be interesting to see how much better they get on this weekend at a different permanent road course compared to anything else they've done this year.
Scott Dixon currently P1 at 1:44.7010. The fast time set by Graham Rahal yesterday in session 2, 1:43.0224.
There's only 4 drivers in the race tomorrow that have never driven.
Correct. Yep, yeah. It's Munoz, who of course is going to lose some valuable track time now in this session. Takuma Sato in one of the ABC Supply cars. Mikhail Loishin, he had a spin yesterday. And Max Chilton, who has a town about 25 miles from here, Chilton, Wisconsin. It's a small town, no relation to him, but he got a kick out of that when I posted a pic of him showing that on Twitter the other day. So he was really looking forward. I spoke to him coming into this weekend, and he says this is a track very similar to Spa. He expects that this will be one of the tracks he does better on. Brandon Fry has a lot of experience too here as engineer. He's been here in sports cars before, so I would expect better things from him this weekend. And the fact he was top 10 in practice yesterday, P8 overall in the combined charts, he did a respectable job. He needs to kind of get it going here in the second half of the season.
Munoz, Sato, Chilton, who was the fourth?
Aloysian, the Mad Russian.
Yeah.
Alexander Rossi and Mikhail Aloysian, both are having to turn the wheel on the straightaway. That's typically not a good plan in terms of finding the fast way around.
We saw Alexander Rossi, we were talking about him earlier, in turn 2 or turn 3. I mean, the car got off to the point where he got into the curbs and actually porpoised back onto the race course.
This is the second time you've done it in the same place.
Yeah, and it's kicking up a lot of dirt behind him, and it's almost
he's going for a global rallycross career or something. He's got to try more elements. I mean, he's F1. He's coming over here. I tell you, Alexander has really impressed me with how much he's taken to this series now, and how mature he is, and how much more engaged I think he is compared to even the start of the season. You can just tell he's having a lot more fun out there. Unfortunately, he's not as fun when you're a bit slow out of Canada corner. Not sure if he'll be pitting or if he's just a bit off pace here, but he should be good, and I think it's good to see what he's done and how he's adapted.
It's almost as if he was looking for a gap, I think.
Well, I think he was off the pace there, and I think he wanted to come back to pit road and maybe check the tires, because I mean that was a pretty significant off, and maybe they need to give that car a look-see. I mean, he may have hit hard enough to bang up the wing assembly a little bit.
The underside, I mean, there's not as much underbody downforce as there was in the past, and you wonder if bottoming out like that is going to be really, really unfortunate for them to hopefully not get that car off balance.
See how much damage there is too there on pit road.
16 minutes into this session, less than 30 minutes remaining. It's the final warm-up session for the Verizon IndyCar Series before they go racing tomorrow. Go qualifying later today, in fact, in preparation for the Kohler Grand Prix here at Road America.
The best drivers on earth aren't going to push the limits of man and machine riding on just any old piece of rubber. Which is why Firestone is the tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. So when it's time to celebrate the 100th running of the Indy 500, no one knows more about celebrating than the tire that has more Indy wins than anyone else. Because at Firestone, we don't just make tires. We make champions. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. You're clear into the track.
Planes racing by your seat at 265 miles per hour. Pilots withstanding up to 10 G's of force right in front of you. Experience the thrill from closer than ever before. Red Bull Air Race World Championship. Witness the world's ultimate motorsport series at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, October 1st and 2nd. Tickets now on sale. More info at redbullairrace.com.
From the Firestone broadcast booth at Road America, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Session continues here. Mark James, Dave Burst, Tony DeZitto, Ryan Marine, and we also have Rob Howden on pit road. And Rob, an update on the 98 of Alexander Rossi.
Yeah, Mark standing down right now here in the Rossi pit. They had an issue with the front wing of the race car. The top wing flap on the right side of that front wing gone. Actually sheared off and went up over top of his head and over top of the cowl of the car. Again, you saw some issues with Alexander out on the racetrack. And again, there's your issue with the lack of downforce on the front of that car, obviously pushing out down in turn number 3. They brought him in here right now. They put a new wing on the car, but he still sits here on pit lane. Currently P14 in the order.
Dave, these guys have been attacking this curbing pretty aggressively here, getting too much of the race car on the wrong side of it, and this could be a battle of attrition come race day.
Well, a lot of the guys yesterday were talking about how abrasive the curbs were as well. It's not like some of the road or street courses that we go to where they can run over the curbs and it really doesn't do too much to either the tires or the under trays of these machines. But here at Road America, a little different story. And obviously Alexander Rossi found out, and a lot of these guys are finding that out this weekend.
Well, we will have 3 turn announcers throughout the course of this weekend to bring you the action of the Kohler Grand Prix, because it's over 4 miles in length, and we decided to dispatch one of our guys out a bit early, coming to us from beautiful turn 13. We say hello to Jay Query.
Mark, how are you? Down here actually between turns 12 and 13, really right at the exit of turn number 12 is where I'm sitting right now. As a matter of fact, I'm watching Scott Dixon come through. Now, technically, it's listed as a bit of a straight before turn 12, but it really has kind of a kink that comes off to the right-hand side. That's before developing into a long right-handed sweeping turn. Think of the letter J, if you will, drawn right in the middle of a forest scenery, and that's what you have here at Elkhart Lake in turn number 12. Dixon just went by, then there's a slight elevation change going upward, a left-handed turn that is turn number 13. It's going to be a great opportunity to watch not only for the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, but later the Verizon IndyCar Series as these cars come through here. It is no secret that these drivers have longed to return to Road America, and as we watch Max Chilton go through, he gets to the bottom of the racetrack in that exit at turn number 12. You got to get back on course, or else you're going to kick up a lot of dirt and dust. Juan Montoya did that 2 circuits ago. This is just one of the challenging opportunities on this very, very big road course, Mark. It's going to be a lot of fun over the course of the day to watch them as they navigate their way through here today and, of course, for the race tomorrow.
A late taker in this session, the 28 of Ryan Hunter-Ray. Ryan Marine tells us why.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, just checked in with the team, and they said there's nothing untoward. They weren't worried about what happened down in Carlos Munoz pit or anything like that. Of course, those two are teammates in the Andretti Autosport stable. They were just waiting to get a suitable gap for Ryan to get out on the course and hopefully put up a good time. He is out there now. He's on his first flying lap as we speak, headed down through the kink towards Canada Corner, and that car ought to move, so expect to see him make a jump. They've been pretty quick this weekend.
Well, Dave, first, look who's top timing and scoring, the 21 of Joseph Newgarden. It was interesting to hear your reports from the time that we arrived here yesterday. You followed that story from start to finish yesterday, interviewing everyone that was involved.
Soup to nuts pretty much yesterday, as now Scott Dixon has gone P1 at 1:43.2, but Joseph Newgarden second quick in this session. I mean, here's a guy, you go back to the accident now 2 weeks ago tomorrow at the Texas Motor Speedway. Now he's back after the accident. He's got a plate in his right shoulder. He's got 13 screws putting everything together. He's also got a broken bone in his right hand. He says he's not so worried about the shoulder or the collarbone as he is his right hand. That's what's really is painful at this point. I don't see how he's going to be able to do 50 laps tomorrow, as painful as it is. But when you're dealing with a championship, he's a young guy. He's fit, one of the fittest guys out there. He says he's going to give it a go tomorrow, and why not?
Well, let's hear from his team owner, Ed Carpenter. Rob Howden's caught up with it.
Yeah, I got Ed down here right now. Joseph's into pit lane. They've got the wheels off the car, doing a little bit of work on the front of the race car here right now. Ed, let's talk first about how Joseph's feeling. Obviously, we've talked all about the injuries and what he's doing and coming back here to run here this weekend. What were his thoughts here coming in this morning? How did he feel?
I mean, he's a little sore from yesterday, but, it's to be expected. His body's not 100%, but he's still competing at a high level and toughing it out, doing a great job. So, we're really not talking about it much when we're out here. It's not affecting him in the car other than just being a little uncomfortable, but we're just getting ready for qualifying, going through our normal session like we would going into qualifying. So doing a couple new tire runs, making a change, doing our best to make sure we get in the Fast Six.
So despite the issues with Joseph, he's 100% in terms of giving you guys what you need here on the racetrack. It's status quo for you guys right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, it's something we talk about in between sessions, but when we're out here, we're trying to make the car faster, and we're here to compete and win races. That's one thing that we were clear on when he was coming back is, we wanted to make sure he was only coming back if we could go out and compete. There's no need to go through the motions, and he's doing a good job.
Good luck today.
Thanks.
There it is, folks, straight from the owner's mouth right now. He wanted to make sure he had 100% Joseph Newgarden if he was going to put him in the car. Obviously, J.R. Hildebrand, a very capable backup driver if they needed him, but they want their number one man in the seat of that number 21 Fuzzy's Vodka direct supply entry. So, again, they are happy. He's happy. They'll talk about the injury and any kind of pain between sessions. Right now, it's all about focusing on getting that race car into the Fast Six.
Just about 20 minutes remaining in this final warm-up session. Dixon, Newgarden, Ray Hall, Hunter Ray, Hawksworth, the top five. Tony DeZeno joins us in the booth for this session. And Tony, when all of this was announced, the fact that Joseph Newgarden might in fact get back into the race car this weekend, which was unexpected based upon the initial diagnosis of his injuries. Many theorized that because of the championship, he couldn't afford to miss this race. And the announcement yesterday, the task got a little taller for him now that it's been confirmed by IndyCar that he will not, and neither will Connor Daly, the two involved in that crash, will not participate in Texas on August 27th.
Absolutely, Mark. And that's the thing is Joseph now has a 6 or 7 race period where he needs to bank as many points as possible to guard against finishing 22nd guaranteed in Texas, and he'll only get the minimum points you'll get for that. He comes into this weekend 4th in points. He's 98 out, so he's kind of right on that border points-wise that we see about this point in the season where guys can still stay in championship contention or not. And he made a good point in that. He held a very brief media availability session yesterday, and in that he noted that basically he wants to stay in this championship hunt. He knew that we saw what Will Power's been dealing with all year, trying to play catch-up since missing the St. Pete round. He can't afford that same deal if he wants to stay in the fight for it. But this is a guy that's resilient. We've seen him bounce back before. He had that really bad accident at Sonoma a number of years ago, had the finger injury. He missed a race there. He was a rookie at that point. But he's not one to give up easily. I'm still surprised. Objectively speaking, I wasn't sure if he was going to be in the car this weekend. I figure it's unfortunate that JR won't get that chance. That being said, I admire his resiliency, and this is why race car drivers are drivers, and we're writers about it.
It doesn't take long, Dave First, that once the wreath is stored away and the championship banquet for the Indy 500, the dust has settled on that. The focus, everything, all the conversation goes directly back to the battle for the championship.
It's almost 2 seasons in one. You've got everything leading up towards the Indianapolis 500, and now the Indy 500 is in the rearview mirror. It's all about the championship. Dixon obviously still has a shot at it. We're all watching what happens with Simon Pagenaud, who's a bit off the pace. Just 4 laps so far in this practice session. 17th quick for the points leader in the Verizon IndyCar Series. So he's got some work to do before I think he feels comfortable in qualifying. And Tony, a question for you as we saw the rules come out for Texas when we get back there in a couple of weeks. How much of a debate was there for, let's face it, for Newgarden and really for Daly, the fact that they're not going to be able to get back there in a car and probably try to rack up as many points as they can?
I think the task was made a bit more difficult, Dave, by the fact that they're not taking off the caution laps, that they're still going to restart from lap 72, that they're not going to restart from lap 43 with the 29 caution laps. In both of those cases, I mean, the Coyne team is really struggling, where they've gone through a lot of chassis. There was damage from the one at Indy. They had obviously the Texas crash. Now they're on their 3rd chassis for Connor Primary, so he's in a position where he needs to kind of save his own chassis for the rest of the year anyway. In Joseph's case, I mean, the rules basically stipulate you can repair a car, but you can't do it if it's, and in that case, you're not going to be able to fix either of those two. So,
but I get what they're saying though, because no one is going to. Well, I shouldn't say no one. A lot of teams won't return to Texas with the same chassis, and they're not going to return with the same engine. So I get their point. What they're saying, hey, let us go back with another car.
This ain't Dixon at Iowa last year. That's slight difference. I mean, that made the championship for Dixon last year, was that 1 point at Iowa, but front wing change versus a whole chassis change, a slightly different set of circumstances.
17 minutes remaining in this session. We'll have flag-to-flag coverage of Indy Lights race number 1. We'll take, you can join us for that at noon Central Time, IndyCar qualifying. We'll join you at 2:55 Central Time. And Dave, first, how about our driver analyst, Zach Veach? He'll lead him to the green flag and race.
Starts from pole here in about 45 minutes or so. Very exciting. His first pole of the season, I believe 5th career. So his dad's here as well this weekend, so they're very excited about this afternoon's race. 1st to 2. Remember, it's a doubleheader weekend for the Indy Light Series.
Tony, it continues to amaze me, because when we have weekends like this, it's essentially like going to Yankee Stadium and seeing a quadruple header with their Class A, AA, and AAA affiliate, plus the Yankees all playing in one place.
Like, we're only at 11:30 roughly in the morning, and we've already had 2 Monster Road to Indy races already to get the day going. We'll have Aaron Tielitz, I think, in for the Windy Lights race. He's the Pro Mazda guy, local kid out of Birchwood, Wisconsin. Ran his first races here in karting and was at John Menard's go-kart track. He raced in Skip Barber here, and he said, it's like, he told me after the race that running here in Skip Barber was like Talladega, where you're slingshotting everybody side by side the whole time, and Pro Mazda was just able to run away from it. In the USF 2000 race this morning, it was only a 30-minute race and with 2 cautions, but one kid made it up from 10th to 3rd in 3-4 green flag laps. Luke Cabin, all-Australian podium, led by a kid, Anthony Martin from Cape Motorsports. So.
Spencer Piggott is flinging it around the course pretty good. We saw him head to pit road to the attention of the crew. He is P9 in that number 20 Fuzzy's Ultra Premium Vodka machine. So, Tony, your thoughts and impressions of the 24 Hours of Le Mans and the influence of the Verizon IndyCar Series?
Man, this was such a big IndyCar at Le Mans weekend, and all credit to the series organizers for opening that weekend up, because there's been several years where there's been a conflict event. Sometimes it's Iowa, sometimes it's been Milwaukee. There's been a couple others that have fallen that were on the same weekend. But anyway, there are 4 IndyCar drivers, 3 full-time, and Scott Dixon, Sebastian Bourdais, Mikhail Loishin, and Townsend Bell. And 2 of them win their class. Bourdais, who hasn't been in a GT car, he is now shifting to that. He was part of the winning. He did a triple stint overnight. He was with his usual co-drivers. Townsend Bell is with his usual co-drivers that race full-time in sports cars when they're not commentating. And then Dixon's just ridiculous. He misses the test day on the Sunday because he's at Detroit. When he goes over there, his first ever laps around the track are in the night at rain, basically 6-7 o'clock on Wednesday night, 8.4 mile track. He's only been there in a simulator. He promptly goes out and sets the fastest lap in class for the whole week during the race. So, I mean, if that doesn't prove what an incredible dude Scott Dixon is on a world stage, the fact he's not completely jet lagged is beyond me. But you know, I don't know. Yeah, he's again different breed of characters.
So take it a step further,
sure.
he flew back from Le Mans over the weekend and then tested it at Watkins Glen on Monday.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even know how he knows what time zone.
I was going to say time zones he doesn't know. It's he's got a new paint scheme this weekend, adjusting to that. I mean, it looks like Big Bird almost to a point, but you know, the Clorox colors. It's weird seeing Dixon in yellow colors, but still fast. Obviously, it's the first 42 lap of the weekend. Actually, the 1:42.8893, which was an interesting thing because I don't know about you, Dave, but I thought the times would be in the 42s to start yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's such a track temperature sensitive place that it's not. You know, the track record here is I think a 39.
It's a 39. Yeah.
So, and the pole here that Board A set in 07 was a 41 and change, which was like a second up on everybody. I mean, does that surprise you that it hasn't been as quick as?
No, it does surprise me because I thought for sure we'd see a track record this weekend, and it doesn't. I mean, there are smarter guys than I, but you would think that because of all the downforce, I mean, these guys are flying through these corners quicker than they ever have. You would think the track record would be broken this weekend. It has not. I don't think it will.
Scott Dixon is P1. Rob Howden is caught up with Mike Hull.
You know, Mike, always a progression throughout the weekend, trying to get the car quicker and quicker. We got qualifying set to go this afternoon. You've worked Scott up to P1 right now. Are things going in the right direction for you guys in terms of the setup?
Well, when you're at the pointed end, you're in the right direction. There's no question about that. But this is 4 miles of fun at Road America. Let's face it. It's a rhythm racetrack. It's a very technical racetrack for a driver. I think Scott's well suited to be able to fit in there.
He's a veteran, knows how to drive these tires. Are tires going to play a big role here? I know it's a long lap. What kind of tire degradation are we going to see?
I think if your car's balanced at the beginning, you'll be okay. I think, you know, you can't fix an unbalanced car with stickers. You can for a lap, but not for 12 more laps.
Pretty happy with the way this car is right now heading into qualifying?
I'm really happy with everything that's going on with the car. You know, Clorox on board with us this weekend, so they're getting a great ride. We're having a lot of fun here.
Obviously, one of the variables is going to be what this car is going to do when we get the reds on. What are your thoughts on when you go to the sticky year compound Firestone?
Lap record.
Really?
Well, we think everybody will be pretty fast here on reds, not just Chip Ganassi Racing, but it's great to have Indy cars at Road America. To be able to display what they're capable of doing on a real racetrack like this.
Yeah, the race on Sunday is going to be pretty fantastic.
I think it'll be awesome.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike Hull, folks, he is here, the race strategist for the quickest driver on the racetrack who just rolled in here right now. Scott Dixon bringing that beautiful yellow Clorox machine here into pit lane. P1 on the side of that race car. They are happy with the way things are right now. Look for him to be very impressive when we go to qualifying this afternoon.
They have 3 of the top 5, in fact. Dixon P1, Max Chilton P2, Tony Kanaan is P4. Power slots in at third quick, Sebastian Bourdais, Elio, Newgarden, Hinchcliffe, Rossi, and Rahal, the top 10 here at Road America.
The best drivers on earth aren't going to push the limits of man and machine riding on just any old piece of rubber. Which is why Firestone is the tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. So when it's time to celebrate the 100th running of the Indy 500, no one knows more about celebrating than the tire that has more Indy wins than anyone else. Because at Firestone, we don't just make tires. We make champions. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
From the Firestone broadcast booth at Road America, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series.
10 minutes remaining, and a somewhat uneventful final warm-up. Day first, not uneventful, though, if you're the 26 of Carlos Munoz.
We haven't seen Munoz out since he completed his he was just completing his second lap when the engine blew going into turn 1. So that crew back there now thrashing, trying to decide what to do, if they got to make an engine change or whatnot. And that would actually, Tony, that would be an engine that goes back before the Indy 500. Probably, I'm guessing if it's engine 3 or engine 4 for that team, it'd be the the engine they use for the Grand Prix of Indianapolis, most likely.
It could be. It's a tough situation because you're so limited on the number of engines you get over the course of the year. You're always up against mileaging out, and we're kind of to that next tier almost, next phase. So it's an interesting situation for them because we've known there to be Honda issues in the past. I know there were a number at Indy directly, but it hasn't been lately, which is, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more. Maybe we will in the race tomorrow.
Just one lap for Carlos Munoz. Will Power now. This is the first time we've seen Will up front. Will Power P1 at a minute 42.8, Mark.
Among the cars we're watching make their way around the course through the 8-9 complex now is that highlighter colored machine, the 22 of Simon Pagenaud, as we watch him put his car through the paces as the session rolls to a close. Let's go back out onto the course and check in with Jake Query.
Wait for Simon Pagenaud. I've worked my way after turn number 12. Pagenaud into view right now. Looked like he lost a little horsepower, but that's just because he's getting ready to make that climb. You might have heard him go past me. Simon Pagenaud now with Jack Hawksworth just behind him, already out of Canada corner, up the elevation, and back in through turn number 14.
Tony, how about the run Simon Pagenaud's been on? He had a nice rebound. He bobbled at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the first race at Detroit, but had a strong rebound clearly in race number 2.
At Detroit, he was a huge case of damage limitations. The first race, of course, he ran out of fuel on the last lap, ended 13th, but Dixon wasn't able to gain that many points on him. And even in race 2, he comes home 2nd, Dixon's 5th. Granted, Dixon drove the whole race with a broken suspension. Simon still comes in, essentially with Texas now being shifted to later in the season, Simon still has that 80-point lead. If we take the term at a half-term report, Simon's going to have to lose about anywhere from 8 to 10 points per race for anyone to really be able to catch him. And it's not inconceivable that it can be done, but 1 or 2 more really good races from him to go off the 3 wins, 3 runner-ups we've already seen from him, and he's strong this weekend too. It might be tough to catch him.
Well, if anybody can, though, after last year.
Exactly.
I mean, Tony, that was an improbable run by Scott Dixon, and the way he won that championship. I think there's people out there that still scratching their head wondering how the heck.
One of the things I wonder about with Simon is how he's going to handle the championship pressure as the year goes on. We've seen this with guys that are in their first crack at a title opportunity, whether it was Ryan Briscoe a few years ago, whether it was Will Power before he was finally able to win a championship. This is going to be the first time Simon's tested in this position. Now, he's won championships in other series before. He's won in Atlantics, he's won in sports cars, but in IndyCar, even though he's been kind of a fringe title contender when he drove for Sam Schmidt's team, he's never been in this position. And I wonder if, as the year goes on, the pressure goes. I mean, say he gets caught out on caution somewhere, winds up 14th or something at Mid-Ohio. How is that going to get in his head, and is he going to be able to overcome that? That's going to be one of the things to watch for him the rest of the season.
Mikel Aloshin works his way through turn number 6. We saw Spencer Pigot work his way through that 7-8 complex. He's starting to approach turn number 9 now, and then we'll set up for turn 10. Watching Simon Pagenaud make his way around. And Jake Query, Spencer Pigot should be coming into your view momentarily. He slipped to 16th.
When Pigot goes through Canada corner, to his left is a sign for Gale, the company that sponsors his teammate, that of course being, or his former teammate I should say, that of course being Graham Rahal. Now he's in that Fuzzy's Ultra Premium Vodka machine, and Spencer Pigot goes roaring past.
Yep, Spencer Pigot putting that 20 through the paces. We see the 18 of Connor Daly working his way off of turn number 2. Pagenaud getting a lot of laps in here. Jake, it's an unfamiliar paint scheme for Scott Dixon, that number 9. Clorox sponsorship on that car this weekend. He should be getting to you shortly.
One of the vendors for Target for Scott Dixon, that Clorox machine, and it pops out. That yellow, as a matter of fact, comes into view right now. Scott Dixon works his way upward. The elevation change, that slight right-handed kink, and Scott Dixon now moves on to 14.
Cal Aloshin, Ryan Hunter-Ray among those out on the course. Connor Daly sets up for turn number 7. Simon Pagenaud running just in front of him. We also see the number 3 machine. That's Elio Castro-Neves. Jake, Pagenaud comes back to you.
Yep, Pagenaud. I'll tell you, it's really interesting when they leave that Canada corner to set themselves up. They're coming off such that bobble to the right-hand side that it appears when you're looking down on it as though the drivers are losing power. That's not it at all. They're just setting that car up as Castro-Neves goes right past me right now to make sure they've got the speed to move uphill.
So Will Power now goes to P1. Scott Dixon slips to 2nd quick, then Kanan, Chilton, and Pagenaud. And Dave, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. A lot of drivers, a long time between drinks, if you will. Tony Kanaan, one of them. Elio Castro-Neves, another. It was a year between wins for Will Power. And I don't think there's anything wrong with them. I just think we're seeing how very competitive this paddock is and this stable of drivers.
It's not what they're doing wrong, it's what some of these other drivers are doing right, and specifically Simon Pagenaud and the run that he's on. And didn't take very long for him to really get going here in this practice session. He was slower at the beginning, but now in these last couple laps, he's sixth quick and now fifth quick. So Simon Pagenaud moving up the speed chart just in time for qualifying later this afternoon.
And Tony, let's face it, it's been some time since we've been able to look at this driver roster and say, boy, I'd be shocked if that driver got to victory lane. I think 1 through 22, it wouldn't be a big surprise.
No, not at all. We've already seen that this year with every team except AJ Foyt has scored at least one podium this year. With Connor Daly getting a second in Detroit, put Dale Coyne on the scoreboard this year. It is anyone's game, and especially at a track like here where if a yellow is going to catch somebody out, it could jumble the whole field. And this is a case where you're going to want to get in before a yellow comes out, because otherwise you cycle through and otherwise you're toast. It'll be interesting to see guys like, it's interesting seeing Bourdais up there in P6. He's a perfect example where he's on a one-car team with the KVSH group, and he's the only outside Penske Ganassi driver in the top 7 right now. So much of that is track experience. So much of that is his dynamic with his engineer. Guys can make inroads depending on how their chemistry works, and it's only when their chemistry gets disrupted that they kind of fall off, and it's an unfortunate situation for them.
3.5 minutes remaining in this session. Ryan Hunter-Reay out on course. Also among those going through the paces, Jake Query, the number 12 of Will Power.
Will Power indeed. As a matter of fact, you hear it just then, that silver Verizon machine. He's got Spencer Pigot just behind him.
Yep, Ryan Hunter-Reay next into the view of Jake Query. We look at Connor Daly. He's already made his way down that long main straightaway. He's crested the hill and set up for turn number 1. We see the 21 of Joseph Newgarden continuing to put his car through the paces. Looks like a lot of takers. Tony, I think right now what we're seeing to the best of their ability is qualifying sims. Only a couple of cars on pit road right now. One of them is Will Power.
Yeah, and it's interesting that, again, the times haven't come. They've started to come down a little bit, but then I think it's going to be warmer this afternoon, and you're not going to be able to get that many qual sims in because guys aren't going to know how the reds are. They're not expecting there to be that much of a delta. There's not as big a gap as we've come to expect. I mean, it's only, I think, a one-step change between Firestone's primary and reds this weekend. That being said, you always see the times tumble. You just haven't seen him tumble as much thus far.
Well, I'm anxious to see if a year from now we might see maybe an assault on the record, because they'll have a year's worth of race data, qualifying data, testing data.
Yeah.
You would think so. I thought it was interesting that when Rob asked Mike Hull about what would happen if he threw on the reds, and he was talking about track records. I don't think we're going to see one this weekend.
I would agree with that.
Connor Daly makes his way through that 11-12 complex. He continues to put his car through the paces, and Connor has picked up a lot of speed. He was languishing around 18th, and again, on cue, Tony, he moves up to 9th, which tells us that's a qualifying set.
Yep. Absolutely. So as you see Graham Rahal getting a bit dodgy there, coming off of, I think, turn 6, I want to say. Way off. I understand he's got a construction company, but he was off trying to find a litter of kittens or something there. He found it in the kitty litter and made it out all clear. So
now, Rob, how do you say that? You say that Will Power appears to be satisfied with how that 12 car is handling?
Yeah, Mark, I'm down here in the pit right now. Will's out of the car. He's actually pulling the helmet off here right now. I'm going to try to get a quick word with him if possible. Juan Montoya already done here as well. They've already took that car back to the paddock. Juan was in here in Will's paddock area at one point, listening to the radio and watching live timing as well with the team here for Will. So he's out of the car right now, having a look at live timing. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of him here. Right now, just talking to the team and debriefing. I'll see if I can't grab Will, but give me a second. I'll grab him because we want to chat with the guy who's on P1 right now.
Struggles continue for Juan Montoya, Tony, an uncharacteristic 21st right now.
It is surprising, but then I think at the last permanent road course like this at Barber, he started dead last. Of course, we mentioned Will Power was on the top, but only briefly because Dixon's uncorked another one in the Clorox Mobile. 42.6693 now puts him on top of the time charts.
Okay, checkered flag is out on this session. Scott Dixon is P1, Will Power P2, Tony Kanaan, Chilton, Pagano, Bourdais, Sato, Rossi, Castro Neves, Hunter Ray, your top 10. Daly, Newgarden, Piggott, Ray Hall, Hinchcliffe, the top 15. Then Lotion, Hawksworth, Andretti, Kimball, Chavez, Montoya, Munoz. I tell you what, Will Power P2. Let's get a quick word. Rob Howden's caught up with him.
Yeah, I got a hold of him right now. Will Power, you almost had the P1 at the end of the session. Dixon able to just nip you. The car looked like it was pretty good. The progression for you throughout the weekend's been going in the right direction.
Yeah, it has. Definitely improved from yesterday, and just make a couple more tweaks for qualifying. We'll see how we go.
All in all, do you feel you have the balance in the car that you need for the race itself on Sunday as well?
That's a different story, is to understand how these tires are great, but hopefully Sunday morning's dry and we can get a bit more of an idea of that. But right now, we're focused on qualifying.
One last question: what about the Reds? Any thought on what they're going to be like once you get on them for the first time?
I don't know. I mean, they're actually pretty close to blacks in compounds, so I don't think it'll be a big step.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Will Power was up top for most of the session, folks. Just pipped at the very end, but he seems like he's pretty happy with the way the race car is right now.
Thank you, Rob. Great job by you and Ryan Marine on pit road. Tony, people want to follow you on Twitter, catch your stuff on the web. Give them the means to do so.
Yep, at Tony Dizino, Dizino on Twitter, website NBCSports.com/motors. So it's all the drop down, everything IndyCar, Mazda Road to Indy, and all the other series competing here this weekend. So love covering it, and love being back here.
Stay with us. Coming up near the top of the hour, we will have lights race number 1 as Zach Veach is your pole sitter. For day first, Tony Dizino, Rob Howden, and Ryan Marine. Also Jay Query. So long for now from Road America.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment. Lou Palmer is in victory lane as A.J. Foyt takes now his victory lap around the 2.5 miles of Indianapolis. A record-breaking end to a record-breaking month. A.J. Foyt, the 4th win at Indianapolis. A month that saw the 200-mile-an-hour barrier broken, not just in the practice where it is unofficial, but in the qualifying by Tom Sneva, our second-place car at the moment. And then, too, the first woman to enter, to qualify, and to compete in a 500-mile race, Janet Guthrie of New York City. But for the moment, the name is A.J. Foyt of Houston, Texas. The car is his, a Coyote. The engine is his, a Foyt V8. And happiness, fame, and fortune are his too. He is the winner of the 61st running of the Indianapolis 500. Pat Sedan continues to display the checkered flag to the 11 other cars running on the race course at the moment. They hand him now the red flag. He will use that in just minutes to stop the race, to bring the cars into the pits. The 500-mile race is complete. The checkered flag and the red flag are waved together. And the checkered flag was displayed first here for A.J. Foyt. He is now on the pit lane. The people are moving out to his car as he comes down through the pits. A very elated crew has begun to run toward victory lane to meet A.J. and to meet Lou Palmer. A.J. cruises through the pit area very, very slowly toward the new victory lane in the front of the master control tower here. Ever so slow he comes down. But A.J. Foyt no longer has need for the speed of that V8 Coyote engine. He is the winner here at Indianapolis. And now to interview the winner of this year's Indianapolis 500 here in victory lane is Lou Palmer.
And we await A.J. Foyt, along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who was cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning, and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team home, and he wins again.
It's race day, 1980. The place is the world's greatest race course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the 64th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of spectators file into this giant and ancient speedway. As the sun began to light the eastern sky early this Indiana morning, aerial bombs shattered the stillness of the dawn and signaled the opening of the gates. For over 5 hours now, the crowd has poured through those gates. Before the green flag falls, in just over 40 minutes, the crowd is expected to swell to well over 300,000. Each year, these fans make their pilgrimage to the center of Indiana. They come from around the world. They are joined in heritage only gained by almost 7 decades of history. Many of these fans wear the bright colors reflected by the cars driven by their favorites. The grandstands, stretching for miles, are a kaleidoscope of bright color. Their spirits are high. They're here to open a new decade of racing at Indianapolis. This day is bright and blue. The temperature is 74 degrees. The forecast is for clear and sunny weather. Seconds ago, you joined race fans around the world. At this moment, the sounds of Indianapolis beam out from transmitters across the United States. Shortwave transmitters and satellites fling our words across the oceans and around the globe. You join us in a singular experience. The world's largest radio network combines you, the race fan from afar, with those gathered here at the Speedway. I'm Paul Page, and I'm proud to serve you once again as the voice of the 500.
Less than half a lap ago, Grody Johncock by 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short chute. Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. Johncock maintains the lead. The voice of the 500, Paul Page. Who's going to win?
Gordon Johncock off the 4th turn. Mears is right behind him. Johncock, Mears makes a try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500. Rick Mears comes across in second place, almost side by side. And you should see the celebration that is taking place in the Petrick Racing pits. An incredible celebration now as they run down toward victory lane. What a finish!
Let's see what happens with the 68.
He's going to climb
the fence. He is out of the car, and Helio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Sebastian Bourdais took a look to the outside of Ryan Hunter-Reay, but Ryan Hunter-Reay shut the door. Ryan Hunter-Reay.
America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. It's time for the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
It's time for the future stars of the Verizon IndyCar Series to get a chance to race one of the most historic and well-known natural terrain road courses in the United States. This is the Indy Lights Series, presented by Cooper Tires on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. My name is Nick Yeoman. Happy to join you here on the booth, Firestone Racing booth, across from the front straightaway in pit lane here at Road America, as we are set to go racing for 20 laps with 14 very talented Indy Lights drivers. Happy to be joined by Tony DeZitto in the booth here before we get started here. Delayed just a bit because of the IndyCar session being pushed back by just a bit. But Tony, obviously, you're from up around here. You're from Wisconsin. This is a home race for you. And I know special for all of these race fans that come out to this racetrack, pack the grandstands, camp around the course. What an exciting weekend for everyone involved.
Man, Nick, it's great to be back, and getting to come up here 2 to 3 times a year, whether it's for sports car, whether it's for the runoffs, whether it's been for other open wheel races in the past, the last Champ Car race in 2007. But what's cool about that is, there's always been a great history of the ladder series here at Road America and the Formula Atlantic. Indy Lights, of course, ran here in 1990 last. I mean, I think we were both alive then. But that being said, I mean, there's really drivers want to win at tracks where it means something, and outside of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is one of the best permanent road courses, if not the best permanent road course in the country. And the 14 drivers entered today will giving it their all to enter their names in the Road America record books.
Only fitting a couple younger guys up here calling this race. Although the field, I mean, most of these drivers, again, they're one step away, Tony, from racing the Verizon IndyCar Series. But most of these guys are 21, 22, 20 years old.
We look at a guy like Zach Veach, and he's all of 21, 22 years old, and yet he's one of the most experienced drivers here. He's run USF 2000 here in the past. He's tested here. The team owners from with the state of Wisconsin, Brian Bellardi. He's got a new teammate this weekend that we've never driven in Indy Lights before, but he's a guy that's driven thousands of laps here in various open wheel cars over the years, and I'm sure we'll get to that story throughout the race.
He is indeed the pole sitter. Yesterday, in the final minutes of qualifying, Zach Veach laid down a big lap at a minute 52.941. He stole the pole away from rookie Santiago Urrutia, and after qualifying, a very excited Zach Veach caught up with Rob Howden.
Qualifying on the pole, congratulations. Give me your thoughts on that session.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, first off, I'm just so happy to be here and to be in a race car. And I mean, we had a fast practice and we made a pretty big change going into qualifying, and I just kept over driving it, thinking that the grip was going to be there, and finally, the last set of tires, I managed to calm myself down and just drive to what the car gave me, and it gave me pole. So I really got to thank my Bellardi Auto Racing guys. I mean, they've done a great job, and I got the joy of driving it. So gonna take this one in. We got a race to win tomorrow, of course, but I'll be up in the booth with Mark James before too long.
It's obviously only qualifying, but you can see Brian Bellardi, Kent Boyer, your dad Roger, the relief of being able to put this car in the pole position. I think that means more to the team and to yourself than you're probably letting on.
No, for sure. I mean, after spending so much time in the old car, coming into this thing, it was a completely new learning curve, and I got a little disheartened at times just because, this car was so much harder to drive. So for us to learn completely how to drive this car and to be where we are right now, I'm very happy.
You think you learned a little bit of something in that particular session, like you said, letting the car come to you and actually driving to what the car was going to give you?
Yeah, most definitely. Sometimes I think the driver can make a bigger problem by pushing too hard than just being calm. So we calmed ourselves down and the car came to me, and, I'm just lucky to be here.
Zach Veach will be our driver analyst for the IndyCar Series race, so he's hoping to go to victory lane in the Indy Lights Series. Our driver analyst for the Indy Lights Series went to victory lane earlier today. His name is Aaron Tielitz from nearby in Birchwood, Wisconsin. Aaron, welcome to the Firestone Racing booth here for coverage of the Indy Lights Series, and congratulations on a win already today.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Nick. Thanks for having me on. Road America, I consider it my home track, even though I live about 4 hours north of here up in Birchwood. It's the closest racetrack for us, closest race for me. I've got all my friends and family here, so it was a great win this morning.
Tell us about that race in Pro Mazda to go to victory lane. I know that had to mean a lot.
Oh, yeah, it meant a lot. It started in qualifying. I put down an incredible lap. I was really, really happy with that, and so that got me pole position. And then we got a good start, got out in the lead, and there was a little bit of a scuffle in the first couple of laps with second, third, fourth place. So that gave me a pretty big gap. And then I just kind of managed it from there. My car was not as good as I would have liked, so we're going to work on making that better for this next race and hopefully grab another victory.
excited to have both Aaron Telitz and Tony DeZino here in the booth as we are set to go racing. Most of the drivers appear to be in the cockpit, ready to go racing here for the Indy Lights Series. It's a 20-lap race around this massive 14-turn, 4-mile road course here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Here's a look at the starting lineup. Zach Veach is on the pole. To his outside will be the rookie Santiago Urrutia, who's gone to victory lane already once this season. The points leader, Ed Jones, will start third when we drop the green flag. The rookie Andre Negrao, he's another one of those drivers looking for his first career win in Indy Lights. He'll start to his outside in row number 2. Row 3 is Dean Stoneman, the most recent winner in the Indy Lights Series. It was a month ago in the Freedom 100 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but what a win it was for Dean Stoneman, winning by inches over Ed Jones. Stoneman drives for Andretti Autosport. He will start to the inside of row number 3. To his outside, Felix Sorales, another one of those winners. He won the last time the series was in Wisconsin. That was a year ago at the Milwaukee Mile, and he was driving for Belardi Auto Racing. He'll pilot that Carlin Racing machine starting 6th today. Kyle Kaiser will start 7th. Garrett Grist, the rookie, getting an opportunity to move up from Pro Mazda. He will start to the outside of Kaiser in row number 4. Juan Pedro Hita starts 9th, the other Team Pelfrey car. To his outside, another one of those very talented rookies, Zachary Clayman DeMello. He'll start 10th. In row number 6, Shelby Blackstock will start to the inside for Andretti Autosport. Another local gentleman, James French, the rookie from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, just about 15-20 minutes down the road. He'll get an opportunity to drive for Belardi Auto Racing. He'll start on the outside of row number 6. And in the final row, rookie Neil Alberico, another one of those Mazda Road to Indy graduates. He'll start 13th. And to his outside, a gentleman who's had really a rough weekend, Dalton Kellett, driving for Andretti Autosport. A lot of mechanical issues, missed a majority of the first practice. They've got a lot of work to do, but the good news, Tony, is with a doubleheader weekend, a lot of track time for these Indy Lights drivers.
Absolutely, and a guy like Dalton Kellett is one who's actually raced here before. There's 6 drivers in the Indy Lights field with past track experience. He's run here in USF 2000. He's actually coming off a podium, his first career. It was overlooked at the Freedom 100, but he finished 3rd behind the photo finish between Dean Stoneman and Ed Jones. So he's going to be a guy that's going to be looking forward to moving up later today and hopefully throughout the rest of the weekend.
And Aaron Telitz, these doubleheader weekends, an opportunity for you to be behind the wheel and drive a car in multiple races. I know that's got to be a big advantage as you continue to develop that seat time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've been lucky enough that I got to race here a bit growing up in go-karts and then in Skip Barber cars. I raced here, so I had some track time. But, yeah, for most everybody else in the Pro Mazda field, this was their first time here. So, they keep on coming on stronger and stronger. So for them, I would guess race 2 is going to be their strongest performance.
The engines have fired on 14 very powerful Mazda engines. They're on pit lane as we are set to go racing from Road America. Wanted to give you a bit of an insight of what a lap around Road America is like. We asked Felix Sorales, one of the talented drivers that's been to victory lane. He's 5th in points, expects to contend today. Here's Felix Sorales giving you a lap around, a description of Road America.
All right, folks, standing here with Felix Sorales right now to give us a lap around this beautiful racetrack here at Road America.
Yeah, this is a really long track. I think it suits me. Long straights, hard braking, and fast corners. Going to turn 1, you look at the WeatherTech signboards, and then you just use that as a brake reference. Brake very softly, turn in, down to 4th gear, head down to turn 3, brake about the 100-meter board, turn in, get really close to the apex, white line, get a good exit onto the back straight, or one of the back straights, and then make your way down to turn 5. At turn 5, it's a little bit difficult right now. The track's not so good right now. The braking's a little bit early still, but you basically want to brake around the 200-meter board. Once the track grips up, it'll be a little bit later than that. You turn in. I normally use a bit of the curb, makes the car rotate, get a bit of oversteer in the middle of the corner, and then just try to get a good exit up the hill. Under the bridge, it's a really difficult corner because it makes you want to brake late, and obviously you go over a crest, so the front of the car goes a little bit airborne. It doesn't lift off the ground, but the downforce doesn't work so well there. And then you want to brake a little bit earlier, a lot earlier than you want to take through the corner, and then just get as close as you can into the middle of the apex. I run up all the way up to the cement curb, and then get a really good exit. Turn 9, you just want to be flat out, and then down into turn 8 and as late as possible, basically at the 200-meter board. I don't want to give away all my details, but doing the best I can. And then through the carousel, it's a really difficult corner. It makes you feel like you can go through there flat out, but just about middle of the corner, the car will suddenly snap and lose a lot of the downforce. And then it depends what gear you're running, but I don't want to say which gear I'm running. But then, yeah, into the other back straight, flat out through the kink, and then down into Canada corner. Braking is still a little bit early there. I'm braking about 250-meter board, and then it's a really difficult corner because it goes all the way up, so the front grips up, and then the rear kicks out just at the apex. So you have to find a sweet spot and open up your arms as soon as the track goes up, and then get a good exit. I ran all the way, all the exit, all the curb, and then into turn 13, you just want to be flat out. Right now, I'm not able to be flat out. The car grips up a little bit at the apex and then shoots me out to the exit. I almost spun in practice, but and then into the last corner, turn 14. Difficult to tell where the braking zone is. There's a surface change, and that's kind of a good reference to know where you are, and just brake softly, turn in, and then carry as much speed as you can onto the front straight.
14 turns, a little over 4 miles in length. It is just a beast of a road course here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Fans have been wanting to see racing here for quite a long time. It's been since 2007 since we've seen major open wheel racing. The pace car is in. We've got a talented group of broadcasters. You're going to hear them throughout the course of this day. The alignment looks pretty good. Zach Veach will lead them up the hill, waiting to see the green flag. 14 drivers in the Indy Light Series presented by Cooper Tires. Green flag is out. We are racing at Elkhart Lake. Zach Veach with a nice advantage. The battle appears to be for second. Ed Jones has it, but Michael Young, the field heads to you in turn 1.
Zach Veach has cleared the field. Ed Jones second, Santi Urrutia third. Dean Stoneman able to swing off into fourth position. They go downhill into turn number 3. That right-hander, everybody clean through turn number 1.
Battle for third is on. Dean Stoneman looked to the inside of Santi Urrutia. It appears he might have picked up that position. He did, so it's Veach followed by Jones. Then you've got Dean Stoneman as the field snakes their way down the hill. Further back, throw a blanket over about 4th through 6th. Urrutia looks to the outside. He gets pushed outside wide of the curbing. He's going to lose 3 or 4 spots. Trying to take a pass on Ed Jones. It doesn't work, but Veach clears him through turn number 6. Aaron and Tony, we'll start with you, Aaron. I mean, what a wild start about halfway back to the pack.
Yeah, that was a wild start. It looked like that Stoneman might have squeezed Santi out a little bit, and those outside curbs coming into 5 there are very tall, so if you get your right side tires over them, the car bottoms out and you can't slow down anymore, so that's what forced Santi to run wide there.
There were a tricky spot.
A tricky spot. I mean, you got the rumble strips, you're running wide, you're trying to, track limits have been a big story this weekend, and not only did we see Santi have issues, we also saw Shelby Blackstock and Garrett Grist go off in the background, and Grist is making his debut. Aaron, you raced him in Pro Mazda for the season up until this point. He hasn't had any testing here. He's never been here before. The team hasn't tested. Really scrambling there on the first lap.
What a massive advantage for Zach Veach, though, on lap number 1. It looks to be 15 or 20 car lengths as they snake their way out of turn number 12 through 13 and 14 and back out of the front straightaway. Dean Stoneman starting to put a little pressure on Ed Jones as they race up the hill. Michael Young, Zach Veach with about a 20 to 25 car length advantage. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, though, all separated by 4 or 5 car lengths.
Just see Zach Veach clear the hill at the start-finish line as he makes his way down into turn number 1. The field to the right side of the course now as they dive into turn number 1. Your left as you listen to this on the radio broadcast. Basically single file all the way through. Everybody clean. The rest of the field, Neil Alberico, the final car to clear turn number 1.
Jones has that second place in hand, but Dean Stoneman all over the back of him. And Tony, this is a familiar sight. We saw those two slug it out at the Freedom 100.
Boy, oh boy, if these two couldn't be, they're like butter and cheese right now. They're going together like bread and butter in this dairy state. They've been so close the last 2 events, both at the Grand Prix on the road course, and here as we see Santi's already beginning his fight back, trying around Zachary Clayman DeMello going into turn 5 and gets the position. He fell all the way back to 9th on the first lap after starting second, so he's starting his recovery process from there.
Shelby Blackstock goes wide. That allows James French to get around. Aaron Telitz, we saw Santi Urrutia pick up that spot around Zachary Clayman DeMello, moves him back into the 8th position. Is that downhill turn 5 portion of the racetrack one of the best passing spots in this racetrack?
Yeah, definitely one of the best passing spots. You've got a big straightaway leading up to it, huge brake zone. That's the slowest part of the track right there is turn 5, so a great spot to do a outbraking maneuver.
So Santi Urrutia, after starting second and dropping all the way back to the 9th position, will try to work his way back up through the field. After missing turn 5 on the opening lap, he'll pick up a spot on lap number 2. Got a couple talented pit reporters down on pit lane, keeping an eye on the action, as we'll get to them in just a moment. We got a great battle for second. Yeah,
Stoneman and Jones side by side through 13, and Stoneman is ahead. He's up to second now.
Yeah,
he's never been this place before.
He got to the outside and entering turn number 13, and Jones took a look to battle back. That's a tough spot, Aaron, to make a pass there, because I know that's a high-speed portion of the racetrack.
Yeah, it is. It looks like he probably got a good run down the back straight. We didn't get to see if Jones made a mistake or anything through the carousel to give him that run, but it looks like he's fighting back here down into turn 1. Might have him on the outside.
Oh,
yes.
Got him.
Michael Young, what a pass to the outside by Ed Jones.
But he was on the inside of the track. Ed Jones then swung wide to the outside on Dean Stoneman at the very last second, and just at the entrance of the turn was able to get back around, move Ed Jones back to P2.
Boy, and then Felix Sorales runs wide, kicks up a lot of dirt, running in the 5th position. He's looking to get around Andre Negrao. The field will make their way down the long downhill portion underneath the Sargento Bridge, heading to turn number 5. Negrao's going to take a look at the outside.
Contact.
A little contact there with he and Dean Stoneman. Negrao is into the gravel trap. He is going to lose a ton of positions as Tony, Aaron, they were playing very nice down there in turn 5.
He comes off James French. It's a good thing he's got a bunch of track experience in other cars. He's driven his old F1 cars, an old Benetton, an old Jordan, so he knew where to go when Negrao was coming off course there. He gets back, drives to the left. This is James French's Indy Lights Series debut. He's a sports car regular, but he's in the car that's usually driven by Felix Rosenquist, who unfortunately the Swede has a European racing commitment this weekend. It's a good thing he's got that experience there, because he avoided a very serious potential accident coming up the hill there, 5 into 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Dean Stoneman looks to be running potentially a little bit more downforce, I think, than some of the other guys, because he's very quick around the carousel and good under the brakes as well there. He was better than Andre Negrao, but didn't give him any room, and kind of did the same thing that happened to Santi there on the first lap.
About to complete lap 3 of 20. Let's welcome in our pit reporters. Dave First, been watching this action. It's been furious here in the opening laps, but what a gorgeous day here in Elkhart Lake.
Yeah, I've been watching it with the Andretti Autosport guys. They've been cheering. They've been disappointed watching Dean Stoneman work his way through the field. What a gorgeous day here at beautiful Road America. Things are heating up both on the track and atmospherically as well. 84-degree air temperature, track temperature now up to 106, just 59% humidity. Gorgeous start to the weekend here at Road America.
Michael Young, battle shaping up all throughout the field in turn 1.
Yeah, Juan Pedrahita was able to get the inside of Santi Urrutia. Santi Urrutia dropping like a rock, started on the outside of road number 1, now nearing the backside of the field as we saw Juan Pedrahita, as I said, get by him in turn 1.
Yeah, Pedrahita was able to clear him out of turn number 1. What a lead for Zach Veach in just 3 laps, 3.686 seconds. And as the rest of the field makes their way down, Santi Urrutia, he had to get hard on the brakes. Further back, Pelfrey driver Juan
Pedrahita on the binders.
Yeah, boy, he took a look to the inside of Kyle Kaiser, Shelby Blackstock. He's trying to get around Andre Negrao. Tony battles throughout this field.
And after his drop back, Negrao was 4th. He's now 10th, and that is a big loss of momentum for him. Really tough for the Schmidt-Peterson team this weekend, which usually has 4 cars this weekend. They only have 2. Just Santi and Negrao. They have only tested here. They don't have a veteran leader in that team with R.C. Enerson's absence this weekend. I wonder if it's starting to show.
Aaron, with so much downforce on these cars, the further you get up that ladder system, I know it becomes harder to pass, and all of these teams are so good, but so far, boy, these guys have been awful racy.
Yeah, they're looking really racy. Well, here at Road America, with such a long straightaways, there's great spots to get a good slipstream going, and so that's what we're seeing here, is a lot of moves into turn 1, up that long front straightaway, and then down into turn 5 as well.
All right, we've got a penalty upcoming. It appears to be for Dean Stoneman for that incident heading down into turn number 5 between he and Andre Negrão. So Stoneman is going to pay the price for throwing a bit of a block down in to turn number 5. Let's check in. Rob Howden, you've been watching some of these crew members. A lot of ferocious battles. I'm sure it's made for some uncomfortable crew members down there.
Yeah, you know, Nick, I'll tell you, Dave First was saying that he was over there with the Andretti team and they were jumping for joy with the excitement of the pass for Stoneman. I was standing right beside Schmidt Peterson, and Dave Higuera was off the wall in about 2 seconds, running down to one of the officials, screaming about the incident on the racetrack, saying that it's happened many times before. So again, obviously different positions in this particular situation. One, obviously getting the penalty. Stoneman, you're saying, with an issue that'll probably make Higuera happy because he was not pleased at all with the contact over in turn number 5.
And Tony DeZinno, Dean Stoneman comes into this race second in points. That is going to be a big hit.
This is huge. I mean, he's 29 points down entering the weekend. He's at the moment, I believe it looks like a little bit more than that, 32, I believe, as he currently sits behind Jones. So he's already losing a couple points just in that second to third. But if he has to pit and then falls back to 13th, 14th in the field, that's a big problem for him because he's going to lose a lot of points in this first race.
Local driver James French goes wide. He's going to lose a couple spots there at the bottom of the hill in turn number 5. But again, the big story, Zach Veach out to a 4.4 second lead as we are on lap 5, a quarter of the way through this race. Ed Jones runs second. Dean Stoneman runs third. Dave First, you have more on the penalty for Dean Stoneman.
Well, they're trying to figure out, Indy Lights officials are trying to figure out just exactly what to do with Dean. The two scenarios is either a drive-through penalty or a repositioning. Obviously, if you're Dean Stoneman, you'd rather have the repositioning because a drive-through, that's a killer right there. It might be end of day. You're going to finish towards the back of the pack here this afternoon.
And Aaron Telitz, how tough is that as a race car driver? You're in a championship battle. You get hit with a penalty. How hard is it then to not go out and overdrive the car knowing that you got to salvage what you can?
Right, exactly. I'm guessing that Dean Stoneman doesn't know he has a penalty yet because they haven't decided what to do with him. But yeah, when he finds out, he's going to be a little hot and heavy. It'll be interesting. If he just gets a repositioning, it'll be interesting to see how aggressive he gets to try to make up some more spots and salvage some decent points.
Dave First, you got more on that penalty?
I misspoke. There's a third option, and that's what Indy Lights officials are going to take. It's going to be a 5-second penalty at the end of the race, and wherever he finishes out time-wise at that point, that'll be his official position for the day. So a 5-second end of race penalty for Dean Stoneman.
You like that call, Tony DeZinno?
Boy, how do I put this politely? But no, Dean Stoneman's driven very aggressively this year. I think he's gotten under the skin of a couple other drivers, and we've seen this in the past where guys come to, well, not to blows, but we remember Mid-Ohio last year in the Jack Harvey, Ed Jones situation as they were going out of the keyhole into turns 3 and 4. You have guys that if they rub people the wrong way, people remember that, and that's something where between Santi, between Stoneman, and between Jones, you can feel the cauldron starting to burn this year as the three of them just, I guess it's, I don't know. I like seeing a penalty enforced there, but I wouldn't have minded it being a little harsher.
And Aaron, the guy that doesn't get the best of it is Andre Negrão. He's the one that got blocked. Probably he can't be happy over the fact that it's just a 5-second penalty.
No, that's not really a huge penalty there. But yeah, basically saying what Tony said, definitely Dean's been the most aggressive driver this season. Really doing sometimes some questionable moves, but there definitely deserved a penalty 2 times in a row. Right in turn 5,
and this is a track, Aaron, where because it is such a big track, you can make 5 seconds. This is not an Iowa. This is not, it's just a case where, as we're going to view it on replay here, it looks like Zach possibly getting a little squirrely from the lead, and it is smoke show coming up from Zach Veach there going through the carousel. I understand he's got track experience before, but Rob's got more in the pits.
Standing down here right now with Dave Higuera. Dave, you can't be pleased with what's happened on the racetrack. Negrão getting shuffled off track by Stoneman. The penalty ends up being 5 seconds. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a tough one. 5 seconds.
You've been around this circuit a long time. Would you like to have seen more? What do you think's going on in terms of racecraft out there right now?
It's probably a little confusion of what blocking is, I guess.
And a few words, folks. Dave Higuera, there's the input from him. He's, I think, probably trying to hold back exactly what he wanted to tell me here because he was not happy at all, guys.
Rob, I've known Dave Higuera for a long time. That's not a surprise at all. Mark James, you're down there in turn number 5. Leader Zach Veach is headed your way, but a good battle shaping up for second.
Yeah, it is a good battle, and they're nose to tail setting up for this turn. Ed Jones sees that 27 machine of Dean Stoneman in his mirrors. They clear the Corvette bridge and head for turn number 7.
Boy, Stoneman all over that rear wing of Ed Jones as they'll snake their way out of turn number 7. The gap is about 4 to 5 car lengths. Of course, for Stoneman, he's got to push as hard as possible because while he might pick up the position for second, he's got to get 5 seconds out ahead of Ed Jones if he hopes to keep it. They'll make their way through the carousel, one of the more technical and challenging portions of this racetrack, and set up for the kink. Again, this is a battle for second. Ed Jones, our points leader, Dean Stoneman, who's second in points. They'll battle their way down the hill and set up for turn number 12. This is going to be awful tight as Zach Veach arcs his way through turn number 12. Here comes Stoneman. He takes a look to the outside, and he'll make the pass. What a pass. Jake Query as Dean Stoneman races up the hill. Does Ed Jones have anything for him to get that second spot back?
Jones exiting 12, going to try to take a look. Can't make the move. 2-car length advantage for Stoneman.
Boy, Tony, that's a great pass by Dean Stoneman.
Stoneman was flying to begin with. I mean, we got contact with one of his teammates, Dalton Kellett, around at Canada corner. Was sent it to Jake.
Yeah, let's go to Jake Query.
I'll tell you what, that was that 3 machine, and it got a little bit loose. Kellett managed to get by. Looked like at the bottom of turn number 12, they were both going to go off course into that gravel area, but managed to keep it on the right in the middle of the racetrack, working their way through turn number 13.
Aaron Telis, you're getting to see a replay here for the first time as we're going to get a full course caution, this incident involving Dalton Kellett.
Yeah, it looks like Dalton there just tried to get back on the gas early after, I think that's Garrett Grist that got around him, and he just lit up the rear tires and spun right around all on his own there. Good move by Garrett, and then Dalton trying to fight back, just didn't make it happen. I don't know if he's high-sided or if he's got more things broke on his car there, but it doesn't look like he's going to get back going.
Yeah, he did back it into the tire barrier fairly hard and came to a stop, just at the exit of Canada corner, down there at the bottom of the hill, turn number 12. So a full course caution on the course. And Tony DeZino, as we are on lap 7 of 13, I can think of about 12, 13 guys that enjoyed that caution came out, but one that didn't was certainly our leader, Zach Veach.
Yeah, well, 2 that didn't enjoy it, I think. You know, Zach, of course, loses a 5.3 second lead, but Dean Stoneman now, because the field's going to get bunched, suddenly he's got to make 5 seconds up, and now we've got the field compressed again like an accordion effect at a place where drafting is, as conducive to the track as brats are around at the concession stands. It's an interesting situation we've got here because Dean's going to probably drive even more aggressively on a restart. We saw what he did at the Freedom right at the last lap. You called it, and we've got, it's going to, Zach can't hit by a break when leading this year. He's got to be having St. Pete flashbacks right now.
Yeah, been an awful tough season for Zach Veach. Very talented driver, had a win really in store at St. Petersburg when he had mechanical issues, had a great car at the Freedom 100, and Rob Howden, I'm sure it's a tough break for Zach Veach. He's still got the lead, but the job of winning this race just got a whole lot harder.
Yeah, I've got Kent Boyer here with me as race engineer. That car looks really good, though. Kent, he was able to pull away. He's going to have to do it again. Essentially, another race, another 7-lapper here, or a little bit less. What are your thoughts, and what are you hearing from Zach?
He's very happy right now. He's been very confident all weekend. The car's been good. We haven't had to do much. Stoneman looks pretty good too. I wouldn't count him out, but we're just biding time.
Did he come back? We had the replay of him getting crossed up right sideways coming out of the carousel. Was that him just pushing that car again?
Yeah, he keeps wanting to get a bigger and bigger gap. I'm like, we just need to save right here. Save, case of yellow. He's good. He's going to be good.
There you go, boys. Kent Boyer just told you he's going to be good, but they're going to try to talk their driver down a little bit. He wants the biggest lead as he possibly can. Even with the yellow coming, I expect to see him get a really good jump here at the green flag restart.
But he certainly does have his eye on Dean Stoneman, who runs second. The Homatro safety crew is there in Canada corner, got there very quickly. The incident for Dalton Kellett, not a serious one, but Kellett did hop out of that number 28 machine for Andretti Autosport, and now the Homatro safety crew will work on retrieving and moving that race car. So a full course caution, 1 to go at the line as the field makes their way across the start-finish line right now. Zach Veach is your leader. full field rundown, Veach your leader. Stoneman currently sits second. Ed Jones, the Indy Lights points leader, is third in car 11. Felix Sorrells, his teammate in that very similar dark blue Carlin Mazda, he runs fourth. Kyle Kaiser is running fifth. Kaiser's done a nice job moving up from the 7th position. Juan Pedrahita currently runs 6th. Santi Urrutia, who started on the outside of the front row, dropped all the way back to 9th, has only worked his way up to 7th. Zachary Clayman DeMello runs 8th. Andre Negrão is 9th. Shelby Blackstock runs 10th. Neil Alberico is 11th. Garrett Chris 12th. James French is 13th. And Dalton Kellett, the reason for this full course caution, he is out of the race, out of that race car. He will finish 14th, but again, the good news is he'll get a chance to race again tomorrow. Back to pit lane again with Rob Howden.
Yeah, Nick, a chance here to talk to Brian Bellardi, the team owner of Bellardi Auto Racing, and obviously a new driver in your car today in James French, but I've been communicating a little bit with Felix Rosenqvist over the last couple of days. Good news is, even though he has some commitments with his DTM program and Mercedes in Europe, we expect to see him back here in the Indy Lights Series.
Yeah, he'll be back for Toronto. He had the commitment with Mercedes in the DTM Series, so it was something we kind of knew was going to happen coming into the year, but it's going to be good in Toronto.
Now, what about James French? He's shown really well. I know you and I talked yesterday about the fact that you were just trying to get him to kind of understand how hard you could brake in these cars. He knows how to get around the racetrack. The rolling corner speed is there. He just has to figure out these braking zones.
Yeah, the engineers have been working with him. He's seen a lot of good data, so I think he'll be fine. He's just learning on the fly, trial by fire right now, so it's a good weekend so far for James.
You expect more of him tomorrow in race number 2, of course.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Brian Bellardi, folks, again, good to hear that Felix Rosenqvist will be back in the seat sometime later in the year. And I actually talked to James French as well. He's hoping to maybe get another Indy Lights race in the books here in 2016 as well.
Rosenqvist, one of the 6 winners so far this season in Indy Lights. Ed Jones has won 2 races. Dean Stoneman has also gone to victory lane twice. Felix Sorrells, Felix Rosenqvist, Kyle Kaiser, Santi Urrutia, all winners so far this season. And Tony DeZino, you cover the Indy Lights extensively. I mean, that's a nice, healthy view to see 6 different drivers in victory lane so far.
It's deep, Nick, and then the fact that we have Zach Veach leading, who is one of those 6 that is not one of the drivers who has not won yet this year. You know, you see Juan Pedrahita's in 6th. That's a really good run for him. There's really, again, we talked about it with the Verizon IndyCar Series, how 1 to 22 is really stacked all the way through, and it's very, very similar here, where you see most of the field is in good spirits and in win competition, in podium competition. So.
Let's check out Jake Query, who's down there near Canada Corner, 12, 13, 14 complex. Jake, how's the cleanup going down there?
Well, they just took away that 28 machine. Kellett's car is on the hook. You can see the damage in the front left. As a matter of fact, it now hangs on the back of that safety vehicle about 3 feet off the air. In terms of what led to it, let's go. Actually, we'll wait. And we'll hear from Dalton Kellett in just a second. Field coming by me right now. Zach Veach warming up those tires behind him. Stoneman Jones, then Sorrells Kaiser. You hear those engines firing as we are about to go green here at Road America Day.
Yeah, Dave First is standing by with Dalton Kellett. We want to call this restart, though, because we expect it to be wild. Zach Veach is your leader. Dean Stoneman is second. Ed Jones third. Felix Sorrells fourth. Kyle Kaiser fifth. Field will accelerate up the hill. Green flag back in the air. Michael Young, Veach your leader. Stoneman second as they head to turn 1.
Zach Veach on the inside of the track. Now he swings outside with the rest of the field. They start to go 3 wide as Ed Jones looks to the inside of Dean Stoneman. On the outside of Kyle Kaiser is Juan Pedrahita. No change for position as they make their way to turn number 3.
Boy, Santi Urrutia put the right sides in the grass. He was able to hold on to that 6th or 7th position. Sorrells gets around Jones for 3rd. Further back, it looks like Pedrahita's all over the back of Kyle Kaiser. Mark James as the leaders race down the hill to turn 5.
That assault by Sorrells began almost from the time the green flag flew. Zach Veach gets to the corner first. Jones wants that spot back from Sorrells. We've got a car that's spot in the turn. That's the number 2 of Juan Pedrahita. He got low, may have had a little help. He's pointed in the wrong direction. For now, a local caution in turn 5.
Aaron Thielitz, he certainly did have a little help getting down there to turn 5, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a bit of help there. It looked like Santi wanted to follow him through there on the inside around Kyle Kaiser, but I don't think Juan Pedrahita rolled as much speed as Santi was expecting, and he just got right up underneath his attenuator back there. spun him around.
And Tony DeZino, we know from Juan Pedrojitas, we see a little front wing damage for our
Ed
points
Jones.
leader, Ed Jones. Santi, that's his MO. He's a guy that's going to be aggressive, no doubt about it.
It's interesting, Nick, because Santi had started to really drive within himself last year in Pro Mazda. He was a lot calmer. He didn't make a lot of mistakes, but this year the aggression has come back in a big way. As we see Jones, who's now hanging on with that loss of downforce on the front, trying to hold off Kyle Kaiser, who of course was a teammate of the guy that Ed was racing for the championship last year, Spencer Pigot. Kyle is the team leader now at Juncos Racing, and that's a big hit for Jones, because if he's going to have to limp home with that for the remainder of this race, that could be damaging to him, and suddenly Stoneman might get a reprieve.
So Veach, Stoneman, and Sorrellis, the front three, they've cleared the majority of this pack to race down the front straightaway. Michael Young, we're keeping our eye, though, on that battle for fourth. Ed Jones has a wounded race car, and Kyle Kaiser is stalking him down the front stretch.
It's Veach, Stoneman clearing, then the Ford machine of Sorrellis. Now Ed Jones. Kaiser looks to the outside, then back to the inside. Both of those cars swing wide, and they go over the Briggs and Stratton Bridge.
He took a look, but couldn't get alongside. That's allowed Santi Urrutia to close in. So this is a great battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth. Ed Jones, followed by Kyle Kaiser. Then you've got Santi Urrutia. Urrutia all over the rear wing of Kaiser. Mark Janes, he's going to take a look to the inside.
Yeah, no doubt. Jones is trying to make that car as wide as he possibly can. He gets to the corner first. Kaiser goes to the outside. The 55 of Urrutia is right there. Here he comes again. They'll go side by side under the Corvette Bridge.
Boy, Kaiser took a look to the inside and up the hill at the exit of turn number 6. Couldn't make it work. That threw off his apex, and that allowed Santi Urrutia to close right on the rear wing. So again, Jones holding on with a damaged race car, running in the fourth position as the leader Zach Veach slides his way through the carousel. There goes Dean Stoneman, as well as the 4 car of Felix Sorrellis. And we get word that now, Tony DeZino, the 55 of Santi Urrutia, also going to be penalized.
How about this, Nick? The top 3 in the championship, all with various issues, 2 of them from race control, similar 5-second time penalties added now to Santi Urrutia and to Dean Stoneman, and Ed Jones again hanging on. Suddenly the guy that's in the catbird seat, even as he's trying to defend, Kyle Kaiser, he's keeping his nose clean, and if he can just stay out of trouble the remainder of this race, he might be in a position to capitalize. He came in tied with Santi Urrutia for third in the points, 12 behind Stoneman, but he could be in a position to make a big leap forward if this holds.
Boy, Jake Query, things were just awfully tight there between about 5th through 8th position, aren't they?
Indeed. As a matter of fact, so tight, Nick, that for a split second I wondered if we weren't under a caution, because everybody was so evenly spaced behind one another trying to make that move, but nobody able to do so. Field already getting ready to finish here yet another circuit.
And there goes Santi Urrutia.
Oh, man.
Aaron Telitz, he is working over Kyle Kaiser here halfway through the race.
Yeah, he is looking really good right now. I don't know if his team has radioed to him to let him know that he's got a 5-second penalty, so he's going to be pushing as hard as he can right here, trying to get around as many people and then build up a gap to hopefully still have a solid finish today.
Mark, how about that leader, though? Zach Veach with a nice advantage headed to turn 5.
Saturday afternoon cruise so far for the young man that will serve as our driver analyst. All kinds of smoke coming off of the number 4 of Felix Sorrellis as he climbs on the binders. Kaiser really working over the car of Santi Urrutia. The 55 gets there first.
He got worked over indeed. What a pass by Santi Urrutia in that Soul Red Mazda machine. He pilots that car because he is the defending Pro Mazda champion. You win the Pro Mazda championship, you get a scholarship, you get to move up and run in the Indy Lights Series. And boy, he is making this quite a show here as we are on lap 11 of 20. Zach Veach is your leader. Dean Stoneman runs second. Felix Sorrellis runs third. Ed Jones is fourth. And now Santi Urrutia moves up into the 5th position, and I don't think it's going to be long before he starts start running down Ed Jones. So here comes Veach. Your leader sets up. Jake Query, he'll race out of turn number 12.
Veach has himself about a 4-car length advantage or so. Then all of a sudden you wait before Stoneman. Like you mentioned, front 3 checked out, but Jones has Urrutia right there. Kaiser is right on the rear wing should anything happen in front of him.
Aaron Telitz impressed with how Zach Veach not only jumped out to that early lead, but how he's been able to manage it after the restart.
Yeah, he's doing just a phenomenal job. I mean, having to deal with that restart, that could maybe get inside your head, but he just went for it right on the restart. He's got a good gap here. Looks like he's going to be able to bring this thing home if he keeps going the way he is.
He arcs it into turn number 1 underneath the Briggs and Stratton Bridge and sets up for turn number 2, here at this massive 14-turn road course here in Road America.
And Nick, I'm watching the gap with Dean Stoneman right now. Remember, he has the 5-second penalty, but he is at 1.8 back of Zach Veach, but he's already 4.9 seconds to the good on Urrutia in 5th. So if he keeps pushing at the rate that he is, he might be able to get almost a get-out-of-jail-free card where he's only going to lose 2 or 3 spots as opposed to the 7 or 8 if there's no yellow for the remainder. He's really pushing at a good rate. He's only running about 2 to 3 tenths off of Veach, whereas the rest of the guys are anywhere from 7 to 8 tenths off the pace.
And you mentioned 1.8 seconds is the gap from first to second. Aaron Thielen said, if you're Zach Veach, do you want to know that information about in terms of Stoneman being penalized so that if he catches you, it doesn't hurt to let him go?
Yes, you would want to know that. Oh, we've got a great battle, though, down here in turn 8. Looks like...
Blackstock, Kaiser, Negrao, Urrutia just in and out at turn 8, which, Aaron, is a difficult place to pass because it's a slower corner than you realize on the downhill.
It's slower, and it's the corner before it's a high-speed turn 7, so it's a little hard to follow closely to get in a good spot to outbrake somebody down into there. But this is a tight group. I think we're probably going to be looking at some great battles here coming up.
Aaron, how much do you lose the air when you're behind another car, since the turbulence is always so bad when you're stacked up? How kind of describe how bad that is when you're stuck behind another person at that point of the track?
Yeah, it's really annoying in the high-speed stuff. High-speed stuff is taking all the air off your front wing and even your rear wing, so you're just all over, have less grip. So in order to stay close in some of the high-speed stuff, you'll see people try and get a wing clear to keep some air on the wings.
Michael Young, Santi Urrutia has the 5th position right now, but he has a train of cars all over the rear wing as they race across the start-finish line.
Aaron Thielen's hit it right on the head a little bit earlier, driven very aggressive this 2016 campaign. Shelby Blackstock now makes a move on the inside of Kyle Kaiser, moves Shelby Blackstock up 1 position. Nice pass by Shelby into turn 1.
7 laps to go. Kyle Kaiser trying to hold off Andre Negrao, and a spin. Shelby Blackstock loses it at the exit of turn number 3 and is spun to the inside of the grass. He does not make contact with the tire barrier or the wall, but here comes the battle for 5th as Blackstock will try to get that car refired. Mark James, they're side by side there in turn 5. So Kaiser will race up and he'll hold off the 17 of Negrao. Then you've got the 3 of Garrett Grist. And boy, this battle throughout the field, Aaron, it's just phenomenal. These guys all racing for points. It may not be for the win, but there's certainly still a lot on the line.
Absolutely, just some great battles going on. It's interesting to watch Garrett Grist doing surprisingly really well here in his Indy Lights debut. He's right up there battling for that pack for 5th spot if he does well here in the last few laps.
Here's a replay, Aaron, of exactly what happened to Shelby Blackstock. He was just trying to hold off Kyle Kaiser.
Oh yeah, I see what he did there. If those red and yellow curbs are actually a little taller than the gray behind them, so if you get over them, you can kind of almost get high-sided there, and it looks like that's what he does. He gets over them while he's probably on the throttle, and that just sends him right around.
So that was a potential 7th place run for Shelby Blackstock that has gone for the wayside. So as a result, Andre Negrao moves up into the 7th position, and Garrett Grist, the rookie, he moves up into 8th. And Rob Howden, you've got more on this talented rookie making his debut.
Yeah, Nick, I was down talking to the Team Pelfrey guys, Gary Neal, and asking them what they thought of this young Garrett Grist, what he's done so far, and they're very, very pleased with what he's done. He had one little minor issue on the racetrack where he really wasn't sure what to do. It's the first time he's ever been able to get on the racetrack in this Indy Lights car, and one of the things they're, of course, concerned about is the way he'll manage the tires over the full 50-minute run. It's the first time he's gone this far on this set of Cooper tires. So again, Garrett Grist showing very well in 8th. The team very happy with his progress thus far. Dave first.
A tough afternoon right now for the Andretti Autosport guys. Dean Stoneman, of course, with the 5-second penalty. Shelby Blackstock with a spin, and earlier Dalton Kellett brought out that full course caution. What did happen to you today, Dalton?
Garrett and I were going at it and just got a little loose coming out of 6, and the car came around and backed it into the wall, so that was pretty much it.
What is it about this play? How intricate is driving around a lap here at Road America?
No, it's a pretty tough track. You know, it's a lot of fun, but the thing is you have a good mix of high speed and low speed corners, so you have to be pretty varied in your technique.
What did you learn heading into tomorrow? You got race 2 coming up on Sunday.
Well, I would have liked to have finished the whole race, because we missed some time in practice or early in the weekend, but still managed to get some laps in and got some experience under my belt for tomorrow's race.
All right, we'll see you back out here tomorrow.
Thanks.
Yeah, tough weekend for Dalton. Had electrical issues yesterday. Spins will finish last here today. Dalton Kellett, remember, he was third at the Freedom 100. Thought he had a little momentum heading into the weekend. So far, that is now gone.
Thank you so much, Dave. First, tough break for Dalton Kellett, who, as you mentioned, will finish this race in the 14th position. Zach Veach is your leader. Dean Stoneman currently runs second. Third is Felix Sorrellis, and then Santi Urrutia. Jake Query, that battle for third shaping up.
And I'll tell you what, Kaiser is right there on Urrutia. That might be the best battle on the racetrack because, Nick, in the last 2 or so laps, it has just gotten to the point where everybody has managed to separate themselves. But give credit to Santiago Urrutia because he has had, Nick, probably as active a day as anybody. Battles throughout the course of this afternoon on the racetrack for him, and he is the one that has that 55 machine. It appears as though the most activity of anybody so far in this race.
Boy, we're watching some shots, Tony DeZino, of Zach Veach. I mean, he's the leader. The gap is to 2.6 seconds, but he doesn't appear to be just smoothly driving around this racetrack.
No, it's interesting, Nick, and as we see him exit off of turn 3, you really see the hands moving in and out of the cockpit right there, hanging on for dear life. A little bit of understeer, a little bit of oversteer. Again, he hits those curbs you mentioned, Aaron, on exit. He was lucky to hang on to it. The last time he won a race was in the state of Wisconsin. It was on the Milwaukee Mile. He passed his teammate Matthew Brabham late in the race all around the outside. So it's a slightly different scenario now, but that being said, he's just got to bring it home, stay calm, stay focused. Dean is, of course, going to be continuing to push as he tries to overcome that 5-second time penalty that he has looming.
And Aaron, we've seen a couple times that car's been completely sideways, and he's the leader. That's not a guy that's back struggling in 8th or 9th trying to get the handling of that race car. It still appears to be a handful for Zach, doesn't it?
Sure, yeah. It looks like the car's maybe not handling as well as as it could be, but Zach's just driving as hard as he can. And as a driver, that's a lot of times the easiest thing to do. Where if someone tells you to maybe take it easy or go easy on it, you relax for a little bit. That's when you might make a mistake. So if you're on it every lap, every corner, a lot of times guys will like that more than trying to pace it around.
Jake Query, the front 2 in front of you. How smooth they look?
Already by here, they both have not really made a mistake today. In particular, Veach, he has managed to keep Stoneman behind him. That distance, Nick, I think Veach has picked up about another 2 car lengths on the last lap.
And the good news again for Zach Veach is that Stoneman would have to pass him and take a 5-second lead if he hopes to win this race. Michael Young, Veach in that number 5, looking awful smooth as he sets up for turn 1.
Indeed, he's already halfway through turn number 1. Nick Yeoman, as there Dean Stoneman makes his way through. Now that gap back to Felix Sorrellis, who runs 3rd. Big gap there. Then Ed Jones 4th, Santi Urrutia, he runs 5th. Kaiser 6th, and then it's Andre Negrau 7th. Nice rebound for Andre Negrau after that spin a little bit earlier in this race.
Zach Veach entered this weekend 7th in points, a good 114 markers back of Ed Jones. So Tony DeZino, he's not out of it, but if he wants to get back into the championship hunt, he's got to do exactly what he's doing here.
Nick, I figured that either this race or the Freedom 100 would be one where he'd be in contention because of he's run these races before. He's got a lot of experience, and he's kind of at that critical point in the season where, you remember when he was announced, it was only a partial season deal at the start of the season. It wasn't expected. It obviously continues as we enter the second half of the Indy Lights season, but he's at the point where he needs this as much for his confidence as well as wanting to win just directly. There's been 3 wins, I think, in 2014, if memory serves. He won the first at St. Pete, he won the second race, and then he won at Milwaukee.
With the full course caution, it does appear that the time limit may come into effect in this race. It's going to be awful close, but about 5 minutes to go on the clock. And Rob Howden, Zach Veach trying to take Bilardi Auto Racing to victory lane for the second time in 2016 as Felix Rosenquist did it at St. Petersburg.
Yeah, Nick, down here with the team right now, and just wanted a quick note that they know that while it may be a 2-second lead on the racetrack, indeed it is a 7-second overall lead with that 5-second penalty to Stoneman. They're very cognizant of that right now. They're making sure that Zach knows that he can take care of his race car. It's not just 2 seconds, it's actually 7.
Down the front straightaway for Zach Veach. Nice gap as we see Stoneman come across the line, 2.8 seconds. So still a very comfortable lead. And then the gap back to third place running Felix Sorales is nearly 8 seconds. So Zach Veach appears to have this one in hand. But Aaron Telis, this is racing. Those mechanical things can creep up. The curbing can get you at any moment. There's really not a lot of time to relax, is there?
Yeah, no, not a lot of time to relax. And actually, as we just looked at that, looks like Stoneman actually will be able to keep his position if he keeps up this gap that he has to Sorales now. So the penalty will not even matter.
Yeah, it's right there at 5 seconds. So as Veach makes his way up the hill, again, that car steps out and gets sideways as he sets up for the left-hander of turn number 6. Further back, Mark Janes, things appear to have settled down midway through the pack.
Yeah, Kyle Kaiser wants to make a run, can't seem to do it though. He gets to the Corvette bridge first. I just think that the grip's going away a little bit on those Cooper tires, and I think he's trying to minimize the damage, quite frankly, as the closing laps of this race are underway.
Back to pit lane and Rob Howden.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with the Velardes. I tell you, they are on pins and needles right now. They just watch that get all crossed up and sideways coming out of turn number 5. They know that he is dealing with the lack of rear grip right now. They just want to get their driver to bring this home for the race win, but I'm telling you, they are unbelievably nervous watching that car being so skittish out on the racetrack. Dave?
All the Andretti Autosport guys are watching Zach Veach slide around on this road course for the remaining couple minutes that we have here in this race. Dave Poplar is the team manager for Andretti Autosport. He's also watching Dean Stoneman a little bit. I guess fingers crossed that maybe something happens here for Dean.
Well, I mean, Zach's driving a good race, and I hope he continues to do well. But worst thing we need is we need to stay green. So if Zach has a problem, we can't afford to have a full course yellow.
Tell me about Dean, the way he's developed. I mean, he's driving a little bit more aggressively, but it's paying off in some wins as well.
Yeah, Dean is a real race car driver. He races really well. I mean, we haven't had quite the speed we wanted in qualifying, but he races so well, he makes up for it, and we've been getting up on the podium.
I guess if there's going to be a penalty, a 5-second penalty isn't so bad.
Yeah, I mean, the 5-second penalty, I agree with why we got it, and I'm just happy that we're able to be in a position to overcome it right now.
All right, we'll be watching. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Dave.
That's Poppy down here. Fingers crossed. They're hoping Dean can do something special here at the remaining moments at Road America.
Yeah, the gap, Dave, thank you, from Veach to Stoneman is right at about 3 seconds, and Stoneman's got about a 6-second lead on Sorales. Further back, good battle. Mark Janes, a pair of black cars. Zachary Clayman DeMello to the outside of Andre Negrao.
Side by side, it's Negrao going to grab the spot as they start to hit back up the Corvette bridge, but it's not over, Nick. They go side by side into 6th.
Oh boy, and Clayman DeMello, Tony, he showed him a nose, and Negrao's going to run wide and lose the spot.
What an impressive performance this has been from the Canadian teenager. He actually just uncorked the race's fastest lap at a 154.6326, which is incredible because ordinarily you'd think he'd pit to get fresh tires at that point. The fact that he saved the tires long enough to pop that lap off right at the end is a really impressive performance, and for his first time here, doing a really good job of keeping it clean.
Aaron, impressed with that crossover move there in 6.
Yeah, that was great. That was an awesome move where he just kind of let Negrao go in turn 5, but then got the better run up turn 6, and then made Negrao make a mistake there and capitalized on it. That was awesome.
Again, it's a pair of black cars, Jake Query. This is a battle for 7th as they race out of turn number 12 between Andre Negrao and Zachary Clayman DeMello.
Another pretty good battle in front of them. It's Urrutia again. He's got Kaiser right on his rear wing. Then comes that battle with Clayman DeMello trying to peek in but can't make the move. Zach Veach, the leader, trying to coast his way to the checkered flag.
And the white flag is out, Michael Young, as he's into turn number 1.
Zach Veach with a 25 car length advantage over Dean Stoneman, who has that penalty. He had an original cream puff just 2 years ago at the Milwaukee Mile. Moving up north about an hour and a half, and he'll be enjoying some Johnsonville brats this race weekend if he can finish this event. Zach Veach cruising to turn 5.
Zach Veach streaks underneath the Sargento's bridge, and Mark Janes, your driver analyst, poised to go to victory lane for the first time in 2016.
Some reflection during the month off for Zach Veach. Was really happy with the test here. He thought he would be a championship contender. Some of the mistakes that have prevented that, Nick, quite frankly, were of his doing. Some of them were totally out of his control, going back to the season opener at St. Pete. He's just a few turns away, though, from getting to victory lane here at Road America.
Zach Veach looking for win number 1 of 2016. 16. He's going to set up to head underneath the Johnsonville Bridge and set up for the carousel. The gap at the line at the last lap was 3 full seconds over Dean Stoneman, and Stoneman is in advantage back to Sorales is a 6.3 seconds. So Zach Veach just has to hold on for a couple more corners as he makes his way down. The S is down the back straightaway. He'll set up for Canada Corner. It's the right-hander of turn number 12. Jake Query, here comes Zach Veach, looking to go to victory lane here at Road America.
Zach Veach lists in his bio that he enjoys fitness when not at the racetrack, and how fitting, albeit just a 20-lap venture today. Nick Yeoman, this is a physical track, and Zach Veach has been able to hold on from the point from the beginning, help bring him home in car number 5.
He will lead flag to flag. Zach Veach will go to victory lane as he crawls up the hill at full speed across the start-finish line. He'll see the twin checkered flags, and the Belardi Auto Racing crew will celebrate as Zach Veach goes to victory lane in race 1 here at Road America. Dean Stoneman grabs the second position, and that gap stayed right at 6 seconds, so that will hold. Felix Sorales grabs the third position. Ed Jones ends up 4th. Santi Urrutia crosses the line in 5th, but it looks like he may fall back as far as 11th. Dave First, a happy crew down there for Zach Veach and Belardi Auto
Yeah,
Racing.
this is as happy as I've seen a crew in Indy Lights celebrating a win here. Brian Belardi, of course, runs everything with Belardi Auto Racing. How big of a win is this for you guys?
It's huge. I mean, Zach's been so close so many times this year. We should have had a win at St. Pete. We had an electrical issue. The Freedom 100, I mean, we were fast out of the trailer, and they had a fantastic car there and had an issue, but I'm so happy for Zach and the team. They've worked so hard. He deserves it.
I was going to say, the team feels good about this. You know how big Zach, this feels great for Zach. He's been chomping at the bit for a win here.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy for him. He's worked so hard. It's just, he deserves this.
Is there something in the break that helped him maybe reset how he handled things inside the car?
I think he went to climb a mountain.
I think he conquered it.
All right, thank you.
Brian Belardi, they're heading down to victory lane for the second time this season in the Indy Lights Series.
A lot of mountains to climb when you're trying to make your way up the ladder in the Mazda Road to Indy. What a cool moment for Zach Veach. And you know, Aaron Telitz, you got to do this just a couple hours ago. That cool-down lap after a victory's got to be a lot of fun.
Oh, it feels great, and it's such a long cool-down lap here, so you can see all the fans, tons of people out here at Road America this weekend. Just awesome. Feel really great for Zach there. That was just an incredible run. He handled that really well.
We'll let the drivers make their way around this, as Aaron talked about, very long course. It's 4 miles in length, so it's going to be a while before we get them back to pit lane. Again, you did a great job in the Pro Mazda race earlier today. You get another race tomorrow, correct? To try to sweep the weekend?
Yeah, that's right. I've got another race coming up here this afternoon. I think in an hour and a half or so I'll be out there. Really looking forward to getting back out and hopefully grabbing another win. My team Pelfrey car has been incredible all weekend, and to have all my friends and family and sponsors out, Rice Lake Weighing Systems, Maurice Chippewa Valley Mazda, Rising Star Racing, everybody's here. I'm just super stoked for it. It's gonna be great.
It takes a lot to power a race team, and as you said, you got a lot of good folks behind you, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah, a lot of good people behind me, and just looking forward to closing out the weekend on a high note.
And I said that this is your home track. I didn't realize Birchwood was, you said 4 hours away?
It's 4 hours away.
That's still your home track,
It's
though,
still
right?
my home track. Come on.
4 hours, 4 miles, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let you enjoy the rest of the afternoon. I'm sure you got a lot of people that you want to talk to. Congratulate you for the win. Great job here in the booth. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, that is Aaron Telitz, the winner earlier today in Pro Mazda. Did a great job filling in here as our driver analyst. And Tony DeZino, we're going to see Zach Veach pull into victory lane. This is one that he's been wanting to cross off the book for a long time.
This is going to be a sweet one, Nick, just because Zach Veach was out of driving last year. He only did a handful of races. He had an injury at some point. He spent so much time up here in the booth, but he kept his name out there. He stayed focused. He's determined. He is the embodiment of what the Mazda Road to Indy is about, because he's been at all 3 levels. He's won at all 3. I think he's won at all 3 levels, if memory serves. I'll have to double check on that, but we'll see him emerge out of the cockpit here. A home race win for Brian Belardi's team. You can't really write it much better than that.
Boy, what a cool moment for Zach Veach. As we wait to hear from some drivers, here's the full field rundown. Zach Veach leads all 20 laps and goes to victory lane here at Road America. Dean Stoneman ends up second. Felix Sorales third. Ed Jones fourth. Zachary Clayman DeMello is fifth. But let's hear from our winner down in Victory Lane with Rob Howden.
You know, Nick Yeoman, I'm telling you, Dean Stoneman's coming over. Zach got out of the car like he knows what happens with IndyCar radio. He knows how to get the job done. He'll be in the booth later on this weekend himself. Zach, congratulations, dude. You got the job done, your first win of 2016. Give me the thoughts.
Man, I'm relieved. You know, after the year we had in 2014, we knew that we could win races, just not in this new Indy Lights car. So I'm just so thankful to Velarde Auto Racing, Mazda, and Cooper Tires for just allowing us to come out here and have this opportunity, because without them, I wouldn't be here. I'd be sitting at home. So I'm just so thankful I can finally give back to them as much as they've given back to me, and hopefully we continue this tomorrow.
This was one of those ones where you have to use all your talent, too. Let's get some water in here for you. You had to drive that car. We were watching it on the big screens. It was sideways a lot. Not once or twice, a lot. So you really had to work it.
Yeah, there's a couple moments I was like, yep, this is it, I'm done. But, you know, just by luck and faith, it stayed with me. So just so happy. I mean, the car's fast when it's sideways, so I got to thank these guys for putting it under me.
I know you were quick on Thursday, or Friday rather. You weren't going to make any changes, but you did make some big changes for qualifying. Your thoughts on making changes to the car for tomorrow?
Yeah, honestly, I think there might be a tweak here and there, but the change we made from practice to qualifying is what gave me this race car here, so I don't want to take that away, that's for sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There he is, folks. What a huge win for the driver out of Stockdale, Ohio. Your winner today is Zach Veach. Dave first?
Yeah, Dean Stoneman comes home second, even with the penalty. Was that something in the back of your mind? Even though you're in second place, you got to make sure you stay at least 5 seconds ahead of third.
Yeah, we know it's a difficult beginning of the race. It was challenging with the Carlin cars. They were defending well and using the boost. So I seemed to use my boost quite early on to make the leap. And then, I had a great restart after the green flag. And I knew that I had the penalty, but yeah, I apologise for down into turn 5. It wasn't intentional. It's just I was straightening my braking out to maximise my efficiency, and I didn't realise there was a car on the outside of me. But yeah, apologies for that. But yeah, it was a great race. I knew that I had to just keep chipping away, just making the car work, use the tools in the car, and we brought the car in for second.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Doubleheader weekend, a good way to start it. Dean Stoneman finished second. Rob Howden.
Felix Sorrells, you've been a winner this year. This is a very, very aggressive series. There's a lot of great drivers, and I know you're not really super thrilled with the way things happened on the racetrack. There's a lot of chopping, a lot of dive bombing out there. Give me your thoughts on third first, and then we'll talk about what happened during the race.
Yeah, I mean, there's aggressive drivers, and then, you know, some people don't get penalized or they gave them too much of a slap on the wrist. But, you know, it was a good race. I got my nose chopped, I don't know how many times. It was unfortunate, you know, I don't know if I had the pace for P1, but, you know, obviously P2, you know, after the front wing touch, I started locking up the left rear, and after that, my tire was flat spotted, so I had to cool it back down in the braking zones, and then Dean just, you know, pretty much walked away. But, you know, it's a podium, I'll take the points, but I'm not happy.
Congratulations on today. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
He's going to come back for more tomorrow, folks. They got a pretty good baseline there. You know that Felix Sorrells is going to go for the race win tomorrow.
I'll take the points, but I'm not happy. Hey, he's honest, Tony DeZeno.
I love people when they're actually honest and reflective.
Too.
And I give Dean Stoneman a lot of credit because he's come into this season very focused, very determined. He's not like, yeah, I'm a rookie. Who cares that I have no testing? Who cares that I've never driven these cars or been to these tracks before? He's been just on a roll. And now this, I think, is his 5th podium in a row, I want to say, because he won the last 2 races before that. He got on the podium at Barber. This is a track that even though he's never been at before, it's similar to what he's used to, and he's focused. I mean, he actually gains points on Jones. That's, I think, the 3rd or 4th straight race he's done that. He keeps closing that gap, and he keeps putting the pressure on the series sophomore.
I want to thank you for hanging around with us through the IndyCar session of this Lights race. Give all the folks listen where they can read your stuff, and as well as your Twitter handle.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. I'm at Tony DeZino, DIZINNO, last name. Also, we have the IndyCar on NBCSN Twitter account. It's straightforward as that, IndyCar on NBCSN. So you'll see highlights of this race on the show, which I believe follows the IndyCar race coverage tomorrow. I want to say at 3:30 Eastern. And then NBCSports.com/motors is where you can find all the written words that now I need to go do.
All right, we'll let you get out of here and head over there. And the nice thing is the press room's just down the hallway. So great job by Tony DeZino.
Food and then brats. There we go.
Sounds good, my friend.
Thanks, Nick.
Again, great job by Tony DeZino. Martino and Aaron Thielitz here in the booth. Masterful job by Rob Howden and Dave First down on pit lane. Mark Janes, Michael Young, Jake Query out on the course. Cast of thousands as we continue to get ready for the Kohler Grand Prix here at Road America. Here's your final look at the full field rundown. Zach Veach is your winner. Dean Stoneman is second. Felix Sorowitz grabs the final spot on the podium. Ed Jones ends up fourth. Zachary Clayman DeMello is fifth. Kyle Kaiser sixth. Garrett Grist is seventh. James French eighth. How about that? The two first-timers get seventh and eighth place positions. That penalty for Santi Urrutia drops him all the way down to ninth. Andre Negrão 10th. Neil Alberico 11th. Juan Pedro Hita 12th. Shelby Blackstock is 13th. And Dalton Kellett completed just 4 laps. He will finish last in 14th. Coming up on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network at 3:55 Eastern today, 2:55 local. If you're here at the racetrack, join us for Verizon IndyCar P1 qualifying. Mark Janes and Zach Veach in the booth. We'll have the whole gang with you. And then tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern, IndyCar warm-up, the lights race, the number 2, will go green at 9:45 Eastern. Great job by everyone involved, as well as everyone behind the scenes. We'll talk to you a little bit later today here at Road America on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
To do both on track and off track here yet today. We mentioned that USF 2000 race number 2 is up next. We also have a Pro Mazda race number 2, and then of course at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Verizon IndyCar Series qualifying. That is going to be an intense session indeed. 3 o'clock the time on the IndyCar Series qualifying session as they take to the track again for their qualifying at 3 o'clock. We also have GT, GTA, GT Cup, Pirelli World Challenge Series at 4:30, and at 5:45, Pirelli World Challenge GTS race number 1. So a lot of on-track activity yet to come your way here on day number 3 of our Kohler Grand Prix race weekend. Again, a lot to do off-track. We mentioned the zip lining. We mentioned the go-karting is up and running. Of course, the autograph sessions. Autograph session going on right now. IndyCar Fan Village, Lower North Paddock. That'll go until 2 o'clock. So great food, a great day, lots of sun. Thank you so much for choosing to spend part of your race weekend with us here at America's National Park of Speed.
Looks like our pre-race is just about set to begin here shortly. And in just a few moments, we will send it down to Rob Howden for our pre-race and opening ceremonies for the USF 2000. Thanks, Rob. From the racetrack to the road home, fill up with Sunoco. Sunoco makes high-quality performance fuels for the greatest drivers in the world, both on and off the track. Whether you're pulling up to the pump or into the pits, you can trust Sunoco to be the fuel that keeps you going. Sunoco, the essence of racing. There is a blue moped and a red Mercury Marquis near the Elkhart Lake Lions Den need to be moved immediately. There's a blue moped and red Mercury Marquis near the Elkhart Lake Lions Den that need to be moved immediately, please.
Cars rolling off pit road and down the front straightaway into turn 1 as we get ready to go with our USF 2000 race number 2. 30 minutes, the duration here. Race number 2, these drivers were on course earlier this morning. In fact, they were the first on-track activity at 8 o'clock this morning. Anthony Martin took the victory in USF 2000 race number 1. This, the final race of the weekend, doubleheader weekend, USF 2000 race number 2. Again, 30 minutes, the duration. On the pace lap, going through Canada Corner, turn number 12, as we get ready to go green here. Race number 2, USF 2000. Joined back in the booth by Rob Howden, the busiest guy at Road America here this weekend.
What an enjoyable day. I can't ask for much more. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here, and I don't care if I'm running from pit lane to the announcer's booth, the podium. That's what this is all about. We're here to enjoy some great racing. I've had a couple different opportunities to see it. Dean down on pit lane, you see them working down there, of course, on the racetrack as well. And let's have a look at these young drivers. They're going to line up 2 by 2 coming out of 14. Great to be working with Dean Strom here in the announcer's booth. Those you're listening live on the Mazda Road to Indy app, we're thrilled that you're with us. Second USF 2000 race of the day, and ladies and gentlemen, here they come up to the top of the hill. Anthony Martin on the inside, Victor Franzoni on the inside, right in the shadow of a fantastic F2000 race. Lights race. We are going F2000 racing. Looks to me like we're going to be 3 wide as we work our way into turn number 1. We had Nick Singer give us the green flag there at start finish, and here they come through turn number 1. Midway through the season now, these drivers starting to get more comfortable with each other, able to get through 1 thus far. Down here into turn number 3, a little kink 2 down to 3 here. Drivers still looking pretty good. 2 by 2 on the exit of that corner. That's a tough corner coming out there, Dean.
That is a tough corner. It is one of the most important corners on the course. You need to carry the momentum through 3 so you can get a good run down the straightaway there, head into 5, and everybody makes it through 3 and up the back straightaway cleanly.
Turn 5's been a tough one for these drivers. We have seen a number of drivers get together. Let's see a couple of them right out over the gator bump. So that's a very, very rough segment of the racetrack. It really shakes these light USF 2000 cars up. They'll crest the hill under the Corvette Bridge and turn at number 6. Run out onto the rumbles again. Now this big downhill run. It feels like a full corner coming down through turn number 7 every time I've driven it, but really it is more just of a kind of a bend working your way down to turn number 8.
Yeah, they'll keep it wide open through 7 and into 8. Of course, 8 there right now, a hard left-hander, and that sets it up for the carousel.
Yeah, a number of drivers, folks, looking to try to get to the inside of turn 8. It's a downhill left-hander, and it really is a 90-degree left-hander that flattens out and leads to the downhill carousel. Drivers just poking their nose to the inside of turn 8 trying to make the move. They'll work their way now under the bridge in the back part of the racetrack, out of the carousel through the very quick kink corner and then into the kettle bottoms, which snake their way over, lined by trees on both sides, and they'll snake their way over all the way down to Canada Corner, which is that uphill right-hander, the increasing radius corner, actually decreasing radius corner rather, as it kind of cuts back a little bit. Anthony Martin looks like he has the initial lead here. We continue to watch drivers settle themselves into the battle further back. We'll give you a top 10, in fact a 15-car rundown when they come back around here to begin to complete lap number 1. Good solid start there for Anthony Martin, as I believe he's gotten to the lead. Victor Franzoni now runs second in the number 9. Jordan Lloyd in the 21 runs in third. Parker Thompson goes up to 4th position. Garth Ricard's in 5th. Actually, it's Isla Agren, a young lady out of Norway. Las Vegas, Nevada resident now, number 33 for John Comiskey Racing. She's worked her way into the 5th position. 6th is Garth Ricard's in the Pabst Racing number 22. Jordan Kane, who was involved in that incident late in the first race, now into 7th position in the Cape Motorsports number 4. Yufeng Luo in the 23. He was out early after contact with his teammate Garth Ricard. Those drivers finishing 23rd and 24th in the opening race. Luo in 8th position. Nikita Listoshkin runs in 9th. Luke Gavin 10th. From 12th to 10th already for Gavin. Robert McGinnis up into 11th. Lucas Cole in 12th. Dakota Dickerson up to 13th position. Cameron Doss in 14th, and Max Hanratty rounds out your top 15. So the opening laps in the books, Dean, and they're now working lap number 2. You can see they've all spread out into that essentially single car train. Now you can go to work on the driver in front of you.
And Martin has opened up a healthy advantage after lap 1. It was a 1.5 seconds. So our winner from race number 1 back at it here in USF 2000 race number 2.
You know, there's contact there coming into turn number 8. 2 drivers together, trying to figure out which drivers those might have been. I think that might have been Luo and Listoshkin. The black number 23 of Luo and the number 3 of Listoshkin, the white car. Man, they got all kinds of sideways on the entry into turn number 8. Let's have a look at that again. Here's the replay coming in here. Look at, they're all on top of each other. That's Luo up front, just a little deep into the corner for Nikita Listoshkin, and I'm going to give him props, Dean. The car was kind of starting to work its way counterclockwise sideways. He was able to keep the drift and get out of the corner.
Well, it looked like he really got on the binders there to keep it off of the car in front of him, and when he did that, it crossed up, and he did a whale of a job to save it.
That's what we have to worry about. Did he flat spot the tires?
Right.
That's obviously early in the race to be able to lock it up like that going in. Nonetheless, a pretty solid show of racecraft for Listoshkin, as he was able to keep that thing righted. It could easily have gone around on him, but luckily able to keep that drift going and essentially get the car rotated to get through turn number 8. That had us all here in the announcer's booth jumping up and down. We thought that was going to be a big incident there in turn number 8, but they were able to emerge from that corner
2:13.72, a new fast lap for our leader Martin, and now opens up nearly a 2-second advantage after just 2 circuits.
You know, sometimes when we talk about this USF 2000 program, I feel like I'm overusing the words confidence and momentum, because these young drivers, that's what they get. They just, as they start getting winning races, that they just feel like they can win any time. And so many times we'll see a driver win his first race, and then he goes on a streak.
Right.
He'll win a bunch of them.
Right.
Maybe not all in a row, but he'll start winning races. And Anthony Martin did not win last year. He was many times on the podium. He was our Rookie of the Year, running for John Comiskey Racing last year. He's matured. He's another year having all that experience and all that data into his mind and his racecraft. And once he got that first victory at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis, you could feel like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. And of course, he won at Lucas Oil Raceway. He wins earlier today. He actually, with the victory today, I believe shrunk the points down to just 10 points behind Parker Thompson. So there's a possibility right now with the victory here, depending on where Thompson finishes, we may be very close to being tied for points now.
Thompson currently shown in the 4th position in that car number 2.
Yeah, not far ahead of Isla Agron either. He's only 7/10 of a second ahead of Isla and just a half a second back to Garth Ricards in the 22. So he's got a little bit of a gap. You can see there he is coming right now through the kink. Looking to try to find some good battles on the racetrack, but I'll tell you, Anthony Martin, he's just got things going right now. The Australian driver out front comfortably. 1.9 seconds was the advantage last time by. And Cape Motorsports with Wayne Taylor Racing getting back on a run now. They swept the weekend at Barber Motorsports Park with Parker Thompson. They swept the weekend at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis with both Parker and Anthony. Anthony won, of course, at Lucas Oil Raceway on the oval, and now potentially going 2 for 2 here with Anthony Martin. Cape Motorsports has got it going, but not surprising. They've been around for 25 years in 2-liter racing. They are the powerhouse team in this operation.
And you talk about the championship points and the fact that they are closing up after race number 1. That championship is so crucial because with the Mazda Road to Indy, you win the championship, you get the scholarship to move up to the next rung.
It's hard to fathom from some of these drivers that they wouldn't be able to go anywhere else if they didn't get the scholarship. That's how important it is to some of these kids. They're doing whatever they can to try to find the funding, the backing, the corporate partnerships. They're learning to put that together while at the same time working on social media and trying to make sure that they're relevant within the community and getting themselves out there and making themselves very public and very accessible to other racers. But the bottom line is they got to have the funding to go racing. And if you win this championship and you get that scholarship from Mazda to be able to run the next year in Pro Mazda, it's just so big. And I always say there's a couple things involved in that too, Dean. Number one, not only do you get the money to run that year, but you get a full year to find the money to run the second year. That's one of the biggest things. You get that free pass to 2018 now to find the money for the next year. And maybe even more importantly, you get that association with Mazda. To be connected with Mazda, we've seen so many drivers run with Mazda as a scholarship driver. Then be able to work into the program, whether it's staying at Open Wheel or moving into one of the sports car programs. We've seen so many drivers be able to get a career with Mazda because there's such a family there. So now, watching the time here as we still have a long way to go, not even quite yet to the 3rd mark. Martin leading by over 2 seconds last time by. He did a 2:13.1, as did Jordan Lloyd. Those two drivers stretching away. Lloyd able to get by Victor Franzoni. Remember Franzoni in the Arms Up Motorsports number 9. 3 times a winner in USF 2000 over the last couple of years. And he loses that spot. He was second. He's dropped to 3rd as Jordan Lloyd, now turning the same lap times as the leader, but 2 seconds back at this point. Jordan Lloyd won at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg to kick off the season, has not been victorious since. As I said, it's been a sweep by Cape Motorsports with Wayne Taylor Racing, but just as the victory for Aaron Tielitz and Pro Mazda is big for the hometown crew, I think it'd probably be the same for Pabst Racing. They are a Wisconsin native, and more even important, they're a Road America native. They have been around. That family, the Pabst Racing family, has been around here forever, and they would love to score a victory here in USF 2000. I know Augie would like to see one of his drivers at the top of the podium. In fact, Jordan Lloyd just reset fast lap at 2:12.877, 3/10 of a second quicker than Martin, and he smashes into the lead, 1.8.
And Jordan Lloyd is our 2nd place runner, so he's trying to run down Martin. Again, just to repeat ourselves, Martin was the winner of our race this morning. And Rob, much different track conditions, different temperature, different sun, and certainly a different track here in the afternoon race, the 2nd of our 2 USF 2000 races.
Yeah, but same result up front, right? Doesn't matter what the weather is, what the time is right now for these Cape Motorsports guys, especially Anthony Martin. He's still getting the job done, but again, as you said, Dean, we have to watch out for this gap between 1st and 2nd. Lloyd looks like he's got a pretty good race car now. Franzoni not far back either. He turned at 1:12.9. Franzoni was 2/10 of a second quicker than the leader as well. So we may find ourselves in a battle for the entire podium, not just first. It could be 1st, 2nd, and 3rd that gets jostled around. Another driver to watch, Dean, Luke Gabin in the number 91 for J Motorsports. Luke started back at the 11th position. He has slowly chipped his way now up into 8th spot, 1.3 seconds now behind Jordan Kane, so open racetrack. Luke's got to put in a pretty good lap here now, a couple good laps if he wants to roll in, but again, lots of time to go. We just got past the 1/3 mark, so still over 19 minutes remaining here in this race for USF 2000.
And these drivers can get themselves sorted out. You mentioned earlier, after about a lap or so, they got into single file formation. Things kind of settle down. Some of these young drivers settle down and can kind of get into race mode and race pace and set their pace and hit their marks and just reel in the guy in front of them gradually, keep it clean for the first lap or so, and then go racing. And that's what we're seeing now.
Well, you can kind of break any kind of race into those two segments, right? You get that first all-out blast to try to find spots. You know, they always say that you can't win the race in the opening corner, but you sure can lose it. But the problem is you can also gain a ton of spots if you make the right move.
It's really tempting, isn't it?
This is it. Yes, you can lose the race, but if you're starting deeper in the field, you see a lot of guys going to be blocked to the inside to hold that line. This racetrack really opens up the outside line in turn one. So you use that opening couple of laps, maybe opening lap or two, to be able to get forward. Then you settle into essentially what it would be the meat of the race, and that's where you find out where you are, wherever you settle into the order, and then you go chipping away. You find out who's in front of you, you start studying that driver. Where am I quicker? Where can I make a pass? Okay, I'm faster in turn 5. That means I got to get a really good run through 1 and 3 to get there. That's when you start that more calculated race with some strategy. It's a little more, I think, WWE kind of MMA battling at the very start. You just drop the gloves, get the elbows up, and see where you end up when you come out of turn 1.
Jordan Lloyd, who ran second in our morning race for the USF 2000. He and leader Martin ran nearly identical laps that time by 2:12.93 and a 2:12.98. So nearly identical laps for our first and second place runners.
Yeah, the opening race was obviously brought to you by Foster's Beer. All Australian drivers on the podium, and I guarantee you pretty pumped up the crew back in Australia because they love their racers. I guarantee you that. They get super excited about following these guys. They listen live on the Basel Road to India. In fact, a big crew from Australia came up to the Grand Prix of Indianapolis to cheer on Anthony Martin. They were a exciting, enjoyable, and boisterous bunch.
So if it was 8 o'clock here, when they were racing this morning, what time was it in Australia?
I was going to say, if you can do it, I can. I have no idea. It's got to be, I can tell you what, doesn't matter how late it is, they're going to have a beer when he wins, that's for sure. And it doesn't matter. Well, they will celebrate accordingly. Driver getting super loose coming through turn number 11, I believe it is, or 12 at the end of the back straightaway there, the Canada corner. Somebody getting big time loose. One of the Pelfrey cars, I guess the only Pelfrey car, yellow car, would have been Robert McGinnis now. He got right sideways, running in the 11th position. We're going to see if that's going to hurt him a little bit. Looking at the lap times there, Dean, check that out. Jordan Lloyd quicker again, 2:12.424. He went over 0.3 quicker, 1.3 seconds back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a race on our hands right now. Jordan Lloyd is coming. He's only back by 1.3 seconds, and we're not even to the halfway point yet.
Nope, we have 16 minutes to go in this timed event. 30 minutes is the time here for this race. Again, with 16 minutes to go, it's we have a race on our hands. As Rob said, the second place driver, the number 21 Lloyd machine, is reeling in the leader.
A couple fights on the racetrack. I think we'll look at the battle for 11th and 12th. Robert McGinnis, the rookie, in the number 80, and the rookie Dakota Dickerson in the number 18. McGinnis for Team Pelfrey, Dickerson for Afterburner Autosport. They're running for 11th position right now. Dickerson right on the rear wing of McGinnis, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that battle continue and potentially have Dickerson get by. He was quicker by a full second than McGinnis. Remember, we said McGinnis had that trouble coming out of Canada corner. That allowed Dickerson to put the Mazda Speed Soul Red number 18 right up under the rear wing. So would not be surprised to see Dickerson make a move for the 11th position.
He has just been behind the 8 ball all weekend long. Mechanical problems in practice, and that just set the whole program behind. Had to start at 24th. If you weren't here for the morning race, he started dead last and worked his way up, finished 12th. But that problem that he had, Dickerson we speak of, the number 18 machine, that problem that he had in practice and qualifying just really set the whole program back.
It just didn't seem like he could buy a break. Out of the box on Thursday, he was really good in the opening warm-up. Had the issue with the engine in the second race, worked his way, of course, into qualifying, and is ready to see if he can't put a new engine in. Let's get at it, and he broke a half shaft. They had a little bit of oil, a little grease on the header. That was making some smoke, but that's normal with any engine rebuild. There's that paddle right there. Wow, we just got a quick look on the big screen, and those of you listening live on the app, I can't hear it, but those of you with the video will be able to see that. That was the shot of Dickerson trying on the outside of Canada Corner. Here they are coming out at the last corner. Camera's not sticking with that particular battle, but coming out of the final corner, Dickerson just throwing everything now at McGuinness. Dickerson, where he was in the opening race, finished 12th. Going to try to do it again. Now he tucks up under the wing. Here comes Dickerson now. Let's see if he's going to make the move. Dickerson's going to try to pull out coming into one. No, he's going to go left. He's going to go right because McGuinness blocking to the bottom. Dickerson to the outside. No. Don't think he was able to make it stick, but they'll try them coming under the Briggs and Stratton Bridge down the hill. Dickerson to the inside this time. The outside is the Team Pelford driver, McGuinness. We're just trying to get clips for you folks as they show us the screen. They're not sticking with that particular battle. We're just trying to grab it as they pop into the screen for us. That great fight for 11th and 12th. Robert McGuinness in the yellow number 8 and Dakota Dickerson in the soul red number 18. The best battle on the racetrack right now.
Best battle on the racetrack indeed. And as we look at that, as we focus on that battle for 11th, the battle for the lead is going to be shaping up here real soon. The advantage now is down to 1 second.
You know, you put your eyes away one time,
right,
and you miss it. Like, don't avert your eyes from the lead right now. Dickerson's actually fallen back a couple of lengths as he continues to battle Cameron Dawson, the number 92, the black 92, pushing up on him as well. Just a half a second back right now. Listening to some of the team radios, I don't think Dickerson really pleased with the defensive driving. What we're seeing right now out of McGuinness, we heard a lot of that, of course, at the end of the Indy Lights race as well. And these drivers all fighting for their career lives out here. 1 second, though, as Dean pointed out, between first and second is Jordan Lloyd. I'd say chips away, but it's like 0.4 of a second a lap now as he's really starting to close up. Good racing all the way through. We've got battles between Isla Agron, Garth Ricards, and Jordan Kane. That's for 5th position. A good fight for 9th is Yufeng Luo trying to find a way back by Nikita Listoshin. Of course, the fight between Dickerson, Das, and both of those drivers trying to get by McGuinness. Further back to Daniel Wojcik trying to find a way by McCusker. Great fighting everywhere.
Thompson, Parker Thompson, who runs 4th, that last time by, we have 8 laps in the book, he drove the fastest lap. So the driver who was running 4th on lap number 7 went the fastest out of any of the 24 cars that are on the race course.
Got to keep pushing. You can never stop. You got to keep trying to stay on the throttle because you never know what's going to happen on the racetrack. There's the fight again for Dickerson, trying to go around the outside. I believe this time I think Dickerson to the outside of McGuinness, and he gets the job done coming down the hill. Dickerson, I believe, into 11th. Indeed, through turn number 3, there he is. Dakota Dickerson finally by Robert McGuinness, but man, that was a 3-lap battle between those two young rookies. Dickerson now going to set off and see if he can't close up into a fight for 9th between Listoshin and Luo.
Jordan Lloyd continues to run 2nd and continues to track down our race leader, Anthony Martin, the 21, trying to run down car number 8 as we have 9 laps. Check that, 8 laps in the book, and the lead is 0.69 seconds every lap. Jordan Lloyd just reeling in our race leader little by little.
Yeah, Dean, also within 11 minutes now as well, and you got to believe we're looking somewhere around the 4 to 5 lap range remaining left in this USF 2000 event. Anthony Martin looking to go back-to-back here, but he has a fellow Australian driver closing up in a huge way. Jordan Lloyd, veteran pilot. He ran in the USF 2000 series for a couple of races at the beginning of 2016. Was not able to get a full budget to run the entire season. Elected to go back to Australia. Turns around and wins the Australian Formula 4 Championship. And with that, he got the scholarship to go wherever he wanted racing. He wanted to get back here to the Mazda Road to Indy. Teamed with Pabst Racing, and they have been an excellent squad. Those 3 drivers have gelled nicely. Now, I'm not quite sure how well they're gelling right now. Luo and Garth Ricard's getting together. Maybe there's a little bit of issue with the gel after the incident on the racetrack, but I was told that after the race, Yufeng actually went straight to Garth and said, hey, my fault. That was a mistake on my part. I apologize for taking you out. I know it hurts, but at least he was able to fess up and say, hey, you know what, it was my issue on the racetrack.
The leaders cross the start-finish line, head down into corner number 1, and they turned that last time nearly identical laps, the first and second place cars.
Yeah, 2:12.74. So in fact, Lloyd quicker by 100th of a second. The gap's still 0.69. So Lloyd, I think, kind of getting himself to the point where he knows what he's going to do here.
Leaders go under the Sargento Bridge. They'll be heading your way in turn 5 momentarily.
Being told that number 15 of Brendan Puderbach, there's an issue with him. They're going to call him to the pit. So Puderbach, who runs in the second spot rather in the national class, heading to pit lane, as is Mackay Stevens in the number 19. It's been a rough weekend for Mackay Stevens and the crew from RJB Motorsports as they bring the 19 into pit lane. And anytime you come to pit lane in one of these short 30-minute sprint races, your day is pretty much done. And I have not yet seen Mackay start to unbuckle the car, but they are. Looks like they may be trying to get the rear cowl off, so some kind of an issue for Mackay. Whether they send them back out just to get the laps here at North America, that remains to be seen, but nonetheless, we won't see him anywhere in the top 20. Still, Martin leading the way in the 8, Jordan Lloyd in 2nd, Victor Franzoni 3rd, Parker Thompson runs in 4th, the number 2, and Isla Agron, the young lady in the number 33, having a fantastic run here. P5 for Isla. Garth Ricard's in 6th, Jordan Kane in 7th, Luke Gavin 8th, Nikita Listoshkin 9th, and Yufeng Luo rounding out the top 10. Dakota Dickerson trying to close up on Luo, but in fact, about a half a second off the pace, so Dickerson may have to end up with a 10th place finish here. Being told issue in turn number 3, potentially the 77 of Sam Chastain having an issue down there. There's our spotters giving us the update. Wondering if we may go for full course yellow between 3 and 4, actually potentially stop for the 77 of Chastain. And will we go full course yellow? That would, of course, change everything here. 7 minutes and 45 seconds left. That car obviously doesn't sound like it's going to be damaged, but maybe just out of power. So a mechanical for Chastain in the 77, but not able to get himself into a very safe area, somewhere between 3 and 4. Will not be surprised to see the full course yellow flying. At this point here, the race control trying to see if they can't stick with it. We'll see if we get a look here on the screen, folks, as they work their way out of turn number 3 now, down the hill. Under the Sargento Bridge. I'm not seeing anything at this point. So we're not going to be able to see that car based on the camera angles that we have. So very stealthy of Chastain to keep himself out of our view. Nonetheless, the race control monitoring the situation. Numerous times on a straightaway like that, if they'll let all the drivers work their way past Dean, and so they can see where the car may be off the racetrack. It could be a couple car widths off the racetrack. As long as they know he's there, they may continue to go green. There's no real need to go full course yellow if indeed there's no reason for any kind of an issue. Sounds like they're going to see if they can't get Sam to get out of the car and hop behind the wall. That would be that extra bit of safety that we can provide to him. So it looks like we're going to see if we can't stay green here. And I'll tell you, Anthony Martin, you're pretty happy about that. Back to a 1.3 second lead.
He would be happy about that. Of course, we mentioned earlier, he was the winner this morning in race number 1 for the USF 2000. That happened at 8 o'clock this morning. Hope you were with us. It was a great wake-up call indeed as we kicked off our racing activity here. Day number 3 on the Kohler Grand Prix. He's looking to do the double. He's looking to double up and win race number 2. That would make it a great Saturday indeed for Anthony Martin.
Well, the big thing too, Dean, is the fact that he came into this event a significant amount of points behind his teammate Parker Thompson. If he's able to win this here, get both victories, I'm not sure if he has the fast lap of the race or not, but regardless, if he gets both wins, Thompson back in 4th, he's going to really eat into this lead. And I got to say, we're going to be down to, for sure, single digits. There's only 10 points right now. It may be 2 or 3 points the lead for Thompson if he ends up rolling out of here in 4th spot. Martin doing whatever he can to put the fight back to his teammate as we get ready to head to the next event here on the USF 2000 schedule. It'll be a battle on the streets of Toronto in about 3 weeks' time. 5 minutes remaining, 5:15 on the clock to be exact. Thompson again rolling down nicely into turn number 3. I actually think maybe the battle might be for second, Dean. It looks to be like Franzoni's turned things up a bit. Lloyd pushed early, got down to some pretty good lap times, but he's fallen off the pace a little bit. You can see that Franzoni quicker by about 0.2 of a second. He's less than a second behind now.
Yeah, that is a great battle shaping up indeed for 2nd and 3rd. Could Lloyd have pushed his car too hard, too early?
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Yeah, I think you're right. Again, we talk about the fact of how you want to set your car up to come in early, to come in late, but again, on a track like this, it's such a long lap, and the the temperatures are getting up there, as you said. The surface itself is not that easy on tires. It's gonna, it's gonna work, especially if you're pushing hard like Jordan was. And I think that he honestly believed, you see that he was closing so aggressively there that he might have just burned the tires up a little bit midway through the race. It's not like it's never happened before. Young drivers pushing hard with the race car. Zach Veach told us the same thing. He was pushed as hard as he possibly could. Oh, trouble, folks, for the 21 to Jordan Lloyd off at turn 5. Into the runoff in turn number 5, Jordan Lloyd. We were just talking about the fact, Dean, that he might have burnt off his tires. That was definitely going to put him well back, whether he's able to get himself back onto the racetrack. Nonetheless, that's going to move Franzoni to second, we believe, and I believe Thompson to third. And I'm getting my spotters, folks, telling me that Jordan Lloyd is out of the car.
That is a changer. Oh,
wow.
My. In the final 4 minutes of the race.
He was looking at a solid podium finish, a couple of runner-up results, but not going to happen today for Jordan Lloyd, and another heartbreak for Pabst Racing as they were looking to go back to the podium again. This is going to move Franzoni up into the second position. Thompson will go to third. Isla Agron up to fourth, and Garth Ricard, so another Pabst Racing driver, up into the fifth position. So Martin, Franzoni, and Thompson, 1, 2, 3. Big for Parker Thompson. He's going to get a couple of points there. Fourth to third, definitely worth at least 2 or 3 points.
And what a change. I mean, we were talking about the fact that we were going to have maybe a 2 or 3 point advantage between first and second at the end of this race. And Lloyd, the second place runner, he falls out. He's dropping through the pack. Thompson moves up into the podium spot, third, and just like that, he's right back in the catbird seat.
You know, the funny thing is that it's a tough one for him. He needed this race to keep himself in the championship hunt. Here's the difference, though, Dean. For Parker Thompson, fourth place would have been 19 points. First place, 30. He would have lost 11 points. He would have lost the point lead. It would have been Anthony Martin in the point lead. Moving up into third spot, he now gets 22 points. The difference being only 9 points. I got to think based on the qualifying on the pole, we'll see who ends up with the fast lap of the race. We may find ourselves with a tie in points at the top of USF 2000. That's what we like to see midway through the season. We want to see this championship go all the way down to the finale at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Final 2 minutes on the racetrack here for these drivers. I would believe we'll see the white flag very soon. Have not got the call yet that it's going to be this time by, but I expect to look out at Paul Blevin, our IndyCar starter. He does have the white flag in his hands. Martin with a 2.7 second lead. This kid is looking to score big here this weekend. Back-to-back jacks to put him right back into the fight. And he may indeed be tied with his teammate Parker Thompson for points when it all shakes down. White flag, we believe, going to fly this time by. Our flag looking pretty set up to get that white flag out here. The fight further back, though, absolutely exciting. Agron, Ricard, Jordan Kane, Luke Gavin, all within 2 seconds. Indeed, white flag flying. Look at this fight for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. This is thrilling to watch here.
That is, too. That's the best battle on the racetrack as they cross the start-finish line and head on down to 1. This is going to be a good last lap behind our race leader, Anthony Martin. He has things well under control, but that battle, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, man, it's a doozy.
Yeah, go back to 8th even. Listowski's only 0.2 of a second behind Gavin. This is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. 5 drivers all battling for the final positions in the top 5. Isla Agron trying to get her best finish of the year here in 4th. It would be a great one for Isla in that number 33 for John Comiskey Racing. That was the car that Anthony Martin drove last year to Rookie of the Year. And we're going to see how this all shakes out. Martin clean, though. 2.8 seconds the advantage for Anthony Martin, the Aussie, looking to go back-to-back. 2 wins this weekend here at Road America. He's only, probably 3 miles away from getting that done. Franzoni inherits second after the departure of Lloyd. Thompson inherits 3 points. Let's not even worry about third spot. 3 points extra for Parker Thompson to keep him right there in the hunt. He'll be on the podium again with his teammate, as they have been for the last number of races. Working their way through the final circuit here. Martin trying to bring it home. There is now Luke Gavin Garth Ricard's with the 22 right on the rear wing of Isla Agron. There's Thompson, Martin working his way through. That indeed is Thompson coming through in third. That's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th for you on the big screen. Working their way around here. Down into the kettle bottoms. Final circuit around the racetrack here for USF 2000. Another Pro Mazda race still to come here today. The second Indy Lights race will take place tomorrow morning at 8:45 after the IndyCar morning warm-up. Just some fantastic racing for you here this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, though, he'll work his way onto the front straightaway once again. A dream weekend at Road America for the driver out of Perth, Australia. He'll call Calgary home, though. Double checker flag, the winner today in USF 2000. Back-to-back jacks for Anthony Martin. Victor Franzoni ends up taking second. Parker Thompson, a solid run to third. He'll maybe hold on to the point lead, but I have a feeling he's going to be tied with his teammate. They'll roll past the Cape Motorsports crew. Isla Agron, a great run into the 4th position. Garth Ricard ends up in 5th. Jordan Kane in 6th spot. 7th is Nikita Listoshkin. 8th is actually Listoshkin. 7th is Gavin. 9th is Luo. 10th is Dickerson. And looking at the points on the far side of our timing and scoring, Anthony Martin just took over the points by 1 marker. 217 points for Martin, 216 points for Parker Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a championship race on our hands. This is going to be fun throughout the remainder of the season. Dean, I'll let you cap it up from here. I'm going to make the hike over to the podium and join 3 very happy USF 2000 drivers.
Thank you, Rob Houghton. We will catch up with you down in Victory Lane. USF 2000 race number 2 in the books. An exciting one it was indeed, I should say. Anthony Martin scores the win. He sweeps the day in USF 2000 action here at Elkhart Lakes Road America, part of the Kohler Grand Prix race weekend. What an exciting race indeed. USF 2000 race number 2 in the books. Anthony Martin, the winner. Victor Franzoni ends up 2nd. Parker Thompson 3rd. That's your podium. Again, USF 2000 race number 2 unofficial results. Have a brief pause here for you before we go with our next on-track action, which comes at you at 2:05. 2:05 Pro Mazda race number 2, as the action on track just keeps rolling right on here at Road America.
That is the last car that just passed start-finish line, Dean, to see the checkers. We want to welcome some other Hospitality Suites Cadillac here, as well as Vilbis and Hawk, some of our other hospitality suites throughout the grounds. Want to welcome everyone to America's National Park to Speed Road America. You know, guess what we talked about this morning? Now, I know this is, we've got another Pro Mazda the race coming up here, race 2 for Pro Mazda coming up at 2:05, about 15 minutes from right now. But I just want to point out that there is a little bit of cloud cover, which means that the track temperature comes down a little bit. Possibly some qualifying reds in the IndyCar race.
Speed
may go up, just a hunch, but we may not get quite there, but we could get close, and that's half the fun. So keep that in mind. Hopefully you're enjoying a little bit of the cloud cover. I had a chance to walk outside in the beginning stages of the USF 2000 race, and it's a little steamy outside, just a tad steamy. So welcome to what is a very humid, steamy Road America.
We'll give you an opportunity to refresh yourself with an ice cold Pepsi Cola or Mountain Dew.
You knew exactly where I was going with that, Dean. Or an ice cold Anheuser-Busch product, courtesy Larry's Distributing.
Pro Mazda race, as we said, goes off at 2:05. Off track at 2:30. Indy Lights autograph session in the IndyCar Fan Village. IndyCar Fan Village is in the lower north paddock. Indy Lights autograph session comes your way at 2:30 if you're looking for something to do off track but then get yourself a great seat at 3 o'clock because it is going to be on. 3 o'clock, Verizon IndyCar Series qualifying. 3 o'clock, IndyCar Series qualifying. Set the grid, of course, for tomorrow's main event here in the Kohler Grand Prix, the IndyCar Series, which will come at you tomorrow afternoon at 12:15. So a lot of great things going on here at Elkhart Lakes Road America. Glad to have you aboard. Thank you so much for choosing to spend part of your race weekend with us here at America's National Park of Speed.
Race fans, the Johnsonville members who make dozens of delicious sausage varieties less than 2 Road America laps from where you're standing would like to remind you to make today race day made the Johnsonville way. Dependable, capable, advanced. One look at the 2016 Chevy Silverado and you'll see why it's the new face of strong. A muscular new grille and signature LED lighting accents give Silverado a bold new look, while an available small block V8 engine offers impressive power and efficiency. Plus, it's built with high-strength steel for high-strength dependability. The 2016 Chevy Silverado, raising the bar for what a full-size pickup should be. And speaking of the Chevy Silverados, don't forget to make sure you wave to the Home Montra safety crew as well as the Road America safety teams. Both use the Chevrolet Silverado. The official truck of IndyCar and Road America. And it sounds like Rob is ready at the podium. Rob, take it away.
Welcome, everybody. Let's celebrate our top 3 finishers in today's round 9 of the Coupetage USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda. This is the Coupetage USF Grand Prix of Road America. First of all, our 3rd place finisher and championship leader coming into this weekend, driving for Cape Motorsports with Wayne Taylor Racing from Red Deer, Alberta, Canada, Parker Thompson. Back on the podium again in race 2 this afternoon, and a trophy for the 3rd place were presented from Elite Engines by Kathy Knapp. Thank you, Kathy. Now we've got a little bit more time. That's a very quick word, Parker. It's been, for you, a bit of a challenging weekend.
If I could have your attention, please, that red Mercury Marquis parked near the Lion's Den on Fireman's Hill. If your Grand Marquis is not moved within the next 10 minutes, your vehicle will be towed. Once again, I have a red Mercury Marquis with Wisconsin license plates near the Lion's Den up on Fireman's Hill. If it is not moved within the next 10 minutes, it will be towed. Thanks, Rob. Great job. Racing for Pro Mazda, the final time of this race weekend, the Kohler Grand Prix. Kohler Company proud to serve as the title sponsor of the 2016 Kohler Grand Prix. Kohler is a global leader in kitchen and bath products, engines and power systems, and premier furniture and tile. We invite you to explore nearby Destination Kohler for golfing, shopping, dining, and more. Road America would like to thank some of our sponsor partners. Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, and Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America. And our food and beverage partners, Johnsonville, Sargento Cheese, Pepsi, Lakeside Bottling, Anheuser-Busch, Hilarious Distributing, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, and the Blind Horse Winery.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. The Pro Mazda drivers getting ready to go. They'll crest the top of the hill. George Clodaris, one of our guests of Mazda Motorsports, going to throw the green flag, and we are underway. Right back from commercial at exactly the right time because 10 drivers are rocking their way down into turn number 1. Who's it going to be? Good shot from the outside for Aaron Telitz. He's going to lead them through turn number 1. Everyone clean through thus far. Aaron Telitz, again, the local driver out of Wisconsin, looking to grab his 3rd win of the year. He scored a victory earlier in the season at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. In fact, the season opener, he won that opening round
has not been able to win since. It's been Pato O'Ward dominating the proceedings, but it just has not been the case for Pato here this weekend. In fact, he's going to find himself behind, I want to say, the entire Yukos Racing squad as they work their way down here to turn number 5. Yukos Racing has done an amazing job getting those Pro Mazdas dialed in. A little trouble for Jimenez. He'll drop a wheel, but then run all the way up the mid part of the racetrack trying to be defensive. O'Ward looks like he may be back in 5th position. Yeah, indeed, into the 5th position right now for Pato O'Ward with Nicholas DePero right on him. DePero's got lots of confidence based on what he was able to get done in the opening race of the weekend here. It's the opening race of the day. These guys were on track earlier today. Quick turnaround for Pro Mazda. These drivers, of course, being able to sit down with their engineers, come up with a couple ideas of what they want to do to change the car to make it a little bit better for this afternoon. Trying to, of course, forecast the way the weather is going to affect the chassis, the track, the aero, the dynamics of the entire car. Make that change right back out onto the racetrack. And it's funny, I talked to Will Owen about it, and he said he really likes these double headers because it just seems like he didn't have to get out of race mode. You know, he was already in there, feeling good, feeling confident, gets himself on the podium. And Eric, he just said, you know what, I'll do these doubles anytime I want. I feel good to jump back in the car immediately.
Well, I think there would be some sort of rhythm that you would be in just physically, that, you know, you have that mental image of what the racetrack looks like. It wouldn't be maybe a little bit easier to run more than one session a day.
That was also coming from a guy who was on the podium.
Right.
Had he finished maybe tail in the back and the car was more evil, I don't think he might have said no.
Well, if his car was as evil as Veach's was.
Oh, can you believe that?
I can't believe how loose that car was in that race.
If any of those following here on the Mazda Road to Indy app or in any one of our websites following along with the live streaming coverage as well, you may have watched the Indy Lights race. And yeah, fantastic run for Zach Veach to score the win. But as I talked to him about it in the interview, the post-race interview, he really had to drive it. It wasn't one of those deals where the car was perfect and he was able to walk away. That thing challenged him so many times as he tried to stay in front of a charging Dean Stoneman. Didn't want to give up the race win, and a couple of times we saw it on the big screen. He was right sideways coming down through the carousel. Here's your first update, first time by the stripe. They're now working their way. So trouble for Kaminsky, the number 57. He goes off the racetrack, a full course yellow. Kaminsky off track. Looks like he potentially beached it over there. Aaron Telitz with the lead here as the Mazda Road to Indy pace car will roll itself out onto the racetrack just in front of the field over in turn number 5. So those of you live on our Mazda Road to Indy app, a minor little hiccup with our audio equipment. We're back at it here, and indeed a full course caution occurred. Just as we were calling the top 10 after the opening lap, Bob Kaminsky in the number 57 off into the gravel over in Canada Corner. 3.8 seconds was the advantage for Aaron Telitz over Nico Jamin, the two drivers who were teammates last year in USF 2000. Jamin able to work his way up into second. There's a good shot on the big screen of Kaminsky, who I would assume, based on where he is in the beach there, just locked it up going into the braking zone of Canada Corner and backed it into the beach. They're going to get him brought up on one of those fantastic heavy equipment winches. They'll just roll out there, get that thing up off the ground and behind the wall so we can go back to green. 40-minute race here for the drivers in the Pro Mazda category. And Kaminsky in the number 57 bringing out our first yellow flag. Hopefully it'll be the only yellow flag of the race. And again, Aaron Telitz had a pretty nice little advantage built up. Looks like Kaminsky's going to stay in the race car. They're going to try to get him back out onto the asphalt so they can refire him and let him drive his way back. Now, as we know, let's see how much gravel he spits out when he rolls out here onto the racing line. He backed it in, so I don't expect you're going to see much gravel up into the radiator inlets of that car. A good job for the Hamaltro safety crew, able to get in there and you're able to get that car up and out of the gravel back on track. So Kaminsky on the racetrack, he's going to roll it back up here again. You can see that the pace car working its way through, and in fact, such a good job for the Hamaltro safety crew. We're going back to green this time by. They've already got the winch out of the way. So he's back behind the wall. The safety crew's going to do a quick little job getting some gravel off the racetrack here. Of course, they'll head back to their post momentarily. As the drivers are going to go back to green this time by, we're being told they are single file working their way to turn 14. Now it's time for Aaron Telitz to see if he can't defend on the restart here. Nico Jamin is going to be aggressive. Remember, that's the guy who had trouble, got into an incident in the early race. He has not yet won this year. Jamin's going to want it. We are back to green. Green, green, green. It's start finish. Telitz down to the bottom. Got a pretty good jump on Jamin. But Jamin will tuck up into the draft and see if he can't work him all the way down into turn number 1. Jamin goes to the outside. Telitz to the inside, but Aaron's going to hold that spot in the Team Pelfrey number 82. Jamin wisely tucks into second. The run down the hill. Jamin has a look to the inside of turn 3. Again, thinks better of it. Last year's USF 2000 champion, racing here in 2016 with that scholarship from Mazda, running with Cape Motorsports with Wayne Taylor Racing. You can see all those scholarship drivers because they have that distinctive Mazda Soul Red livery. Again, the look down here into turn number 5, the exit of 5 as they work their way over the rumbles, back up on the hill under the Corvette bridge to turn number 6. TJ Fisher a little wide on the exit there in the third Team Pelfrey car. Be able to get it back on and right behind Nicholas DePero. Looks to me like Bobby Eberle able to get in front of Kevin Davis in the national class. So Eberle, 9th overall, or rather 8th overall, leading the way in national. Telitz, though, again, pulling out a nice little advantage as they work their way down the carousel. Downhill, off camber, very tricky race, corner in racing. Through the kink. And you follow up the carousel with one of the toughest ones, one of the dauntingest corners, the kink, down into kettle bottoms here. And you really challenge these drivers in Pro Mazda.
Well, you know, you tell drivers all the time, you got to go flat out through the kink just to make a good lap time. And that is, as you know from being on this racetrack, it is a lot more than just a kink. It's yeah, got another one spinning in Canada Corner.
Yeah, that is indeed in Canada Corner. One driver around. I want to say that might be Will Owen in the number 23 who has gone around.
Oh, he's high-sided on the gator strips on the inside. He's stuck, spinning the wheels.
I got a feeling we're going to see ourselves with another full course yellow. Unless they're able to get out there and hop him off those gators, that's a possibility. Long way around the racetrack still, so the Hamaltro safety crew may have time. Let's have another look at this here as the incident came in. There it is, Canada Corner. Telitz comes through cleanly.
Just lost it on his own under braking.
That's all it was. And you know what? Good for the rest of the field to be able to find a way by. Will Owens running, I believe, in the 3rd position, was trying to work his way forward here.
Was that Pato that also got a little sideways under braking there?
potentially watching these drivers come through here again. Full course yellow being thrown here at start finish. So indeed, not able to get that car off the gator strips, as you said, Eric. High-sided or high-centered, and the rear wheel's just spinning. They're going to call yellow. It won't be very long. I assume we'll go back to green very quickly, as they'll be able to get things going again.
And Rob and Eric, Canada Corner bites another one. Canada Corner, one of the most famous corners in all of road racing. And the first question that I hear so often from somebody when they're coming to Road America and they start looking at the history of it is, how did Canada Corner get its name?
I want to know.
So, well, I Googled it.
Fantastic.
Because the wonders of the internet, right? That little magic machine where you can type a question. Two theories. It goes back to 1956. When the track opened. Was that, Eric, was that 55 or 56?
55.
55. Goes back to 1955, first event. The first driver to come off in Canada Corner was a Canadian driver.
Okay.
Okay, that's one theory. The second theory is a little more exciting. They had that at the end of the first day or at the end of the weekend, they send a Boy Scout troop down there to kind of clean up the grounds. And there is loads and loads of empty beer cans down in Canada Corner, all Canadian beer, and loads of empty cigarette packs, all Canadian cigarettes.
Out of your two stories, there's also a third one.
Okay.
It's the northernmost point on the racetrack.
All right.
Wow.
However,
which story do we want to go with?
Two of them are true. I'll let you figure it out.
I think they all should be true. As a Canadian myself, I'm actually from Canada.
I'm thinking option 2 from Canada, the beer cans. That would just be my confirmation of that.
I can resemble the marker of the beer cans, not so much about the cigarette packs. But of course, we're talking about 1955. I think that was dear for everybody to smoke back in those days. But that's, hey, I like it. Canada Corner. That's one of the great things about this racetrack. So many great names of the corners. Obviously, there's a lot of way to identify the facility here. Just an amazing racetrack. And again, thank you so much for that, Dean. I like it. Using the Google machine. Good for you. Being told we're going to green again this time by. So back to racing for Pro Mazda. Aaron Telitz is going to have to see if he can't defend once again. Went down to the inside of the racetrack. I'm told potentially that the race control was watching him for blocking. I didn't particularly see anything that first lap down. He just ran the inside line all the way down into turn number 1. Of course, we don't get to see that run down into turn number 5 where he may have been a little more aggressive in defending his position.
Difference would be is if he's in a single file restart situation, if he goes to the wall, that's his one move.
That's right.
If he comes back out on entry to turn 1, could very well be considered a second move.
Did look like he did it there potentially as well. We're being told going up the hill back into turn number 6. We've seen many drivers kind of work their way over and, well, that's just the racing line to work my way over and back out. Green flag flying once again, so back at it here with about 26 minutes remaining. Again, Telitz will go down to the wall here now. Jamin not really in any position to make any move. No, Telitz going all the way back out to the outside of the racetrack, but I don't think Jamin quite there. DePero trying to go around the outside. He and Owen are in the middle of the battle. Now they're not Owen because Will Owen, of course, getting things wheeling back up again. Jake Parsons with a 0-0. Looks like he's out of this race. That might have been Parsons actually hung up, not Owen. We thought it was Will Owen. It was actually the 0-0, Jake Parsons. So tough one for Jake because he came into this weekend just so much momentum and confidence, and he showed with the speed he had in qualifying. Was right up there in P2. Tough for him. Another wide run there for TJ Fisher coming through 5 as he works on negotiating that corner. Pato Award, though, has been able to go up into 3rd. He's trying to stop the bleeding on this weekend. Nico Jamin runs 2nd, Award 3rd, but keep an eye out on the 37 at the peril. Yeah, you want to see a guy who's defense mode now. Actually held his line. That was Nico Jamin. He stayed right on the inside coming into turn number 8, doing whatever he can to hold off. And he actually has done a great job to hold off Pato Award because actually looks like DePero, Eric, starting to roll him in.
Yeah, DePero had pretty good race 1. Obviously, going back, I just want to make a comment about Parsons. Parsons had that wing issue, and so may have had a different color wing than normal on, so that may have been the difference in trying to identify him earlier.
I do appreciate that. Always good to have an excuse, a reason, for calling it out incorrectly.
Right? But yeah, DePero had a great race
he really did
this morning,
yeah.
and really kind of chomping at the bit to get going again here. But Pato, kind of struggled a little bit towards the end of that race as well. So it's a little bit of tire fall off that we saw in that first round. We may start seeing it again about halfway through. If we can stay green the whole way, that could play into maybe some track position later on at the bottom step of the podium.
Getting a chance to talk, of course, to the guys that ran with Pato on the track. Of course, DePero, who was able to get through, and Will Owen, who was up there in the media center. They said that Pato's car just wasn't very good. They've seen it at its best all year long. He's been dominant. He's been able to pull away, qualifies on pole, walks away in the races. Not so much today. And again, pretty impressive run by those Juncos Racing drivers, both DePero and Will Owen, to get themselves on the podium. And again, I think we're going to, like you said, a long way to go still here. 24 minutes still to roll. And I got a feeling that we're going to see some exciting racing still when those tires start to get a little more used up. Let's put it that way. Out front, though, Aaron Telitz looking to try to change the face of this Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. As I said, it has been the Pato Award show all year. We came in wondering if he was going to be able to tie the record of Matthew Brabham, winning the first 7 of 8 races. Indeed, that's not the case, as he ends up winning only the first 6 of 8 races, as now Aaron Telitz with 2 wins. He's got a pretty nice little lead of over a second and a half over Jamin, but again, Jamin a little busy right now because he's got Pato Award, the number 80, putting a ton of pressure on him. Pressure really nothing new to Nico. Last year, the season we had of racing in USF 2000 was absolutely epic. It ended up being 3 drivers in the hunt, 2 of them, of course, in the field here this weekend. Obviously, we had Nico Jamin and Aaron Telitz, but Jake Edson was actually part of the battle as well. And those drivers fought it out all year long. Man, they just went back and forth, and just some great racing all around. And in the end, Nico kind of had the run near the end of the season where he started winning a lot of races and really was able to roll that confidence and momentum. But man, he learned a lot. And that's what it's about, USF 2000. He's well prepared to be able to take on any challenge he may have here in Pro Mazda. But look, Eric, right now it's Telitz pulling away again.
And he was very stout in that first race, had about a 4-second advantage near the end of the race, and kind of stretched it to almost 5 seconds at the very end. But it was a great battle for second on back in that first race earlier today. But Aaron, you could tell he's at home. I mean, he's been, don't really think he's put a wheel wrong all weekend.
But he was very adamant, very honest with us that the car wasn't that great. He said it was so good at the start, and it kind of worried him because you don't ever want the car to be that good for the first couple laps.
The car kind of goes away.
Because the car was free, I could put it anywhere. I was able to build the gap. But then he said a couple of times, he's like, "Wow, I'm going to throw this race away," because he was pushing so hard. He goes, "I had a moment coming out of the carousel. I went, wow, I just lost this race. I just threw it away," because he figured it was gone, and he was able to bring it back. And again, I guarantee you that's what he was looking for when he talked to his mechanics. Let's just see if we can't get the car to be a little bit better later on. You want it better when the tires are more compromised and the fact they can push so hard. I'm good at the start. I can drive the car at the start, but at the end, when I'm tired, the tires are tired, give me a little more mechanical grip, please. Coming around to the halfway point of this particular race, Telitz now a 3-second lead over Jamin, who has just 2/10 on Award. DePero just a half-second back. Owen just 3/10 back at DePero. We got a great fight for the final couple positions on the podium, and there they are right there. Boom, 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 boom. All 4 cars rolling by you on the big screen. Nico Jamin in that Soul Red number 2 set the pace. 209.5. Look at this. Look at the speed, though, Eric, of Telitz. Jamin stacking him up with a 209.5. He just laid out a 208.3. 1.2 seconds faster than the rest of the field right now for Aaron Telitz.
And again, it's just his rhythm right now is unbelievable pace. But how hard is he pushing? How much of that car is he using up as we continue to go? But Jamin's got to make up a little bit of ground from the ground that he lost in that first round, being lapped down, finishing in 10th in that first round earlier today. So that's how hard does Jamin want to push?
He's begging for a good finish, I'll tell you that right now. It's been a rough one for Nico Jamin this year. He's had some good ups, he's had a lot of downs. He wants a good finish. He would love it because he's coming off a rough race at Lucas Oil Raceway, the Oval. He was very strong there in the USF 2000 car. They just didn't get the handle on the setup for the race itself. He was strong in practice and qualifying, but rather in practice, just didn't have it for qualifying, however. Telitz now leading by 3.7 seconds. You know, Jamin will continue to push hard to try to get himself into a position to win this race, at least get on the podium at the very least. I don't think a win's in the cards unless we see some kind of a yellow flag happen here to bunch things back up again, because right now Telitz stretching out comfortably, 3.7 seconds the lead. Let's give you a top 10 rundown here at the halfway points. Just about 19 minutes remaining in this 40-minute race. Aaron Telitz, your leader, by 3.7 seconds. Nico Jamin runs in second. He's been able to stretch about a half a second over Pato O'Ward, who indeed has another 0.6 of a second from Nicholas DeParo. Will Owen right behind DeParo in the number 23. TJ Fisher in the third. Team Pelfrey car in sixth spot. Kevin Davis runs in seventh. Bobby Eberly in eighth. Bob Kaminsky ninth. And Jake Parsons able to get back on the racetrack at the 00 after adjustments, after repairs, but he is still 25 seconds behind Kaminsky. So I don't think you're going to see Parsons back in the hunt, although he is turning laps of around 2:10 as he tries to work his way back forward. Again, he may try. There's still time to go to see if he can catch up to Kaminsky or Eberly, at least Kaminsky, to see if he can't get one more position, a couple more points in the championship. Another fast lap laid down by Aaron Telitz in that number 82 at 2:07.762. Just an absolutely impressive run here by Aaron Telitz here this weekend. And it's be interesting because from here we head in just 2 weeks' time to Toronto for the street circuit race, the legendary race up there on the streets of Toronto. And you know, Eric, it's all about the confidence, as we said, momentum. We continue to use those two words, but thinking about Aaron Telitz winning a couple races here, man, he would roll into Toronto with a full head of steam, and you know he would be feeling really good in terms of trying to win those races in Toronto. .8 seconds down the advantage. Telitz walking away with this one, actually even more than it was in the opening race of the day. That car was a little more evil for Aaron, and he didn't quite show the unbelievable pace he's showing right now. In fact, Aaron was quite worried about the attack by Nicholas DeParo. Only the off by DeParo up in turn number 6 late in the race that gave Aaron that little bit of breathing room, I think, allowed him to take a sigh of relief in the last couple of laps. Otherwise, I think he figured with the way that car was handling and it was kind of going away on him, the lap times were starting to creep a bit higher. I think he figured DeParo might be able to challenge before it was all done.
Well, DeParo kept going off 4/10, 5/10, 6/10 quicker lap times than Aaron. And if, like you said, without that off in the top of 6 going across the rumble strips and the gator strips, and he dropped back another 4 or 5 seconds off of where he was, he had plenty of time to catch.
Lots of time, yeah.
Catch the leader in that situation. So, again, just a mental mistake there.
He was honest. He said, wow, I was just pushing so hard, I just missed my entry by a little bit. And the car just pushed out. He got out into the marbles a little bit. And if you look at the positive side, congrats on saving that car, because he was well off the racetrack and was able to bring it back on and continue and get that second place finish.
We've seen plenty of cars go off in turn 6 and not come back from the other side of the gravel trap from pushing too hard like that, or spinning to the inside and hitting the wall driver's left. It's a very easy corner because it's very difficult to get your braking right coming up the hill, because you're at full throttle coming up the hill. You get to a certain point where the crown underneath the Corvette bridge and you're right on the brake and turn. You've got to get the car to rotate completely through the apex of the corner. It's very difficult to just kind of set the brake and get the car to rotate through the corner, and that's why it's so easy to push wide, because if you don't rotate the car through the corner, all of that momentum carries you further off of apex on exit.
And the car is so light. When you're coming up over the top there, you've taken all that air, the thing just kind of starts to want us to take off, and it wants to go forward. And again, like I said, a pretty solid effort for him to be able to bring it back on. I like the fact that we've got a little bit of a runoff area there now that makes it a little easier for the drivers to continue. fight really we're going to watch here, I think, is for second and third and fourth and fifth. Telitz is pulled away again, 6.07 seconds. Telitz in that Rice Lake Weighing Systems number 82, the Team Pelfrey car. Just impressive what he's been able to do. Nico Jamin trying to hold off Pato O'Ward. And I guarantee that Telitz is rooting for O'Ward now as well, keeping Jamin back. Of course, he wants those bonus or wants those points, wants to close back up again. We talked about the points in the USF 2000 category, Pro Mazda as well. If it stands where it is right now, Telitz will close to within 29 points rather, and that's one race. So all it takes is a DNF and a potential for Telitz to close back up here. It will be 261 points for O'Ward, 232 points for Telitz, and the next up would be Will Owen with 166 points. Jamin 160. So even Nico Jamin not out of the hunt for the top three position here right now, having the kind of season he's had thus far. 13 and a half minutes remaining. Drivers have been able to put 11 laps in the books here now as they come across start-finish. Working lap number 12. 7.4 seconds the advantage for Telitz. But again, there's second, third, fourth, and fifth, and even sixth. Fisher's not that far back, just 2.2 seconds behind DePero. So a pretty good run for everyone behind Telitz here this weekend. It's kind of been that way with Pato O'Ward throughout the year as he's been the driver who's pulled away and everybody else has kind of fought for second. This time Telitz in the hot seat, looking to get his second win of the weekend.
If I can have your attention, please, on the grounds here at Road America. Again, there is a red Mercury Grand Marquis parked near the Fireman's Hill, near the Lion's Den. Again, near Fireman's Hill, near the Lion's Den. If you own a red Mercury Grand Marquis, please move your vehicle immediately.
This Pro Mazda event settling into a kind of a train race here as no one's been able to close back up on Nico Jamin. Kind of stacked everybody up behind him, but the gap has kind of settled between everybody. 0.4 of a second between Jamin and O'Ward, almost a full second back to Owen, 0.7 back to DePero, and 2.2 back to Fisher. Jake Parsons continues to try to close on Bob Kaminsky to see if he can get that one additional point. But as it stands right now, it's just a Aaron Telitz show here today at Road America. And again, talked so much throughout the weekend about the fact that Aaron did a lot of karting here as well on the big track in the WKA World Karting Association road racing events. As we watch Nicholas DePero get hung out to dry on the outside of Canada corner, he's going to lose a lot of gap to Will Owen. So that's going to give Owen some breathing room, and I'm sure they'll be telling him that. DePero got well off there. That's actually going to put him back into the clutches of TJ Fisher here pretty soon. But back to Aaron Telitz, the amount of different race cars he has driven here at Road America, and again, working his way up the ranks, ran in the WKA, the World Karting Association Road America Super Nationals, was one of the largest road racing karting events of its kind in the country. One of the other big ones, of course, at Daytona International Speedway, WKA Kart Week, held between Christmas and New Year's every year. But Aaron was one of the front runners here in the single speed 125cc category, the tag class. Was able to race for victories here as part of that program, then moved into the Skip Barber National Series, ran here in Skip Barber, and you learn a lot about racecraft in Skip Barber with that big gurney flap on the back of that car. A ton of drafting, a lot of slipstream passes, you name it. They battled it out big time when the Skip Barber drivers are here, and then of course him now moving into this Pro Mazda category. It's been some success found at Road America for Aaron Telitz, and of course the biggest one he's found thus far, the victory earlier today at Pro Mazda, considering the fact that with Pro Mazda he's only 2 steps away from the Verizon IndyCar Series. Telitz, Jamin, O'Ward, Owen, and DePero, your top 5. Fisher, Eberle, Davis, Kaminsky, and Parsons, top 10. As we have 10 minutes remaining here in Pro Mazda. 8.5 seconds. Aaron Telitz dominating the action at Road America. Driver streaming once again be in front of us here at Road America. We're right here at start finish. The announcer's booth, not very high atop the racetrack at all. Great vantage point here of pit lane as well. And we see a good battle actually starting to form for third position. Will Owen wants to get back on the podium for the second time here today. I keep saying this weekend, but actually today. Good fight as well for the national category. Kevin Davis and Bobby Eberle going at it. Eberle now with the lead in the number 13. Davis runs second in the 44. Bob Kaminsky in the 57 continuing to get reeled in here by Jake Parsons as we now have just about 8.5 minutes remaining. Parsons seeing if he can't reel in Kaminsky to get that one more position and the extra couple of points. Telitz in the 82 has been the man to beat all weekend long. A little different than what we're used to in terms of the fact that Pato O'Ward has been the guy this year. But here at Road America, we'll call it his home track even though he lives about 4 hours away. Still the track that he calls home in terms of running here on the Mazda Road to Indy. Anytime you can get back to Wisconsin, he's going to be happy. And to run here at Road America and run well, dream come true for Telitz. You know, Eric, we talked to him actually in the post-race celebration, the press conference, and we know that these drivers they love running the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but this was the race for Aaron Telitz. He said, this race, Road America, this is the highlight of my year.
Well, absolutely, and you know, there's just something about coming home too, but I would imagine that straightaway-wise at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, there's nothing more daunting than coming off of on the road course side of things.
It's a long straightaway.
That is a very long straightaway, and it is very long here as well, here on the Road America straightaway where the pit lane is, but a little bit of similarity to that, but once you get into the twisty bits of the racetrack at Indy, it stays fairly flat, where this is a lot more different G-loads to these cars as well. So setup changes are a lot different when you come here, and obviously they've tweaked this car just a little bit since race one, even this morning, and this car is on a set of rails.
It is absolutely perfect, and he continues to walk away. He has been a second or more quicker every lap than the remainder of the field, including his teammate Pato O'Ward. O'Ward still runs in that third spot with Will Owen pushing him. Jamin with a bit of a gap now, over half a second for Nico. We watch them come through turn number 5, all three drivers out and over top of the rumbles. Of course, Pato, though, a little wider. Almost dipped the wheel into the grass. I think he's really having to hustle that car to see if he can't stay in front of Will Owen. But I'll tell you, Will was on the podium once already. He's hungry to get back there. 6 minutes remaining here in Pro Mazda. Just 6 to go. Five minutes remaining in this race, and again, Telitz coming across the stripe, stretching away. Very impressive. Aaron Telitz going for his second race win of the weekend, third of the year, 9.7 seconds. The advantage for Telitz over Jamin. Although here comes the battle for third. Pato O'Ward throwing up the wall of defense as he drove to the bottom of the racetrack going into one. We've seen Will Owen already go around the outside at turn number 1. Are we going to see back-to-back outside passes, Eric? It was fun to watch in the first race. Are we going to see it again? He's done it before.
Well, you know, he's definitely got the confidence in the car to do it again. There he goes. Looks to the outside of what would be technically 4. So it's to the inside of 4, but he would be to the outside of 5. Into the braking zone, to the brake markers, into turn 5 now.
Oh, Will Owen trying everything to find a way by. It's up to the inside, side by side, and he's by. Book it. Will Owen goes to P3 with a great move around the outside of turn number 5. Took away the braking zone, was able to get the car on the rumbles. That was an impressive pass.
Absolutely, but that's, you've got to get a lot of momentum coming off the corner, and he dove to the inside underneath the Sargento Bridge and able to get that run to be wheel to wheel into the braking zone, and then it just becomes a braking duel and got the advantage.
So for the second straight race in the late going, Will Owen, driver out of Colorado in that number 23, able to work his way into third, going by the point leader. As I said before, Pato O'Ward has been the dominant factor this year. He won 6 of the first 7 races and is going to find himself winless here at Road America. Instead, it'll be his teammate at Team Pelfrey, Aaron Telitz, potentially going back-to-back. And in fact, O'Ward, for the first time in 2016, may not be on the podium. He has been there all year on the podium in every race thus far. He did not go on the podium this morning and could potentially be pushed off the podium again here today. It's Telitz, Jamin, and O'Ward 1, 2, 3. And I don't think Will Owen is done moving forward here right now. Eric, it looks like he's got a head of steam to try to go after Jamin here as well.
He does, and he's got quite the run heading down the front straightaway. It is down to 2 car lengths now as they head towards the pit out and head towards turn 1 into the braking zone. He looks to the inside but ducks back into line.
And Will Owen, the confidence boosted after that podium finish third in the opening race of the day. Finally able to get by Pato O'Ward with a great move in turn number 5 on the outside. Oh, the car twitched there. He threw it to the inside of turn number 3.
Moment.
Did you see that?
That was a big moment.
That thing took a set going into the corner, and then the front of the car just jinked to the left. Wow, good save for Will Owen there, because a big moment over in turn number 3, and he'll again chase Nico Jamin down into turn number 5. We are going to see the white flag next time by, so this battle for the final couple positions on the podium still to come. Yeah, watch them come out of turn number 6, so there's no Aaron Telitz to be found.
Well, I wouldn't count Pato out here,
no.
Because as those two start getting racy here, coming to the white silk, you could certainly have a 3-way battle for second spot.
The thing about Pato, though, he's got such a lead in the points. Do they just get on the radio and say, dude,
just let it
relax.
Go. Just let it go.
Let's let this one go. If they wreck each other, good. But let's not throw this away with a DNF on the final lap.
DePiro just had a moment in 10, just past the Armco in the carousel. Got a little twitchy, underpowered.
Give props to these drivers on the second rung of the Mazda road to Indy, just a couple steps away from the Verizon IndyCar series, but then again, just a couple steps away from being in their first go-kart. So right in the middle of the development curve here in the Pro Mazda category. And there are some drivers stepping it up. Juncos Racing being one. They have really started to come alive with their cars here. Had a pretty solid test at Mid-Ohio, and it's good to see them back in the fight here. White flag flying for Aaron Telitz. He's across the line already, just as the rest of the field coming out of 14. So domination in this second race for Aaron Telitz. He's just going to try to bring it home in the final lap. And we are watching the fight here for second position to see if Will Owen has anything for Nico Jamin. 2 laps ago, he was able to get by Pato O'Ward over in turn number 5, and yes, he closes up again in turn 1. Not close enough to make a move, Eric, but close enough to maybe get there in turn 5.
Absolutely, and knock it on the door. But you mean, with a really good tight line into 3 there, really kind of held a little bit of a defensive half lane over here on this final lap. But Owen, where he made his pass on Pato, was into turn 5.
Not close enough to make that same move under the Sargento Bridge as we saw. This time still under the wing of Jamin as they work themselves into the braking markers. There goes Telitz through turn number 7 now. What a run here for Aaron Telitz. Talk about feeling good about your race car and about your racing team. The confidence he's shown here this weekend, even with the rough car. Confidence in himself to be able to handle that evil machine near the end of the race. He'll work his way through the carousel. You can be sure that the team's on the radio saying, okay, you got a good enough lead now. You've done great. You can back it up a little bit if you want. And again, working his way through the kink. A long time before we see them come back around through kettle bottoms now. Aaron Telitz, the Wisconsin boy, trying to bring the Cheeseheads a couple of big wins. Huge for him in the championship as well. Through Canada corner now. Aaron Telitz looking to see if he can't match the performance by Anthony Martin, winning 2 races here at Road America. Zach Veach will try to do the same thing tomorrow morning in Indy Lights after scoring his first win of the year. Out of turn number 14, a dream weekend for the hometown boy, the home state boy here at Road America. He's going to weave that number 82 up the straightaway over the hill. Back-to-back jacks at Road America, your victor, Aaron Telitz. The Wisconsin driver winning here at Road America. Nico Jamin going to take second ahead of Will Owen. Pato O'Ward in fourth. Nicholas DePero fifth. TJ Fisher is going to come home in the 6th position. And Bobby Eberle battling with Kevin Davis for the win in that national class. Eberle end up getting the victory, we believe, as they're going to roll their way across here now. But Eric, just a fantastic drive for Aaron Telitz. This guy is going to be absolutely thrilled with 2 wins here at Road America. He wins over Jamin and Owen. And I'm going to head down to victory lane.
Kohler Company is proud to serve as the title sponsor of the 2016 Kohler Grand Prix. As a longtime motorsports supporter, Kohler shares in the passion and excitement of Road America racing. Kohler is a global leader in kitchen and bath products, engines and power systems, and premier furniture and tile. Kohler invites you to discover its world-class, award-winning hospitality and resort destinations in Kohler, Wisconsin, and St. Andrews, Scotland. Visit them online at Kohler.com. Briggs & Stratton Power Smart Series P2200 and P3000 inverter generators are quiet but strong enough to run any of your tailgating needs, so you can leave the rumble to the racers this year. Get your Briggs & Stratton Power Smart Series inverter generator at any Menards today. Incredible speed, raw horsepower, responsive handling. Why let the racers on the track have all of the fun? With a zero-turn riding mower from Skag Power Equipment, you can experience these things too right at home on your own lawn. Visit SKAGRacing.com to learn more about the full line of high-performance American lawnmowers from Skag. Learn more at SKAG.com. If you're in the market for equipment that provides you with the ultimate in performance, reliability, efficiency, and operator comfort, Gale has what you need to get the job done. From a full line of telescopic handlers, articulated wheel loaders, compact excavators, compact track loaders, and skid loaders, Gale is the product of choice. Gale dealers are available worldwide. Log on to Gale.com to find a Gale dealer near you and test drive a Gale today. Race fans, start your engines with a cold, refreshing Pepsi or Mountain Dew. Nothing beats the heat like a 20-ounce bottle of Pepsi or Mountain Dew, now available at all trackside concession stands. Pepsi, the official soft drink of Road America. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at any nearby concession stands. Race fans know the best cheese is real cheese any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people. Road America now offers an above-ground, no experience necessary, high adrenaline rush. Race a friend or family member on our incredible 1,200-foot twin zip line at speeds in excess of 40 miles per hour for the thrill of your life. Anybody above the age of 6 who is in good health and meets the weight requirements can experience the fast-paced, high-intensity adventure of zip line traversing on one of the Midwest's tallest and fastest zip lines. All you need is the courage to step off the platform. During the ride, you'll have the rare opportunity to take in some of the beautiful Road America scenery and racing from above. Zip line, $20 for a single ride, $30 for 2 consecutive rides. Meet at the landing platform, down to the victory lane.
Guys, thank you very much. Down here in Victory Lane right now, folks, as we get set to go with the drivers in our Pro Mazda race. A fantastic event it was here today. And again, a great win for that home state boy. But let's start with the driver coming home. Another podium today, a great pass, and both of them late in the race. He had a great time. He says the most fun he's ever had in a race car. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for my third-place driver today, Will Owen. Great to have some of our dealers of Mazda here this weekend. Our dealer from Bedford, Bill Clanaris, is going to come in here and deliver the third-place trophy to Will Owen, who put in a fantastic weekend here today. An unbelievable drive for Will. A couple of podium finishes. It was a tough one in the first race, folks, but this guy battled back here in race number 2. He finishes second today. Put your hands together for Nico Jamin. And then again, we have some great dealers here from Mazda, from Paul Miller, Mazda, J.P. Miller here today. JP, thank you very much for coming in here, giving that second-place trophy at the Kohler Grand Prix here for Nico Jamin. He's absolutely thrilled. Nico able to come back to a strong second place. But I'll tell you, anytime we go to a racetrack around the country, you always have that guy who may be in his home state or his hometown. It's the track he learned on. This guy here has run in this racetrack in karts. He's been here in Skip Barber. He's a Wisconsin boy, so I want to hear from you cheeseheads. Ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back Jackson Pro Mazda, Aaron Telitz! You know the drill. You've done this before. Come on back down and talk to me, dude.
Along the Mazda Road to Indy Series. Happy to report our driver analyst for this weekend, Zach Veach, picked up a win in the Indy Lights race a couple of hours ago. And we'll continue to recap the Mazda Road to Indy when Rob Howden joins us on pit road. The 2 qualification groups scheduled for this afternoon. And a little bit different format because of this massive facility. It's a little over 4 miles in length. So round 1 for each of the groups will be 12 minutes in length. And then the Firestone Fast 6 will be 8 minutes in length. Again, that's a bit of a departure from road and street courses earlier in the season, and it's all tied to the fact that this is a massive facility. Scott Dixon will head up the first group along with Max Chilton, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Takuma Sato, Elio Castro-Neves, Graham Rahal, Spencer Piggott, Mikel Aloshin, Marco Andretti, Gabby Chavez, and Carlos Munoz. In group number 2, Tony Kanaan, Will Power, Simon Pagino, Sebastian Bourdais, Alexander Rossi, Connor Daly, Joseph Newgarden, James Hinchcliffe, Jack Hawksworth, Charlie Kimball, and Juan Montoya. Among those joining us to call qualifying here in preparation for the Calder Grand Prix is Dave First. And Dave, will check in with you on pit road. Schedule running a bit behind because we're still passing out the hardware from a recently completed Pro Mazda event.
Well, and that opportunity is going to give us an opportunity to talk with Tony Kanaan, who earlier today in that practice session ended up P1 quickest. So the old man's getting around in this 4-mile road course.
Old man, old track, so we synced pretty good. So now, you know, the car was good all weekend. We've been working really well with Scott and my teammates. We're, you know, doing different things and improving the car. So much fun to be back here, Dave. You see this place, how packed it is. And last night I took a lap around with the scooter, went to the campgrounds, and it's packed. So it's awesome.
It's even more fun when you're running well at a place like this. So how much fun are you having this weekend?
I'm having a blast. Obviously, this morning was this morning. We still got to do it again, but you know, we have a good car, and we'll see. We'll see what qualifying is going to bring.
Well, and that brings up the question. I mean, we've seen on the blacks what you guys can do. You're going to have an opportunity to throw on the alternate reds, which, you know, in theory, you go a little faster. But how does the balance play out?
We don't know. And that's the biggest question. You know, obviously it's the same for everybody. We don't get a chance to run the red tires up until now, so we'll see. Hopefully we'll have a good balanced car and we'll be able to reciprocate what we did this morning.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Tony Kanaan, as the engines have started to fire up and warm up, we should get qualifying underway here momentarily.
Our driver analyst is on his way. Let's head out to the course first to Michael Young, who will be calling the action from turn 1. And Michael Young, he's been a little busy celebrating that big win in the Indy Lights race.
Yes, indeed. What a beautiful day it is here at Road America. Mark, my first time ever to this beautiful 4.048 mile facility. I've had some opportunities to take some golf carts to the various spots down at Canada Corner and through the carousel. I can only describe it to the race fans as one of the most beautiful race courses I have ever seen in my life. My vantage point is turn 1, and basically it gets very racy. After they come out of turn 14, they go up the hill, and that's where the start-finish line is. They make their way down into turn number 1, and it's a long sweeping turn, about 135, 140 degrees as it juts off into a quick turn 2 and then down into turn number 3. They will go over the Briggs and Stratton tunnel, but a big area in case a driver would have an off. A lot of asphalt off the racing surface, and if they happen to go even further off, there's gravel out there to gather up the cars. So I would imagine by the time we get to racing tomorrow, you'll see a 2-3 wides coming down here into turn number 1. But again, a beautiful facility, and a big thank you to all the great race fans here at Road America for coming out this afternoon to watch the Verizon IndyCar Series cars qualify.
Michael Young, we look forward to your call throughout qualifying, and then of course you'll be out on the course for the Lights race tomorrow. You'll also join us for the Verizon IndyCar Series race tomorrow. Well, he doesn't have champagne dripping off of him, but he's wearing a smile as big as the Grand Canyon. Hello, race winner Zach Veach.
Hi, how's it going?
Well, let me ask you, young man. I mean, it's been a while since you've been in victory
Oh, man,
lane.
I can't tell you how good this feels. I'm a little out of breath running over here after the autograph session, but no, I mean, the car that I had today was unbelievable. I mean, it was really free. I had a couple huge moments in the race, but man, I'm on top of the world. I'm so thankful.
Well, we were down in turn 5 calling that portion of the race course, and when you came by on that victory lap, I think you'd already loosened the belts and were about ready to come out of the cockpit, weren't you?
It just, you know, you spend so long. I mean, it was 2 years since my last win at Milwaukee, so to be able to have that, you know, here at Wisconsin, and after that drought, you know, to get it, you make sure you celebrate those moments and you take in every single part of it for sure.
Well, we'll give you a chance to catch your breath
Thank
here.
you.
Let's head back to pit road. Dave First.
An opportunity to catch up with Rob Edwards, who of course calls the shots for Carlos Munoz as they just now fire up that car. Quick engine change for you guys after this morning. I'm told from some of the guys it was like an hour and a half. Pretty good record there.
Yeah, well, you know, Ganassi gave us something to aim at the speedway there, so we thought we'd better tackle it. But great team effort. The guys from the 27 car and 28 car jumped in as well, and as you say, we got it done nice and quickly.
Top 4 yesterday. I would assume Carlos has a lot of confidence in this machine here this afternoon.
Yes, he does, and obviously I'm fortunate that we missed this morning, but we've got good information from our teammates, and so I think we'll be close this afternoon.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Yep. Carlos Munoz and Rob Edwards in that number 26 machine for Andretti Autosport, ready to roll here today. Mark?
Again, a couple of guys out on the course, 3 in fact throughout the course of this weekend because this place is so massive. We'll check in momentarily with Nick Yeoman, who will set up in the area around turn 5. Jake Query has moved around from 12 to 13 to 14, we think, trying to find the perfect vantage point to call the action both today and tomorrow. Let's say good afternoon to Jake Query.
Good afternoon, Mark. It is the perfect vantage point. As a matter of fact, I can see right now one of the sweepers comes into view, meaning he is entering turn 14, and soon these Verizon Indy cars will be doing the same. Canada Corner is that area that is turn number 12. When they exit it, they move their way uphill and into a turn 13. When they exit that is when they come into my view to 14, a long sweeping right-handed turn, and then one of those elevation changes again, going upwards and underneath the Chevrolet and Verizon bridge, and that goes into the view of Michael Young. Now, should they have what we call an off and miss the turn, there is a large sand area here. Want to give a tip of the cap to the race fans below me who drove all the way from Saskatchewan. 24 hours they drove to see the race here at Road America. One of the guys that they didn't know if they'd be seeing racing or not is right now with Dave First.
Yeah, Joseph Newgarden, we've seen him all weekend long, and that's expected to continue. You've got the busted collarbone, you got the busted bone in your right hand. How have you made it through the weekend? Give us an update on everything.
Well, I've been more concentrated on where we're at, speed-wise.
That's good. That means everything else is good to go, right?
Yeah. I'd like to say that, but it's been pretty good for the most part. Has not been, I think it's pleasantly been easier than I thought. Specifically on the collarbone. The hand's been giving me some grief, but I've been fighting through it. I think we'll get through today, no problem. I just want to try and focus on driving the car fast. That's as soon as you stop focusing on just driving the car fast, you lose a little bit of time around these type of tracks. So I'm trying to focus on just that for this session. I think we got a really fast Chevy. For direct supply up here, it's a big partner for us up here in Wisconsin. So I'd really like to have a good run in this 21 car and put on a show for the fans.
Here's the thing, to your point, the times we talked to your car owner, Ned Carpenter, the concentration has been on the car and the car only. And as far as that goes, that's all you can expect on a weekend like this.
Yeah, that's how it's got to be. I mean, the level that these guys perform at, you can't afford to not focus on every little detail that's happening with the car and how we're progressing through each session. If you drop a little bit of time or you miss a little bit of that track time not focusing on the car, it really hurts you performance-wise. It's got to be absolutely perfect on these type of weekends, and you got to be on it, like I said, if you want to qualify on pole around a place like this with these type of teams and these type of drivers. So, like I said, I think we have a fast car. We've been focusing on that, so we should have a good run today.
And lastly, how important to start up front at a place like Road America?
Well, anything can happen. IndyCar racing is so unpredictable nowadays, and everyone's so good that you could qualify last and still have a chance at winning the race. I think that's great for the fans.
Even at a place like this, you think?
Even at a place like this. Yeah. You never know what happens in these races, but you can't deny that starting on the pole is a lot more helpful than starting in the back. So we're going to try and get as far forward as possible and make our lives easier tomorrow.
Good luck today.
Thanks very much.
Joseph Newgarden, he has fought through the pain all weekend long, and he's prepared to do it again here in this qualifying session. And, of course, 50 laps come tomorrow.
Talked to Dave First. We've talked to Michael Young. We have also talked to Jake Query, another member of our broadcast crew we need to bring in. We warmed the spot up for him a little bit during the Indy Lights race. One of the places that features the most challenging elevation changes on all of this course. Nick Yeoman joins us from turn number 5 amongst a lot of fans here at Road America.
Oh, Mark, you think you warmed up the spot, but the truth is I upgraded, my friend. Want to thank the good folks from Mazda that opened up their hospitality tent area over here. I'm right here with all these great Mazda fans, all the race fans down here in turn number 5. It is a spectacular view. This is just an incredible race course. As you mentioned, 14 turns, nearly 4 miles in length. It's a spectacular race course. As you mentioned, they'll race down the hill, hard on the brakes, on the curb
curving to the inside. It is a tight left-hander, and then it's back up the hill towards the Corvette Bridge. It's one of the best passing zones on this entire racetrack. That's not really the focus today. It's all about trimming those cars out and looking for speed. It's going to be a lot of fun down here in Turn 5 with fans lined up all along the fence on both sides. We're excited for a great Verizon P1 qualifying session.
Sweepers out on the course as we speak. They're just about ready to tidy things up, and the green flag will fly. Again, group number 1, Scott Dixon, Max Chilton, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Takuma Sato, Elio Castro-Neves, Graham Rahal, Spencer Pigot, Mikel Aloshin, Marco Andretti, Gabby Chavez, and Carlos Munoz. Again, our driver analyst, winner of the Indy Lights race earlier today, Zach Veach. Zach, obviously, the later in the run, issues came up with grip. Had a couple of moments over those last 5 or 6 laps.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes down to just the way we had our race car set up. You know, we kind of found around here at Road America, the freer the car is, the faster it is, which is common in a lot of places. But yeah, I had my hands full. I kind of felt like I was wheeling a sprint car out there. So hopefully, you know, we can learn from what we did today and put that in tomorrow. But I think it's just with the track conditions. You know, it's sunny and beautiful and hot out here. Track temps are high, and it's just made the cars greasy.
Green flag is out. Turn number 12 throughout the course of this weekend seemed to provide a challenge for a lot of drivers in both Indy Lights and IndyCar.
For me, especially, you know, turn 12 is the one place that my engineers always told me, okay, you're losing some time in this corner. And I think a lot of it comes down to, you know, as you get in the brake zone there's a big bump right when you get on the brakes, so it's easy to lock it up. And B, there's multiple different surfaces. You know, around here at Road America, a lot of the mid-corners have been sealed by one big patch. Turn 12, there's multiple patches everywhere, so the car handles differently over every different patch. So you're really chasing it around that place, Mark.
Again, a little bit different format in terms of the length of time. These first couple of rounds going to be 12 minutes in length, and then the final round will be 8 minutes. Let's go back to pit road and check in with Dave first.
I tell you, we have enjoyed the weather here at Elkhart Lake and Sheboygan in this Wisconsin area ever since we arrived, Mark, Thursday night, and the conditions are still really nice. Although it's as hot as it's been all weekend, ambient temperature at 82 degrees, track temperature now up to 114, even the humidity level up to 64%. So some of the new things that these guys are going to be dealing with here in this qualifying session for the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Nick Yeoman, do you have a peek at Spencer Pigot as he makes his way toward turn 5?
Indeed, Mark. He's going to be hard on the brakes. Spencer Pigot, this is just his 3rd career IndyCar start. Made 2, or for Ed Carpenter Racing at least, made 2 at Detroit. Back up the hill to left-hander underneath the Corvette Bridge.
We're seeing several takers early on in this session. Again, first couple of rounds will be 12 minutes. The final round, 8 minutes. The Indy 500 winner is on pit road. He is in group number 2, Dave First.
Yeah, he's in group number 2, and he's watching what happens in group number 1. I tell you what, for your first time here at Road America in the Verizon IndyCar Series, you really have seemed to, you're doing quite well this weekend. Surprised how well you're doing here?
You know, this is a track that is more what I'm used to, so I came here with a lot of confidence, hoping that, you know, we could show that. And it's been an okay day and a half. You know, hopefully we can bring a bit more out in a little bit here.
What is it about this place that makes you feel comfortable?
You know, it's a long track, first of all, so, I mean, everything's spread out, and, you know, it's not incredibly bumpy. You know, a lot of the corners are pretty high grip. You know, the width of the corners are pretty standard to me, so it's just all things I'm very much used to.
Remind you of Europe, I'm assuming, a little bit.
Yeah, no, exactly.
It's all good. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Alexander Rossi, he's been consistently in the top 10 here for the first couple of sessions. We'll see what happens this afternoon.
We are awaiting drivers to clear the timing and scoring loop, and Zach, we have seen the importance heighten a bit in terms of getting out of those first couple of rounds. We have seen teams in past races like Dale Coyne, for instance, their focus was not on pole, not on the Fast 6. Their focus simply was getting in the round of 12.
And I think, you know, that's realistic, you know, as you look at some things, because, you know, as you get to the front, especially at a race here like Road America, I mean, yeah, having the pole is great. It helped me in Indy Lights today to secure a win, but that's a race that doesn't have any pit stops. You know, with the track that we have here, with it being so long, and you have the nice part of it you get to pass, you can start back there and still go for a win.
Looking at the 26 of Carlos Munoz. A lot of work by that race team today after the issues this morning. He's headed toward Michael Young.
Yeah, nice looking line for Carlos Munoz. Obviously didn't get a lot of practice time in with that engine detonation a little bit earlier. Takes a nice line through turn number 1, lets it swing out, and at the exit of turn number 1, as Scott Dixon goes by me right now, we have some curbing on the outside of the track, and both of those drivers allowing the car just to edge out on that curbing just a little bit. Takuma Sato now making his way by Elio Castroneves. We're through just a moment ago. That was Ryan Hunter-Reay, but nice lines. All of the drivers, Marco Andretti headed by right now as his car steps out just a little bit at the exit of turn number 1, but the cars all seeming to take that same line as this first group goes out. Qualifying practice session, or I should say qualifying session number 1.
Yeah, Nick Yeoman, you aren't seeing things. That is a canary yellow car that Scott Dixon is driving this weekend.
Yeah, boy, it's taken me all weekend to remember that bright yellow machine for Scott Dixon is sponsored by Clorox, new associate sponsorship on the side of that race car. It's a sharp-looking car. Another yellow car headed my way. That is Graham Rahal. He makes his way through turn number 5, up the hill, and sets up for turn number 6, Mark. He was the fastest at the end of practice yesterday.
Carlos Munoz, Scott Dixon continue to work their way around the course. They're through that 10 and 11 complex, setting up for turn number 12, which again can be a troublesome spot. There goes Munoz through turn number 12. We see the balance of the race car pretty good upon exit. He'll work his way toward turn 13 against Scott Dixon, trying to gap himself a little bit. Let's see where Jake Query can pick up the car of Carlos Munoz.
Munoz already starting to lead my view. Scott Dixon now just below me, starting to do the same. Both of them going to haul off on pit road when Castroneves comes into view, and behind him, it's Takuma Sato. Behind Sato, it's Ryan Hunter-Reay coming into view right now into turn number 14.
Top 6 right now, Scott Dixon, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Elio Castroneves, Piggott, Takuma Sato, and Carlos Munoz. So, okay, Zach, how much has this track changed throughout the course of this day with all the racing that has been done on it?
Well, I think we got to look at two things. The weekend's gotten hotter as we've gone out, so the track temps are going to be the highest that these guys have seen so far. So they got to adjust to that, specifically in the aero and tire pressures. Then another thing you have to look at, we've been racing all morning, so there's a different type of rubber down on the track that these Firestone tires are going to be going over. So I think it's a little bit of a question on how well the car is going to perform as they first leave, but as soon as they come back into the pit lane to get those new tires to go try to advance to the next round, they're going to be making minor adjustments on the race cars.
5 minutes in this session, and it appears as though right on cue, Zach, as you suggested, a lot of cars headed to pit road, and they're going to those reds.
Most definitely, and I kind of got to talk about what you guys were saying. Seeing Scott Dixon in the yellow car, it's taken quite a bit to get used to.
Yeah, it's kind of like Dario a couple of years ago when he was driving for Target. He didn't have the same livery 2 weeks in a row, in fact, and that's part of that great sponsorship activation that Ganassi Racing has with Target. So again, we see the 20 of Spencer Piggott among those on pit road, and he may just slip out of your view, Michael Young. That was Max Chilton who just exited pit road.
Yeah, one of the first I've seen to go out on those alternate Firestone Reds, just made his way down the hill. And just so fans kind of get a grasp, if you're not here at Road America with us this afternoon, the climb from where they leave Jake Query's view down at turn number 14, they climb up a hill to the start-finish line. Then they go downhill slightly, and the track sort of levels off into turn number 1. They'll make that right-hander down into turn number 2, and then the track really drops off as they drive over the Briggs and Stratton Tunnel. Takuma Sato just going by us right now. They'll dive down in through turn number 2 and then go into turn number 3. Michaela Lozian on those reds as well, as we see Scott Dixon starting to make his way out of pit lane. All those drivers going to those alternate reds. It will be interesting because Mike Hall thought we could potentially break a track record to truly see how fast these cars go. Round 1, Group 1.
Nick Yeoman, I believe that's Takuma Sato with the ABC supply machine your way.
Yeah, it is. And Takuma Sato, another one of those drivers that has opted for those alternate red. It's a softer compound. It grips the racetrack a little bit better. They only use them in qualifying and in the race tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon. But for Takuma Sato and the rest of these drivers, getting up to speed on those red tires right now.
Elio Castroneves among those out on the course right now. Scott Dixon goes by Nick Yeoman at turn number 5 again. He'll make that climb up the Corvette Bridge. Okay, so How differently does that feel, making your way off of 4 down to 5? You get to the bottom of that and then back up to the top of the hill. How does the car change on you as the session progresses?
I think the biggest thing you got to realize is, understanding how the brakes are working. Because as longer you run in the car, more heat gets built into it, and you're going to notice your depths changing. One hard thing about turn 5 here is, as you said, Mark, we're going downhill into that brake zone. So the car actually feels like it speeds up when you initially get on the brakes there, because you have all the momentum, following the curvature of the track. So that's one thing you got to play in mind. But as soon as you get through that left-hander, you're accelerating uphill again, and you're braking at the top of a crest. When you brake on top of it, all the weight on the car is unloading, and it's really easy to lock them up or even spin out on entry there.
Under 3 minutes to go in the session. It's Dixon, Spencer Piggott giving it a good ride. Gabby Chavez as well. Ryan Hunter-Ray, Elio Castro-Neves, and Takuma Sato. But Zach, the theory is right now, Munoz, Andretti, Chilton, Alosian, Rahal, they all have fresh rubber and really haven't run their fast lap yet.
Right, they're the sharks in the water that are just waiting to put that lap down with the 2 minutes and 27 seconds we have left. But being a friend of Spencer Piggott and Gabby Chavez, it's really cool to see them in right now as we get closer to the end of the session.
We are watching the 9 of Scott Dixon work his way off of turn number 2. That's been a troublesome spot upon exit as drivers have kind of taken the long path through there. We see Elio Castro-Neves make his way through that section of the course. There's Scott Dixon in front of Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, we've seen drivers kick up a lot of dust throughout the course of this weekend, just testing the limits of this racetrack because there is a fine line. Margin of error is very slim for these drivers. Here comes Elio Castro-Neves. That car bobbles a bit, setting up for the left-hander. About 15 car lengths back, Ryan Hunter-Ray right there in tow. Maybe close enough to get a bit of a draft, but not close enough to slow him down. Now Marco Andretti in that bright blue and white United Fiber and Data machine. He's also on the alternate reds. He'll climb the hill underneath the turn 6 bridge.
Jake Query, momentarily you will see the 14 machine of Takuma Sato come into your view. He works his way off of 13 now.
Into view, just as you say it, Mark. There goes Takuma Sato. It's interesting because off to my left, I can see them climb that hill when they leave Nick Yeoman's vantage point. I wait, they go around that Canada corner, then coming into my view, as Mikel Alosian just did. Then you wait patiently because you know that eventually, just as I say it, Scott Dixon comes into view. Dixon in that yellow machine, the Clorox, currently sitting 4th on the speed chart, takes it wide. Now that elevation as Scott Dixon works his way back towards the start-finish line.
Under a minute to go, Zach, right now, 1:44.9606. Now 1:43.860. It's turn it over like the old stock exchange board.
And the thing is, they just turned their laps in. Scott Dixon, jumped to P1 with that 1:42, but we got 36 seconds left. So he started another lap. So he's going to get another lap in before the checkered's out. And it's going to be interesting to see how much faster he goes here.
Scott Dixon is currently P1, and Nick Yeoman, the 9 machine, is trying to improve upon that lap as he works his way off of turn 4.
At the top of the charts, as you mentioned, here comes Dixon into turn number 5, arcs it in smoothly, exit, he keeps it right along the rumble strips, he'll climb the hill into turn number 6.
That number 9 machine, as we mentioned, you're not seeing things, it is indeed canary yellow. Another car is Max Chilton, and Michael Young, he's been fast in this session. So Max Chilton out on the course, putting his car through the paces at 1:43.2504. So Dixon P1, Chilton P2, Hunter-Ray P3, Graham Rahal, Carlos Munoz, and Marco Andretti. Right now, Chavez, Elio, Alosian on the outside looking in. Correct that. Marco, Chavez, Castro-Neves currently 9th quick. Alosian and Piggott. It's still changing, Zach. We're waiting on guys to clear that timing and scoring loop for the last time.
And here goes Scott Dixon on his way to turn 14. We'll see. And he does. He goes faster, a 1:42.48. And as of right now, that's still P1.
So, Jake, we'll be patient with you while you describe who's trying to finish up the run. I think the first one to you is Elio.
Yep, Castro-Neves just below me right now. Hunter-Ray is right behind him. Hunter-Ray works his way through turn number 14. 14. Both of them pulling off now into the pits. That checkered flag here in 14 is waving. The next to see it, that of Marco Andretti. Andretti working his way through. Graham Rahal is right behind him. Rahal coming quickly. Graham Rahal about eight car lengths behind Marco Andretti. And the last one, I presume the last, and that's the 26 machine of Carlos Munoz. No, he's not last, because behind him we have Spencer Pigot. Gabby Chavez is apparently the last, but I have yet to see him come into view, and I think that might be him just now. Gabby Chavez going into turn number 14 right now. He is the last. He hits that rev limiter as he exits turn number 14.
So they have all cleared the timing and scoring loop and cleared the checkered flag. Moving on, Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Carlos Munoz, Graham Rahal, and Max Chilton. Those not moving on, Mikel Aloshin, Takuma Sato, Spencer Pigot, Gabby Chavez, and Marco Andretti, who was last in this session. And Zach Veach, what an interesting weekend it has been for Graham Rahal. Had issues that took him out of the first session early yesterday. He comes back to set fast pace in P2 yesterday. He has a fast race car.
Yeah, most definitely. And, he's shown that he can get kicked down, but he's going to be fighting his way back. And that's a great weekend for him so far, especially, with his new sponsor coming on. They're very big around here in Road America. So to see him moving on to the next round is going to be very good for him and them as well.
So that second group will be Tony Gaudon, Will Power, Simon Pagenaud, Sebastian Bourdais, Alexander Rossi, Connor Daly, Joseph Newgarden, James Hinchcliffe, Jack Hawksworth, Charlie Kimball, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Again, those moving on: Dixon, Castroneves, Hunter-Reay, Munoz, Rahal, and Chilton. Qualifying continues for the Kohler Grand Prix here at Road America.
The best drivers on earth aren't going to push the limits of man and machine riding on just any old piece of rubber, which is why Firestone is the tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. So when it's time to celebrate the 100th running of the Indy 500, no one knows more about celebrating than the tire that has more Indy wins than anyone else. Because at Firestone, we don't just make tires, we make champions. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Welcome back, Road America. Mark Jane, Zach Veach in the booth. Michael Young, Nick Yeoman, Jake Query out on the course. Rob Howden going to join us for this qualifying session. And Dave First with one of the drivers on the outside looking in, the driver of the 14 ABC supply machine, Takuma Sato.
Yeah, one of those guys that is experiencing his first weekend here at Road America as he takes a look at some of the telemetry right now. Takuma, how close was it out there? I mean, you look at some of these times, it's going to be a couple of tenths here or there, man.
Yeah, it was very close and very tight field, but didn't we had a good speed to go through it.
What are you working on the most? Where would you like to see some improvement heading into tomorrow's race?
Obviously, the question about downforce level. Heavy downforce, and it's good for the tires and obviously stability, but looks like we're a little draggy down the straight, which you wouldn't want to be at for the race.
It's a unique balance, especially at a place like this when you have long straightaways and technical portions as well. Very unique here at Road America.
Yeah, it's a fantastic track for the drivers and the fans, and it's pretty tricky for the qualify.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay,
Takuma Sato will roll off 15 tomorrow here at Road America, guys.
Dave down here right now with Spencer Pigot, not real happy. Spencer, of course, you wanted it a little better. You said that the car was getting better. You were getting more comfortable with the car. Maybe a step back here in this particular situation?
Yeah, it's always, a little disappointing to not, really come that close to transferring. So, we did 2 runs on reds. The first one was pretty loose all the way around. We made some more changes in the middle of qualifying that helped a little bit, but, we're obviously still missing a bit of pace. So just go back and look at it all over and see how we can get better tomorrow.
Limited track time for you, of course. Joseph Newgarden out there giving some pretty good data. Have you been able to use what he's been able to bring you? Are your setups fairly similar?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great having Joseph as a teammate. He's one of the top guys out there, so to be able to look at his data and stuff is great. And earlier today, we were about the same speed, so I was pleased with that. But, hopefully he has a good run here this in qualifying, but again, can't thank Fuzzies and Rising Star Racing and everyone at ECR for the chance to be here.
Hey, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Spencer Piggott, folks.
He'll start 17th tomorrow. Again, those moving on: Scott Dixon, Elio Castro-Neves, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Carlos Munoz, Graham Rahal, and Max Chilton. In this second session, Tony Kanaan, Will Power. This is still technically round one. Simon Pagenaud, Sebastian Bourdais, Alexander Rossi, Connor Daly, Joseph Newgarden, James Hinchcliffe, Jack Hawksworth, Charlie Kimball, and Juan Pablo Montoya. As session 2 gets underway, again, this is a 12-minute session, and things really won't pick up until the last, 5 or 6 minutes or so of this session. Michael Young, let's check in with you. You have, I would call him an experienced spotter, a guy that's worn a lot of hats, most recently the outstanding president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Doug Bowles.
And it's odd to see Doug actually in street clothes, got a pair of shorts on, obviously wearing an Indianapolis 500 t-shirt. First off, congratulations on the month of May and an outstanding race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, it was a great month. A lot due to the team back home, but certainly due to the fans of IndyCar racing and our community. And I'm really excited for George and everybody to be up here at Road America again. I took my SCCA driving school here in '94. I love this place, and I'm excited to see what Connor and the rest of the guys can do in this session.
So explain to the race fans as a driver and now an avid fan of this form of motorsport, what it's like to drive around Road America.
You know, this is, in an IndyCar, it's got to be a big challenge just because it's a lot of elevation change, a lot of different long straights, lots of technical corners. I did it in a Formula V, so it was really, really slow. But to watch these guys out here is pretty magical.
About the fans here, and clearly a different type of environment, but kind of the same as the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but there are fans littered throughout this 4-mile circuit. It's fascinating to come and actually see this great group of people. A lot, I'm sure, were also at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, I think I'm close to 20,000 steps already today, just walking around with Beth and Carter, and we've been having a great time, been on the go-karts, talking to fans. There's people in tents, motorhomes, people sleep in the back of their trucks, and then just folks that come in for the day. It's an outstanding group of people that love Road America and love IndyCar racing here.
Great to see you again, and again, congratulations on the month of May.
Well, thank you, and I'm excited for this weekend. It's going to be fun.
Doug Bowles, president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Quiet here at Turn 1, and Mark, there are actually clouds in the skies that have kind of casted a bit of a shade here at Turn number 1. I'm not quite sure what kind of clouds they are. Jake Query could maybe identify them for me. I will call them puffy cotton ball-like clouds.
Jake, cumulus? Are they cumulus clouds, Jake?
You know, I appreciate you asking. Cumulus clouds, of course, the large cotton ball type. These have actually settled themselves out more into the cirrus variation. But they are doing the one thing that a lot of people are welcoming right now here in Turn 14, and that's creating just a little bit of cloud cover and a nice breeze. You can bet the drivers feel that temperature change, like James Hinchcliffe, who works his way through Turn 14. Right behind him, Alexander Rossi, Juan Montoya do the same.
4 minutes into this session now. Will Power, Tony Kanaan, Juan Montoya, Simon Pagenaud, Jack Hawksworth, Joseph Newgarden in the top 6. Let's go to Dave first.
An opportunity to catch up with Marco Andretti. Just hopped out of the car, missing the second round of qualifying here. What are you guys working on? What have you been working on all weekend, Marco?
Just getting a balance, which we had. This is why I'm so frustrated right now. The car was fine, and I think we were on a lap to transfer, and the car just turned hard right on the brakes in 5 and off the track.
What the difference between the blacks and the reds here? What are they? Can you tell?
It's just grip. It doesn't really offset the balance. It's just a little more grip.
That's about it. That's what it's designed to do. And a lot of people were scratching their heads wondering how much improvement the reds would show. What did it show for you guys?
Just a little more lap time, a little more grip. You're just able to push the cars harder.
Hang in there. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Got Marco Andretti. He'll start 21st here at Road America.
Rob Howden.
Standing right now here with Mikel Aloshin, just getting some inputs on him. Never been here before, didn't get a chance to test at the racetrack, so it really has put you behind the 8 ball a little bit, Mikel. Talk about your session a bit. I know you made a lot of changes before you came out here for qualifying.
Well, I mean, I think that the team did a good job, definitely, and we improved definitely from the beginning of the practices, so that's a good thing, and I hope we're just gonna continue improving, because we still have some things what we need to improve, and I need to learn the track as well. I think that's probably one of the main issues at the moment, because as I haven't been here on the test because I was in Le Mans, so but in this case everything is fine. We just need to continue improving and it'll be fine.
And good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Mikel Aloshin, folks, like you said, not able to be here for the test with the team as he was in Le Mans. And when I talked to him before we went on air there, he just seemed very dejected. He just knows he's behind the 8 ball a little bit, knows he wants to keep digging in. But again, like I said, just behind the 8 ball here right now for Mikel Aloshin.
Connor Daly currently P1 at 1:43.4693. And Zach, you compare that to the times in session 1. That's a pretty good lap by the driver of the 18.
Most definitely. I mean, for Connor Daly, that would have been, close to getting into that fast 6 of that first group. So hopefully, as Connor comes in and gets tires, he can go out there and do it again, and be really nice to see him moving on. He showed pace, the past few races, and he's really improving.
I know that obviously he felt badly about the circumstances in Texas and the incident that took both he and Joseph out. But I think what we're seeing from Connor Daly, I think we're seeing a benefit of a team and a driver that really are starting to get on the same page.
And if I can say it, with maturity as well, as you get further into your IndyCar season, I think you just get used to everything, you understand the program, and you settle down. And yeah, of course, with what happened at Texas with him and Newgarden is sad, but as that relationship you share at drivers, Joseph knows that that was just a racing thing, and Connor knows it as well. So they're both back here today and having a good run so far.
Can you imagine having 18 some odd screws in your clavicle and the broken bone in your hand and doing what Joseph Newgarden's done around this place?
I got to give him a lot of credit, because that just shows how dedicated Joseph is to this, because we all know that he's gone through pain and that, but at the end of the day, when somebody tells you, hey, do you want to drive an IndyCar and have to go through a little bit of pain, I think you're going to say yes every time.
You guys really are cut different than most of us, aren't you?
We like to think so.
That's what it boils down to. The 5 and the 98, that's James Hinchcliffe, and Alexander Rossi had an incident, and race control is giving it a look-see. Michael Youngston, Jack Hawksworth on his way out of turn 1.
Just came by on those alternate reds. Actually, Connor Daly on those alternate reds as well. We would imagine he'll go back out on those reds. Tony Kanaan, who was quick in that morning session, P2 currently. He just went by on the reds as the rest of the field. Round 1, group number 2, continue to go by. Joseph Newgarden there, P9. Now we see the machine of Simon Pagenaud make his way out on pit lane. A very successful and unbelievable season thus far. P6 for him, and then can't make it out. Just out of my vantage point, another one of the cars going by, Will Power. The rest of the field coming out now, Mark, but everybody on red, so let's see who's quick in the final moments of this session.
So, Nick Yeoman, give people a look-see, share your vantage point atop that Mazda hospitality area there at turn 5.
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome view as Joseph Newgarden streaks up turn number 6, towards turn number 6 underneath the bridge. Here comes Simon Pagenaud, the points leader. He's got those alternate reds on as well, followed by the Indianapolis 500 champion, Alexander Rossi. It's a downhill race down into turn number 5. Then it's hard on the brakes as a couple drivers make their way through, Juan Montoya and Connor Daly. Then it's hard on the accelerator up the hill to turn number 6. And right when you reach that crest mark, you've got to get hard on the brakes because you've got a left-hander up turn number 6. Here comes James Hinchcliffe, another one of those Mazda Road to Indy graduates. He'll make his way underneath the Corvette bridge as Charlie Kimball comes into my view as well. Everybody on those alternate red tires.
So all of those cars that we pointed out are now making their way through that 12-13 complex. Jake, I think it'll be Tony Kanaan out of that bunch that's the first one to you.
Yep, Kanaan, as a matter of fact, bobbled just a little bit. Now he takes that turn 14 wide. Kanaan already now up to the top of the elevation, and then Newgarden comes right behind him.
Yep, Joseph Newgarden in that 21 machine, 2 minutes to go. And Zach, let's face it, it's go time for this group. If you're going to get your fast lap in, this is where you do it.
Yeah, most definitely. And the thing we got to look at, we have about 2 minutes, 13 seconds left. So when it's a minute, 43-second lap time, if you're coming close to that timing line, you're only going to get 1 lap, maybe 2 if you're lucky. So now's the time to be perfect, not make a single mistake, because if you do, you're not going to be moving on compared to the guys that did make a perfect lap.
And there's just no good excuse for not getting a good, clean, fast lap. You have a 4-mile course in which to gap yourself.
Most definitely. We look at this place and, I think it's funny how you see so many people packed up sometimes, and it's like, guys, we have so much more room to get around, but, I think it's all up to the team. You have your crew chiefs telling you where the gaps are, and as the driver as well, knowing when you need to build that gap or when to let somebody go so you can get that one clean lap time.
This place is so big. What's it like from just a sheer concentration standpoint to stay just on that ragged edge for all 14 turns?
It's tough, but that's the nice thing about having the long straightaways. It gives you a lot of time to think, and that can either be a good thing or a bad thing, but you just got to make sure you keep your head as clear as possible. And we got a car off.
Yep, we got one spinning off. It's the number 21 machine of Joseph Newgarden, and I don't know if he was able to keep it running or not. So Joseph Newgarden gets off of the course, and he is against the outside retaining wall, and that will bring out a red flag. So Joseph Newgarden, with a bobble here in qualifying, brings out a red flag with 47 seconds remaining in the session. Let's go out to turn 1 and Michael Young.
It's more of a question for Zach Veach with this circuit being so long. As a driver, I can't imagine making a mistake. Let's say you make a mistake in turn number 5. You have such a long time to get back to turn number 5. Do you even remember what you did wrong by the time you get back there, or is it easy to correct yourself on a circuit as big as Road America?
You always remember, I think, especially, if you lose a lap that you're going to get to the pole on. But, that's why I say I think it's easier to race around here at Road America than it is to qualify, because in the race, everybody's making some small mistakes here and there. Or if you make a small bobble, you're going to lose about a quarter to a half a second, but you have a chance to make that up. Qualifying is if you lose a half a second on a lap, you're not going to get that chance again for another 2 minutes almost. So I think the pressure is really on in qualifying. And as we see, the replay of Joseph Newgarden, he's going through the carousel. Looks like the car just bobbles a little bit, and he gets loose on the exit curbing, and that's what sends him, across the track, causing the red flag.
Zach, we got a pretty good shot of that replay before that spin ever started, and he's working his hands before that grip ever breaks loose on that car.
And that's one characteristic that the carousel always has, at least, what I believe. Even in the Indy Lights car, when you enter in on the carousel, everything's smooth. But by the time you get to the middle and you want to start getting on power, you're constantly stalling at that wheel. And it's a combination of how much throttle can I have and how much counter steer can I put in before it bites me.
Turn 14, Jake Query.
I could be wrong in this. I obviously don't have the luxury of timing and scoring in front of me, but for those fans, and there are a lot of them here at Road America that are watching, when you look at the LED lights of these machines just behind the head of the driver, it tells you what position the driver is on the track, or in these cases, in these sessions, where they rank in terms of their speed. That last time by, when the flag came out, the red flag came out, I think the guy that it victimized most was that of Juan Montoya, because he had been close behind his teammate Will Power, and I would expect probably was awaiting one more lap to get himself some distance and then throw down a flyer lap and try to get himself in that 6th that would advance from this session. But he was 7th, I believe, when it came out, and he was very close behind his teammate Will Power, had not yet afforded himself that gap necessary to be able to go out and turn a flyer lap on his own.
Zach, we just got to look at the replay of that incident that we were shared race control. We got the information. They were looking at that incident between the 5 and the 98. That was Rossi and James Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, no, it looks like, Hinch just didn't see Rossi. That was a pretty late move from him. And, with it being qualifying, everybody's fighting a gap. So I would have put that more on Rossi, just being a little more aggressive, trying to get a lap in before we go red here.
Dave first.
Here with Ed Carpenter. Amongst those guys scratching your head. This place is so big you can't even have some radio communication with Joseph to figure out what happened out there.
Yeah, he's kind of in a bad spot. We haven't really been able to talk to him on the radio, but seeing part of the replay, it looks like he just dropped a wheel off on the exit of 10 and spun. I don't think there's really much damage, so I'm sure he's feeling all right. Just bummed out that we're going to be starting from the back. I think the car had a little better pace than that, so he's had a lot of work to do all weekend as it is. Just have a little more so to do tomorrow now.
Bummed out might be putting it politely. I know he really, really likes that 21 machine here this weekend.
He does. It's a big weekend for us with all our friends from Direct Supply here. We'll be having a nice dinner tonight and coming up with a good strategy to get the 21 car back up front.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right, Ed Carpenter, as mentioned, Joseph Newgarden will start last now as he just pulled in the 21 machine, the Direct Supply Preferred Freezer Services Chevrolet. So we're going to have an opportunity to chat up with Joseph, figure out exactly what happened in the carousel here moments ago. Rob?
Trying to get an interview here with James Hinchcliffe, but he's got to do the fist bump with everybody in the team when he's done here. You guys got caught out there for sure. You wanted the shot at trying to get up, of course, into the next qualifying session, but you said you had an issue with the shift lights. What happened?
Yeah, I noticed on the blacks there, the shift lights for some reason were malfunctioning, and I didn't really have them. So I'm kind of trying to shift off my year-old shifter cart style. You remember that? Yeah. So that's why we weren't maybe as high up on blacks as we could have been, and we figured we'd get it sorted for the Reds and we'd be all right, but ultimately we didn't even get a lap. We're on our first flyer there when that came out, so it caught up a bunch of guys, but that's how this qualifying works. If you go out on Reds right away, if you go out on sticker blacks versus scrubs, so that's all right. We got a long race tomorrow. We got a lot of good tires now, so that's the good news. And this place has been chewing up tires a little bit, so we'll see what we can do.
When you rolled in here, I watched you looking at the screen there. Was there any issue with Alexander Rossi out on the racetrack? He was trying to go down the inside of you, I think.
No, I mean I kind of feel bad for Alex. I apologize. Like I said, because of my shift lights being off, I was kind of slow in a straight line. I was either short shifting or hitting a limiter, so he actually caught me pretty quick there. And but I knew that was our lap. I mean, ultimately that's the lap that we were doing for qualifying here. I figured we'll do Reds. None of these laps are going to matter anyway. But that wasn't the case, so I'm glad I stuck to it.
I hate to tell you this, but I'm being told right now that you lost your 2 fastest laps for that. They're going to move you back, so it's going to be even tougher tomorrow.
We'll see. We'll go talk to them about that, because that's kind of a joke.
There you go, folks. James Hinchcliffe not happy with that whatsoever. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you guarantee he's going to be talking to some officials after what happened here today.
That's what makes the job that our pit reporters do not an easy one. Luckily, you were sharing that information, Rob, with a guy like James Hinchcliffe, because he handled about as professionally as you could hope to have anybody handle that situation. Maybe Zach Veets would handle it.
I'm just. Is there ever an unhappy race car driver, Mark? Have we ever noticed that?
I know that, as I've said before, rarely has it doesn't matter the sport. Rarely has anyone ever walked out of an event and said, boy, that was really well officiated? That doesn't happen very often.
I think that just comes, from the heart of competition, because, when you're looking at it behind your own eyes, you're always in the moment and what best serves you in a way. So, I think Hinch is making the right call, going and talking and, sharing his side of the story. And, that's one thing, that is nice about IndyCar is they allow us to kind of voice our concerns, especially with Indy Lights. And you can really kind of, just understand, better what you did or what, needed to be done. So it's nice that they have friendly people here you can talk to.
So now, here's who moves on after all of that. Connor Daly, a good run for the 18, the 10 of Tony Kanaan. How about the 83 of Charlie Kimball, the 11 of Sebastian Bourdais, the 12 of Will Power, and the 22 of Simon Pagenaud. They will join in the next round, which is round 2. Again, that one too will be 12 minutes. Scott Dixon, Elio Castro-Neves, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Carlos Munoz, Graham Rahal, and Max Chilton. And it's just survival of the fittest, Zach. I mean, they're just, you don't get to take any sessions off. There's no lightweights in any of these sessions.
No, and that's the thing that we saw here, especially with, as we keep talking about how long the track is and how long it takes a lap. If there is a red, it takes twice as long to, get it taken care of, because they got to get that car back to pit lane. So, it's tough for the guys like Juan Pablo Montoya and, James Hinchcliffe, being outside of that round. But we got to look at, Connor Daly. He put his lap in early. I probably wasn't, expecting something like this to happen, but he definitely looks like, the smart player from that second group.
While we're waiting on round 2, let's continue to recap your win in the Indy Lights race today. Let's go back last year to Toronto after Sunday night's race. You served as our driver analyst, and you and I had dinner that night and talked a little bit about your future. You knew where you wanted to be, you just didn't know how you were going to get there. And of course, later that year, the opportunity came up to try Indy Lights again, spend another season after you'd already spent a couple of seasons in Indy Lights because of the new car with Brian Bellardi. Some struggles to start the season. We've talked about that already. Having said all of that, where does this win today rank career-wise for you in terms of its significance?
Honestly, I think it might be right above my other Wisconsin win at the Milwaukee Mile, because this one we really had to work for it. And as we talked, we had dinner that night, and I was constantly talking about how I wanted to be in IndyCar if we could find the sponsorship. But I was very fortunate to have someone like Brian Belardi kind of help me come back to Indy Lights. And at first I was a little worried with it being a different car, because I didn't know how that was going to play into my skill set, because we were really dialed into the old car. And honestly, it was a blessing in disguise to come back to Indy Lights, because I had to look at a completely different car that drove a completely different way, and I had to figure out how to make it fast instead of just saying, oh, well, this car doesn't suit my style. So every weekend was a learning experience, and we were working on the dance of it. And I'm not saying we got figured out yet. We still got a lot of work to do, but it's very rewarding to know that we're close to being where we need to be in this race car.
Let's go back to pit road and Rob Howden.
Juan Montoya, one of the drivers that got caught out of that one. You had a car, you guys obviously had some speed, but you never know what's going to happen in terms of a red flag on the racetrack. Just caught out before you were able to go out and get those quick laps.
Well, to be honest with you, we didn't get caught out. The Velvet Chevy was really good, and we just got traffic from the 98. 98 tried to pass the 5, and he couldn't, and then he backed off and got into me, and we lost half second. Our lap was fast enough to make it. It's a shame. We were 100 yards from the end, and he backed off. And so I'm talking to IndyCar because, as everybody else is getting penalized, he needs to get penalized as well. Rules are rules.
If we talk about your race car itself, are you happy with the way it is right now? I know you made some changes. You weren't that quick in the morning session. Of course, Will was quick. You were in his pit lane, or his pit box. I saw that. Did you make adjustments to your car that can make you better for tomorrow?
Well, I think this morning, if you paid attention, we had a problem with the engine and we didn't do any running. So apart from that, we've been really good. We were fourth yesterday, and I felt we had a good car today again.
The issue with the engine, of course, with Juan Pablo Montoya, put him out. He was out early. Again, as I said, down to the pit box with Will Power. When I talked to Will afterwards, he said that his car was fantastic, and he knew that the whole team would be able to step up before the end of the day.
That sounds like a guy who, over his last 3 races, has finished 33rd, 3rd, and 20th, Zach.
Well, you look at it that way, and it's racing to begin with. It's one of those things that changes just like the weather does. So when you do have the moments that things are going well, you really need to take a moment and take them in, because sometimes, the good moments are far and few between. So you got to make sure you do the best you can.
So the 12 drivers set to duke it out in round number 2. The 3 of Helio Castroneves, the 8 of Max Chilton, the 9 of Scott Dixon, the 10 of Tony Kanaan, the 11 of Sebastian Bourdais, the 12 of Will Power, the 15 of Graham Rahal, the 18 of Connor Daly, the 22 of Simon Pagenaud, the 26 of Carlos Munoz, the 28 of Ryan Hunter-Ray, and the 83 of Charlie Kimball. It's been a good weekend so far for that Ganassi stable, Zach.
No, they look extremely strong. And as I was watching Max Chilton, even Scott Dixon go around here, you can really see that they can put the car wherever they like. So it shows confidence in themselves and confidence in the setup. So I kind of expect that we're going to see, the Target Chip Ganassi cars kind of pushing towards that pole once we get to the Fast 6.
One of the words you've heard bannered about the Detroit weekend was how bumpy that surface is. What about this one? Is it reasonably smooth?
I think out of all the places we visit, next to maybe Barber and Indy Road Course, this is one of the smoothest places we go. There's some bumps, as I said, in turn 12 and turn 14 that upset the race car, but where you're going so fast over a lot of the bumps here, you really don't feel them that much, and that's kind of the clue in racing is, if it's curbs or regardless, the faster you hit some things, the smoother it feels.
2 minutes have evaporated, but Dave, first, because it's a 4-mile racetrack, it takes a while to clear that timing and scoring loop and post sometimes. While we're waiting on that to happen, let's hear from Joseph Newgarden.
Yeah, let's try to figure out what happened in the carousel down there. It looked like you had something going on that lap, and then what happened, Joseph?
Oh, me making a mistake. Feel pretty silly for doing it, but that happens sometimes. You're pushing really hard in these race cars, and you're going to overstep the limits, and that's what I did right there. I got a little bit wide, got too greedy. I probably should have lifted out, but I had a really good lap going. I think the car was fast, and I wanted to go for it. Probably should have thought a little better about it being round 1. You don't need to actually go for it that hard until the Fast 6, but I was just ready to be on it and try and make something happen. And like I said, I got a little greedy, got wide, and then dropped the wheel, and that was the end of it. So I feel bad for my guys. I'm happy the car's not too badly damaged. I think we can fix it up pretty quick. It's just a little cosmetic, and direct supply car should be pretty fast. So we'll come back tomorrow, regroup, and try and put the car high up on the grid.
There's something to be said, though, about being confident, and you've been confident in this race car all weekend. So it's hard to let up when you're so confident about your race car.
Yeah, I mean, you can't give an inch with these things, and I've been trying to be on it all weekend, because as soon as you give up a little bit or start, being cautious, that's when you get swallowed up in the series. So
a tenth here or there can mean several spots.
It's a huge swing, and I mean, you really have to push hard to get to that last tenth. It's not easy to get to that point. So I think you have to be on it, and I tried to be as aggressive as I could be without going over the edge. And today I went over the edge. So like I said, feel bad, but these things happen. Try and do a good job tomorrow when it counts in the race.
And we'll see you tomorrow. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Let's give us a view guard, Mark.
Can't ask any more, Zach Veitzer, for a guy to own it when a mistake's made.
No, that's a lot of respect there for Joseph, because it's common that you're driving these cars, you're pushing so hard, it's human error. Eventually you're going to make a mistake, and that's what makes us human. And as Joseph said, yeah, maybe it was a little tough for the first round, but this is the Verizon IndyCar Series. Everybody's pushing that hard every lap, and to be one of the front runners like Joseph is, and to show the strength that he has, you got to be on it. And I look at it as if you're not making mistakes, you're not learning or growing anymore either. So he's got his hands cut out for him tomorrow, but he seems happy in that race car, so it should be good to watch.
Will Power, Elio Castroneves among those turning fast laps early. Simon Pagenaud is in front of Michael Young.
And Pagenaud goes by. Nice line out of turn number 1. Will Power immediately following him. The two Penske teammates make their way through turn number 1. Tony Kanaan currently sitting P8 out of the 12. Graham Rahal, P10. Kimball 11. Connor Daly, the only driver of this group thus far on reds. And Connor, I think, was P7 that time by. Hunter Ray quick. He currently runs P3 in this group number 2 qualifying session. Ooh, Sebastian Bourdais nearly got loose. Really hit the brakes about the entry point of that curve. I don't know if he missed the entrance of that curve, but really bobbled as he went through here in turn number 1.
The 11 of Sebastian Bourdais exits turn number 2 under the Sargento Bridge. He'll come into your view, Nick Yeoman, but you just had 3 or 4 cars pass you before him.
Yeah, boy, a handful of cars, Mark, and I'm telling you, they're going to have to space themselves out a little bit better than that, because when they get on it, Sebastian Bourdais, who has a nice 25-30 car length advantage in front and behind him, for that pack of cars, Mark, there were 5 or 6 of them really on top of each other. They're going to have to space out if they want to lay down some big laps here in the closing moments of qualifying.
The 22 of Simon Pagenaud now works his way through that 11-12 complex. We'll see what that grip's like. It's pretty stable. It takes a wide swing, loosens up a little bit upon exit. The 22 of Simon Pagenaud into the view of Jake Query.
Dixon and Castroneves came by before him. They then peeled off for pit road. We'll see if Pagenaud and his teammate Will Power decide to do the same when they leave turn 14. They do exactly that, and it appears as though Tony Kanaan will do the same. The final trio behind him, that of Graham Rahal, Charlie Kimball, and then behind Kimball, I believe that's Connor Daly.
And we're getting a little faster, Zach Veach.
Yeah, most definitely. We see Will Power go to P1 right now with a 143.49, but I was just kind of pointing out, it's funny, you see Elio Castroneves and Scott Dixon's time separated by 1,000th of a second. They find themselves in P2, P3 right now, but just amazing how close things can be sometimes.
Yeah, that's a 143.5156 for Elio, 143.5166 for Scott Dixon. Hunter Ray at 43.83.10. Tony Kanaan at 144.04.89. Sebastian Bourdais at a minute 44.38.82. And Zach with 5.5 minutes left in this session. Pit road a busy place. It's time to go for the fast 6.
Well, this is going to be the last stop for them, and they're going to be sending their men to the moon, basically, because once they leave this pit box, it's going to be all eyes on them, and the workload's going to be on them to get themselves in the fast 6.
Those are shiny new sticker reds we see going on some cars, Dave First.
Yes, they are, and that includes Max Chilton, who's already back out on this 4-mile road course at Road America. Simon Pagenaud has come in. He's got some sticker reds. Elio Castroneves has come in that black and white number 3 car for Roger Penske. He's going to put on some sticker reds as well. Scott Dixon, sticker reds, second set for Dixie as well. And Carlos Munoz, all of them sticker reds, their second set here this afternoon. Rob Howden?
Yeah, standing here as well with Graham Rahal and the Gell number 15 for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. They are ready to go here. They got the sticker reds on the car for Graham Rahal. 145.330. He's got to go for a big lap here. They're holding him in pit lane right now. Charlie Kimball heading out in the number 83. They got the sticker reds on as well for Kimball. Let's go back to Dave First.
Yeah, reds all around, as Sebastian Bourdais is also back out on the road course. Sticker reds there. So let's see what happens, Mark Janes. The rating, 4.5 minutes or so. See what these sticker reds can do.
2 good ones. Is that what you have here? I mean, considering it 1:43 and 4 minutes to go, you're looking for what? 2 good laps here?
Definitely 2 good laps these guys can get in, and that's the thing. You want to make sure you do your best lap that first lap, just so you can learn from it, figure out how the car was, and put it together and make that perfect lap the second time by.
So we see Tony Kanaan working his way towards turn number 5 first. Nick, give us an idea of who else is going to join him through there.
Yeah, Kanaan arcs it through turn number 5. His teammate Charlie Kimball will follow him. All those Ganassi cars been awful quick this weekend. Then Connor Daly, one of the surprises to get into this second round, although he's been awful racy here in the second half of the season. Then a pair of cars, nose to tail. Couple good ones. Scott Dixon, Helio Castroneves out of turn 5. They'll race up the hill.
7-8 complex for Tony Kanaan, laying back a little bit. Running just in front of him on the racetrack is the 11 of Sebastian Bourdais. He'll stake his way through that 11-12 complex, start to set up for turn number 12, climb all the binders, make that right-handed turn. That 11 machine of Sebastian Bourdais won here in 2011. He comes back into the view of Jay Query.
Bourdais, one of those guys that you look at his win totals and realize how impressive he's been in his career. He is very, very tight, leaving turn number 14, and then you wait a bit because there's a sizable gap. Then Tony Kanaan is right there. Kanaan, with the sun dancing off that NTT Data blue machine, works his way up the elevation with Charlie Kimball about 20 car lengths behind him.
Yep, and we're down to 2 minutes 30 seconds now. Let's give you the fast 6. Power, Castroneves, Dixon, Hunter Ray, Tony Kanaan, Sebastian Bourdais. Kind of interesting to see experience ride to the top here, Zach Beach.
I was just getting ready to say, as you were saying that, I was thinking that those names sound like they should be in the Fast 6, because when you hear them, Will Power, Scott Dixon, Helio Castroneves, we know that they're going to be fast, and for us to be coming back here, it's cool to see the guys that have raced here, way back in the day, are the ones that are fast again.
I'm not suggesting that he's sandbagging, but I'm interested to see what Graham Rahal's fast lap is like as we see Max Chilton now go to P1. Maybe you heard us dissing those rookies a little bit.
Maybe. So it's good that he's tuned in and listening to us, though, Mark.
Simon Pagenaud crosses the start-finish line, comes back into the view of Michael Young.
Hangs on the outside of the circuit, now tucks his way down in by the curbing on the inside of the track. Settles then back to the outside, swings it just a bit wide. Will Power directly behind him as they make their way, I should say, across that Briggs and Stratton tunnel down into turn number 3. Pagenaud with that good-looking line, really on the outside, that reeled himself right back to the inside. So a nice run through that apex, should be down to Nick Yeoman.
Here comes a host of cars led by Simon Pagenaud in that neon yellow Menard scheme. Then you've got Will Power and Max Chilton. Chilton just about 2 or 3 car lengths behind. They'll climb the hill mark and set up for the left-hander underneath the Corvette bridge.
Tony Kanaan is the next one to Jake Query. He works his way off of turn 12.
Kanaan's the one guy that seems all by his lonesome here, because as he works his way, and it looks like took him a split second to get a little giddy up out of turn number 4, then Charlie Kimball got just a little bit loose upon the exit as well. Connor Daly now keeps a little bit of a closer line exiting that turn 14 area.
Yep, a couple of cars we're watching include Carlos Munoz, those yellow cars running around together, among them the number 9 of Scott Dixon. He clears that complex, and it looks like Carlos Munoz is working his way through that 11-12 complex. Here comes the 26th machine of Carlos Munoz, Jake.
Yep, Munoz again, as you'd mentioned, behind Ryan Hunter Ray, but Munoz all by his lonesome. 10th right now, a little bit wiggly out of turn number 14. Simon Pagenaud's right there, then Will Power and Max Chilton.
Was that Helio Castroneves that just cleared you, Michael Young?
Just swung by me. Mark James did not see what he was running, but he did go by. Then the 2 yellow cars of Hunter Ray and Graham Rahal just came by. We talked about Carlos Munoz. That distance between 14 and turn 1 right about there. Simon Pagenaud, Will Power, and Max Chilton by us in turn 1. Checkered flag is out.
Yep, checkered flag is out. Simon Pagenaud on a fast lap. He is among those heading toward Nick Yeoman. He'll work his way off of turn number 3 and make that climb down the hill. And that glide down the hill, Nick, before he sets up up for turn number 5.
Host of cars looking smooth through turn number 5. Ryan Hunter-Reay was not one of them. He went wide. Here comes Carlos Munoz. He'll pitch the rear end of that car around, kick up a little dirt. As for Pagano, nice and smooth. About 8 to 10 car lengths back. Will Power will chase him into turn number 6.
Bright blue machine, the NTT Data car of Tony Kanaan, comes to Jake Query.
I'll tell you, the way that car sparkles, Tony Kanaan right now has it sparkling inside the top 6, it appears. Happy with his lap, pulls off, it would seem, onto pit road. Charlie Kimball now going to do the same. With that checkered flag waving, we'll see who, of course, has to be the one to make sure that he gets that final lap in. Max Chilton is the last on the track right now that will complete in this run. Elio Castroneves is working his way. He comes very quickly now into turn number 14. All the way around goes that Hitachi machine. Castroneves now works his way onto pit road, followed by Graham Rahal. Then that car that looks like Rahal's is Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's followed by Carlos Munoz. That highlighter green of Simon Pagano. Everybody completing the run here. Will Power, and then that last machine, the number 8 of Max Chilton for Chip Ganassi.
Well, there you have it. That wraps up that round of qualifying, and we can give you the Firestone Fast 6. Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, Simon Pagano, Will Power, Graham Rahal with a last-ditch effort to get into the Fast 6. He is P5. Elio Castroneves P6. Those narrowly missing out, but still starting in the top 12. Max Chilton, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Connor Daly, Carlos Munoz, Charlie Kimball, Sebastian Bourdais as qualifying continues for the Kohler Grand Prix here at Road America.
Planes racing by your seat at 265 miles per hour. Pilots withstanding up to 10 G's of force right in front of you. Experience the thrill from closer than ever before. Red Bull Air Race World Championship. Witness the world's ultimate motorsport series at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, October 1st and 2nd. Tickets now on sale. More info at redbullairrace.com.
The best drivers on earth aren't going to push the limits of man and machine riding on just any old piece of rubber, which is why Firestone is the tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. So when it's time to celebrate the 100th running of the Indy 500, no one knows more about celebrating than the tire that has more Indy wins than anyone else. Because at Firestone, we don't just make tires, we make champions. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
From the Firestone broadcast booth at Road America, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Well, Zach beats suspicion. If you get into the Fast 6 like Dixon, Kanaan, Pagano, Power, Rahal, and Castroneves, you might as well go for the pole, huh?
I think that's a good way to think about it. But as I'm looking at the timing here, we have Scott Dixon at a 142.14, and he's got himself about a 3/10 cushion over the second place car. And then we see guys getting a lot closer, with Tony Kanaan at a 42.4, Pagano 42.4. So these guys are really close, but Dixon has a little bit of breathing room.
Well, Rob Howden, he gave it a good run. He'll roll off 9th tomorrow. The driver of the 18, Connor Daly.
Yeah, Connor, you got to be pretty happy. A top 10 qualifying run in the number 18 today. Anytime you can get the top 10 against this competition, it's got to be big. Tell me about your run.
Yeah, our goal every weekend is to just keep improving. And, this is our best qualifying result of the year. So, we're doing our jobs. We're getting there. We had a little bit of luck in the first round, obviously, but the car is good. It's actually really devastating because we had a massive overboost on our fastest lap, and we're already 2.5 tenths up. So there was a lot more out there, but we just, got held back a little bit.
What do you think about Sunday? Obviously a good qualifying run. You're going to start on row number 5. Do you feel good about Sunday's race?
Yeah, man. Heck, just staying in the top 10 all day is what we need to do. I think normally we have a pretty great race car, and we don't have to quite have as big of wizard hats on for Sunday to try and work some magic. We're sort of there. So maybe we can win this time. That would be really cool.
Hey, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Folks, Dale Coyne's not going to have to pull a rabbit out of his hat today. This time they've got a great race car. Tomorrow, you can tell that Connor Daly very confident with what they can do here at Road America.
Hopefully we could win. That'd be really cool.
I tried not to laugh over the intercom there, but that's just how Daly is. His personality is always, on point, and to see him doing well here today, starting 9th tomorrow, should be a good showing for him.
Well, and I think what we heard is a guy that, again, he's not interested in seat time. He's not interested in turning laps. he and this race team are ready to contend and win races.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think once you get to this level, it's got to be that. As a rookie, yes, you want to get seat time. You want to minimize your mistakes and show a good showing. But, he said the key aspect of we're already in the top 10, and that's where we need to be. Because if you're running consistently in the top 10, that's going to look good for any rookie out here.
So talk about your mindset qualifying. I mean, obviously, the skill set is very, very similar to that for a practice session or under race conditions and whatnot. What brings the most pressure? Is it qualifying or a race?
I think for me it's always qualifying, because I feel like if you start up front, you're going to finish up front. But as far as qualifying, it's a lot more focus on what the driver's done and how well he's prepared himself for that. Putting together the car that you need to be able to go for pole is one thing, but then going out there and actually executing it, because you have to put that perfect lap together where you push 99% to the edge, but you don't go over it, because as soon as you do go over it, you're slowing yourself down.
Now, you weren't the fastest in practice yesterday, and yet you qualified very, very well. But did you know early on in the practice sessions, and can we see that transfer over to the IndyCar? Maybe you might not be the fastest in practice, but do you know what changes you can make to make your car fast for qualifying?
Yeah, I think it gives you an idea of what you have to do, and as the driver, you always have the ideal picture of how good your car is, really. There's times that you have the fastest race car and you just didn't use it, so you think, well, okay, yeah, we're setting P5, but let's not change too much and just let me get a good run at it once we get to qualifying. So I think it's just being honest with yourself and knowing how good your equipment is.
Can you stress enough how important it was for you to test here? And I know we talked about it a little bit in terms of getting some confidence back and clearing the issues that you had the first part of the season, but the familiarity with this place.
Yeah, well, I think the test here helped me just get the laps down and understand what I need to do to be better when we came here for the race weekend. But I really didn't get many laps here, because when we tested here, I actually caught on fire for the first time in my career.
Well.
So we had a turbo issue that kind of let go. So for me, it was good to get the rust off and see what I needed to do so I could study my data and improve when I got here. But I think you can do the most is just preparing yourself and understanding from past experiences.
Hear from some of the drivers who narrowly missed it. We'll start with Rob Howden.
Yeah, down here right now with Max Chilton. Max, it's been a great weekend overall for you. I know it's kind of a racetrack that more familiar to what's something you might run back in Europe, so you've been more comfortable here. I talked to Brandon Fry. He's very happy with the way you've worked the car and worked all the tools. Talk about your run there. You mentioned a little bit of an understeer in the carousel. That's a really tough place to have an understeer at this racetrack.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. The Gallagher Chip Ganassi gave me a car to do the job this weekend, and I feel like I'm doing the right stuff. And I was on my hot lap then, and power came out of the pits in front of me, and I had to follow him through 5, 6, and 7, which aren't ideal. But then it came to the carousel, and I was 4 back. Any driver would say that's a high downforce corner, and I just had to keep lifting, because I was just losing the front end. And the stewards review it that wasn't
some other venues in which the sessions are a little shorter, in which guys kind of take a wait and see approach. Maybe they're just going to go with the one set of tires and make one good attempt at it.
And that shows the confidence a lot of these guys have. If you can sit in pit lane while the clock's running down and know that you have a chance to go out there right at the end and get the pole, I think that shows a lot of pride and confidence in what you have. And they're IndyCar drivers. These guys are some of the best in the world, so it's cool to see them do that when the time comes.
So a minute has elapsed, and let's face it, the damage will be minimal if you don't get the pole, because you're going to have a great starting position. You go into this final session with the confidence of knowing you're going to start no worse than 6th.
That's a good way to look at it, but I think, if you are not close to the top 3, you can say, yes, we made it to the top 6, good. But I think if you're in that top 3, you're going to be a little kind of gut wrenched when you say we were so close to the pole, but we didn't get it.
So let's remind people again, after your win today, your starting position for tomorrow and your focus going into race day.
Well, tomorrow we'll be starting 3rd, because, we put our last lap in there to get the pole with about 60 seconds left to go yesterday. So, with the car that I think we showed that we had, winning today, pretty, not comfortably, we were sliding around a lot, but the car has pure speed as long as I can get it out of it. So I got to really thank Bilardi Auto Racing for giving me that equipment. And I think tomorrow the key is we're starting third right behind the pole, so we have a good run into the first corner. We just got to keep our nose clean and be there at the end.
Engines firing will power the first taker. So let's, from the crew perspective, the team perspective, what changes, if any, what adjustments, if any, what will they do physically to the race car to kind of rid it of the wear and tear of today's race and get it prepared to be in race shape for tomorrow?
You know, for the guys in IndyCar, it's hard for me to say because I haven't experienced that yet, but in Indy Lights, you know, if the car's working pretty good, which, you know, I think ours is, it might be a small damper adjustment here and there, wipe the bugs and rubber off of it and put it in the truck for the night, because, you know, most of our maintenance happens, you know, when we get back to Indiana. You know, we'll be staying here Sunday night and heading to Iowa Monday morning for our test there Tuesday. So I'm really excited for the next few days of racing because, you know, anytime you get to say you're in a race car is a good one.
Well, and I think Zach Veach seems to do pretty well on short ovals, if memory serves me correctly.
We've had good luck there, let's say that.
Yeah, you've had some success for sure. So it's Elio Castro-Neves, Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, Will Power, Graham Rahal, Simon Pagenaud. Some pretty experienced drivers are in this Fast Six, Zach. We noticed that pretty early on.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. It's, you kind of come to look at it as it's just seat time. You know, the more you're at one place or the more laps you get anywhere, you know, it's just a database that you have to go back to. And we look at these guys that are up there. You know, before my race today, we were watching the Champ Car race here back in 2007, and you know, at one time Graham Rahal was running fourth in that race. So to see these guys have all this experience around this place and really put it to use here is pretty cool to see.
And day first, with 4 minutes to go now in this session, finally, everyone is a taker. All six have exited pit road.
Yeah, Scott Dixon was the last to head out to this 4-mile road course. I thought it was interesting. A lot of the guys just staying on those scuffed reds that they used in the second round of qualifying, and that includes Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, Simon Pagenaud, Elio Castro-Neves. I'm assuming Graham Rahal as well, but I thought it was interesting. Will Power has sticker reds, so look out for Will Power to see what he can do on that fresh set of alternate reds. Rob Howden?
Yeah, Dave, you know what? I was down with Rahal. He actually had a fresh set of blacks, Firestone blacks. So, as you said, I talked to a couple of guys. They did tell me that there was a fresh set of reds in the pit lane for Will Power, but again, sticker black tires for Graham Rahal. They held on to one set here for the Fast Six.
Will Power through turn number one, works his way through turn number two. We see Elio Castro-Neves out on the course as well. Power in that number 12 machine. Tony Kanaan making his way slowly around the course, trying to get a gap so he can get off a good lap. Graham Rahal is out. You heard Rob Howden just update you on Graham, and boy, lo and behold, Zach, all of a sudden, under 3 minutes to go in this session. So it's go time for the Firestone Fast Six.
It's amazing how fast these minutes count down when it's something like racing, but yet if you're on a treadmill, it seems like a minute takes forever. So these guys, you know, we're under the 3 minute mark, 2 minutes and 45 seconds, still checkered. We're going to be seeing them really turn up the wick here.
I know we talked about the pressure you feel under qualifying, but qualifying here has to be enjoyable because, again, it's an opportunity to get a lot of clean, green racetrack and not have to worry about traffic.
Right, because that's one thing you're really concentrated on going into qualifying is making sure no one runs your lap. And
don't tell Juan Montoya.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, with, you know, James Hinchcliffe, when he tested here for the first time way back when, he said this place was like a video game. So for these guys going in here, the amount of grip that the car has and how the track works, you know, it's got to be fun at the end of the day to just push this IndyCar as hard as you can around here.
Hey, I've been meaning to ask you about this curbing here. Some of it, you guys, even in Indy Lights, are using plenty of it. It looks like half of the race cars across the curbing. So is it all in all pretty forgiving around here, or is it raised a little bit and can upset the race car?
Most definitely. A lot of the places around here, which what I like really a lot because I'm a kind of curb-oriented guy, you can really use a lot of the curbs. Now, there's some of these big black curbs that are really rough on the exit of 1, exit of 5. You can't get out on those too much because it'll upset the car, but everywhere else it's pretty forgiving, and that's what allows us to push that much harder when you know that there is a cushion to make a mistake.
Tony Kanaan is trying his best to get himself a gap. And Zach, we've watched him come to almost a stop a couple of times on the course to let traffic clear. Got to be a little frustrating for TK.
Yeah, most definitely. And I kind of see him a couple times. He caught my eye, and I thought he had a problem with just the speed that he's going down the straightaway. But you know, he's confident. Obviously, he's got a minute left to go, so he's going to cross the start-finish or the timing line this time, and that's going to be his one lap. He won't be able to get back in time before the checker.
Under a minute to go. Castro Neves is P1, then Graham Rahal, then Will Power. Now we see Pagano slot in at P2, and we see a little dust flying up off the number 12 machine of Will Power. They're making that race car on the track plenty wide.
And that's what you got to do around here to be fast, Mark, because when you come down to fully committing, it's going to be like that. And as we see Will Power, it looks like he might be getting a draft from Scott Dixon. So as long as he stays back far enough, it doesn't affect the handling of his race car. He's going to be gaining time down these straightaways because we have 3 very long ones at Road America.
Which one's the fastest?
For me, I believe it's going into 12 because you come out of the carousel at such a high speed that even in the Indy Lights car, and we get down there, we're going about 180 miles an hour. So we know these guys are going to quite a bit faster still.
On the fast corners, quote unquote fast corners, how much does that wheel fight you?
Oh, I mean, you're through the carousel at least. I feel like you're probably correcting it 15 times through there. I mean, the thing is really working hard trying to put itself in the wall, and it's your job to keep it out of it.
Well, the checkered flag is out, and we are waiting for drivers to clear the timing and scoring loop before we can set the field for you. We see Simon Pagano among those still out on the course. He is in turn number 7. Will Power will get an opportunity to clear that timing and scoring loop one more time. He currently sets P1. We believe there's one other car out there other than Pagano, and that is Tony Kanaan. He wanted to let all the traffic clear before he had the opportunity to bust off a fast lap. We see the 15 of Graham Rahal. He is right, Tony Kanaan is right behind that 15 machine of Rahal. We'll see where Graham slots in. He's currently P3 as he clears the Continental Tire Bridge. Tony Kanaan is up on him now as they work their way through that 11-12 portion of the course. Tony Kanaan closes to within about 6 car lengths of Graham Rahal as they work their way through turn number 12. Dangerous corner here. Late in the run, the car can get really, really loose. He got plenty wide, as did Tony Kanaan. They kick up some dust, work their way through that 13 complex, getting ready to clear that Kohler Bridge and set up for the final turn for the final time. We'll see once they clear this timing and scoring loop, once they slot in. They have done so now, so here is the Firestone Fast 6. The pole sitter for tomorrow's race will be the number 12 of Will Power. He'll be joined on the front row by the number 9 of Scott Dixon. Tony Kanaan will start P3. Elio Castro Neves will slip to 5th. Simon Pagano with that last lap run slotted in at the 4th position, and Graham Rahal will complete the top 6. So it appears as though that Will Power, so to speak, has his mojo back a bit.
Well, I was, as we come down into this, we were thinking, Simon Pagano's had such a strong run here. You kind of expected him to lead the Penske stable, but to see Will Power, kind of step back into things, and we see him getting out of the car, congratulating his guys, I think that's a well-done job for Will Power. So we'll see, as these guys start off with Will Power and Scott Dixon on the front row, it's going to be an interesting race because it's going to be one that can be won from the back or one from the front. So we'll see how strategies work out for these guys tomorrow.
A busy day tomorrow. We'll have a final warm-up session for you at 8 o'clock Central. I'll be joined in the booth by Nick Yeoman. We'll have Dave First and Rob Houghton on pit road for that one. Then Indy Lights race number 2 at 8:45 Central. Nick Yeoman with a call on that one. And then we'll have flag-to-flag coverage of the Kohler Grand Prix on all the usual locations. We'll take the air with the pre-race festivities at 11:30 Central. That's 12:30 Eastern. Again, that is our schedule tomorrow. So Will Power is P1. The rest of the starting field in row number 11, the 27 of Marco Andretti and the 5 of James Hinchcliffe. Row 10, the 19 of Gabby Chavez, the 21 of Joseph Newgarden. In row number 9, the 20 of Spencer Pigot, the 41 of Jack Hawksworth. In row number 8, the 14 of Takuma Sato and the 98 of Alexander Rossi. And in row number 7, the 7 of Mikel Aloshin and the 2 of Juan Pablo Montoya. The rest of that field momentarily. Let's go to Rob Houghton.
Scott Dixon, you gave it a shot, man. In Fast 6, you took a run at the pole position, ended up P2. Give me your thoughts on that last little run.
Yeah, it's obviously great to be back here. That's the most positive thing, starting second, but made too many mistakes there. You know, we definitely had the car for the pole, and you know, I think Q2 we should have probably done a second run on reds, and then I messed up the last 2 corners there, which gave up about you know, 2.5 tenths, which you know cost us the pole. So it is what it is, starting on the front row. But you know, the Clorox car and all the Target supporters, you know, hopefully tomorrow we can get one spot better.
Hey, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, man.
Scott Dixon, folks, just a couple mistakes on the racetrack, and he's telling you exactly what happened. Just a couple issues put him P2. But right now, the man who won P1, who's got that award for today, standing with Dave First.
Yeah, there are certain places where you like to have a lot of success, and now Will Power can check off pole at Road America. How tough was that, Will?
Yeah, it was a session of just old traffic. Every single run I had was traffic, but took a risk in the second round and got through on used tires. Gave us the best shot at the pole because Dixon's been pretty quick. So really stoked to get pole. I really am. You know, obviously been a bit of a rough start to the year for us, first half of the year, and we're going to be firing on all cylinders right now, man.
That was a real risk because a lot of guys up in front used alternate reds in that second round.
Yeah, a lot of guys, new obviously everyone, we were the only one on used, but yeah, I had to really lay it out.
What do you have tomorrow?
Yeah, we got to do everything we can to win this damn race. That's what we got to do.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Will Power, I think you're right, guys, that mojo might be back after a win at Detroit a couple of weeks ago. Now his second pole of the season, 44th for his career.
Row number 6, Sebastian Bourdais, who drives the 11 and the 83 of Charlie Kimball, resuming the starting lineup for tomorrow's race. In row number 5, the 18 of Connor Daly, the 26 of Carlos Munoz. Row number 4, the 8 of Max Chilton, the 28 of Ryan Hunter-Ray. Row number 3, the 3 of Elio Castroneves, the 15 of Graham Rahal. In row number 2, the 10 of Tony Kanaan, and the 22 of Simon Pageant. On the front row tomorrow, starting P2, the 9 of Scott Dixon, and your pole sitter, the 12 of Will Power. We hope you will join us bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. Young man, I've been saying all year, we'll see you in Victory Lane. You finally listened to me.
Well, I'm sorry it took so long. I'll try to make a visit there tomorrow to see you as well.
Well, again, give us a highlight, give us a little preview of what the mindset is going into tomorrow. A lot of confidence, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. We got the momentum behind us, starting on pole today, taking that win. I think we have the car to do it again. We'll be starting third tomorrow, so we just got to make sure we get through the start cleanly and, you know, work on guys from there. Our car's quick, you know, it's comfortable. It's hard to drive, but that's what's made it fast around here. So I think we have a great chance of being a win contender again tomorrow and get ourselves back in this championship.
And would you tell your dad to get a little excited there and on pit road when you win a race? I mean, he was a little...
I think he was probably more just disbelief.
He had about a 46-inch vertical. He'd take that as a compliment, I'm sure. So, no, it's a proud moment for you and your family, and a proud moment for all of us. Thanks for your efforts today, and best of luck tomorrow. We'll see you here in the booth tomorrow afternoon for the race.
Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate it.
All right. Chris Pollock handling the controls back in our Indianapolis studios. Our on-site producer and engineer is Rick Evans. The director of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network is Wally Levin. Out on the course today, Michael Young, Nick Yeoman, and Jake Query. Outstanding job on pit road, as always, by Dave First and Rob Howden. For Zach Veach, I'm Mark James. So long for now from Road America.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand.